I got disowned and shunned from my family and community for sending my son in jail. I'm from Indian Bengali background. We live in abroad. I have a son who got married a year ago. That day when I called the police, I saw his wife had bruises, black eye, busted lip. It doesn't take a genius to know what happened to her. I asked her and my son, whose head was low in guilt. I asked him, "Son, do you do this?" He replied he did. He did it because she served him cold coffee when he wanted it hot. My daughter-in-law told me she did bring him hot coffee but it got cold while he was talking on the phone. My son said sorry and to never do it again. It wasn't enough. I called the cops on him. He got angry and attacked one of the officers, and now he is in jail. This news got spread in my community like wildfire and people have been calling me a bad mom. Some told me I'm ruining my son's future for something so small. My son will suffer in future because of these allegations. Some told me this is his private matter. Even as a mother-in-law I shouldn't have interfered. Some told me I should support my son regardless of what he did. After all, sons are the star in a mother's eyes. I got a lot of backlash for supporting my daughter-in-law. I have been called names by everyone. They think I am making a big issue out of a small argument. Indian people see DV as taboo, so they do not want to talk about it in the open. My husband told me what I did was wrong. People will shun our family. That's what happened. None of my friends talked to me. Even family members kicked me out of the group chat. My family member thinks I should have just given him a warning instead of calling the police. They all think my daughter-in-law must have done something bad for my son to react this way. My own parents think a warning to my son would have been enough, but that is not true. My daughter-in-law said he has been doing this to her since after 3 months into their marriage. Do I feel guilt for doing it? No, I do not. I do feel sorry I didn't catch this earlier. I do feel like I have failed as a mother because if I did a good job my son would respect women. I just wanted to share this because no one from my family or community will ever talk to me if my son goes to prison. Nobody is with me except for my daughter. I know this will be a gossip for a long time, and people will not come forward to help me or my daughter-in-law. I will forever be the back ship. My husband is trans and I'm afraid he will never satisfy me like I want to. My husband, 21 male, and I, 21 female, have been together for 3 years and I love him so very much. He is trans, female to male, but I never cared about that and we've had a wonderful love-making life. He is like a god in bed and I always pass out after making love. I lost my virginity to him when we first started dating. He made me feel safe and my first experience was amazing, but I'm worried. I've never made love with anyone else and I've never experienced love-making with someone with a schlong. Granted, he's made me finish more times than I can fathom without it. It's still something I feel that I am missing in my life. I find myself trying so hard to imagine his strap is real, sometimes to the point that I can't even concentrate on the love-making itself. I want to please him with my body, but in our situation that's impossible unless I went down. I'm very insecure of my body and one thing I've always wanted is for someone to feel me and finish because of my body. He always tells me I feel amazing and that he loves my body, but it feels like it'll never be 100% true. Satisfying men is a major kick of mine and so are cream pies, but I want to be with him forever so I'll never experience it. I love him so much and I want to be with him forever, but I just wish he had one more thing. I wish we could have biological kids together. I wish we had pregnancy scares. I wish I could surprise him one day when I'm pregnant, but all of that just feels like a figment of my imagination. He is my best friend and my lover and I don't want to be with anyone else. I don't know what to do. I've told him about this and he's not sure what to say. I feel awful because I know that it affected his body dysphoria, but I felt like I had to tell him. I don't want it to build resentment later in the relationship. I suggested a 3-way, but he doesn't like the idea of another man making love with me and he doesn't want to feel left out in knowing he won't be able to feel me like that guy would. I also suggested swinger couples and he's more open to that, which I truly appreciate from him. I feel awful but I don't know what to do. I just had to share this. Thank you for reading.
My wife is refusing to come back until the problem is fixed. She would be referring to my son. My wife has been gone for about a week now. She took our 2 kids to her parents' house and plans to remain there until she feels like our home is safe to live in. Last week, our daughter went into my oldest son's room and recovered a gun. I was not home at the time, but my wife told me that when she had went in my son's room to get my daughter, she had found her holding it. She was hysterical on the phone, and by the time I got home she was already 1 foot out the door with our son in one hand and a suitcase in the other. I don't even know where in the world my son got it in the first place, and he won't budge. I seriously don't know what the next step is here. For the past year, he is unwilling to cooperate with anything I'm trying to do to find out what is going on. My son is extremely distant and the crowd that he has been with really concerns me. He had a great group of friends, but one by one they started dropping until he was completely emerged with his friends now, constant law breaking, skipping school, selling you know what and all this other stuff that I can't even get through to him about. I have one final option, but I've been pushing off on doing this, but I truly believe that I've run out of ideas. For him to go to live with his mom in another country, but again, I don't want to do this because I don't want him to feel like I've just abandoned him. I've tried talking to him, psychiatrists, multiple therapists, etc., but absolutely nothing. It only gets worse as time goes by. I thought this would be his rock bottom, finding out that his little sister could have almost died due to his negligence, but no, he lies, denies, and then refuses to answer my questions. I have worked remotely this whole week to ensure he's in the house, but he refuses to do so. I just want to figure out what's going on, but it feels like all my attempts at it are failing. Please, what I'm looking for are any more suggestions on how to get through to him.
I traveled to a foreign country to get pregnant by a complete stranger with no strings attached. I consider it the best decision I ever made. 7 years ago, when I was 24 years old, I decided that I wanted to have a child while I was still relatively young and energetic. I had a college degree, made $90,000 a year as a marketing analyst, and had been investing in the stock market since high school, so I knew I could afford to take care of my kid. The problem was that I didn't really want to be with a guy. I tried the dating thing, but nothing clicked, and besides, I was always too busy to invest in a relationship. At the same time, I wanted a child, someone I would love forever and who would forever love me, and I didn't want to wait until my biological clock started ticking alarmingly. I considered going to a sperm bank. I could afford it, but I've always hated medical environments and thought it would be creepy to have a child with a faceless man. I thought about getting naturally inseminated by a guy I met online, but I didn't want to deal with child custody issues. Finally, I decided that since I'd already planned a 3-week working vacation to a foreign country, I won't say which one for privacy reasons, I might as well try to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Long story short, after asking around and paying some people, I found this guy who was willing to sleep with me every night for 3 weeks. Since this country has a low cost of living, he was willing to do the deed for a few $100. He spoke okay English and wore a white button-down shirt, so I think he was a college student who wanted some extra spending money. I didn't really expect it to work, but 2 weeks after I got back, I missed my period and discovered that I was pregnant. Yay. The rest of my pregnancy went really well. My mom was a little shocked at first, but she moved in with me after she got used to the idea of becoming a grandma before the age of 50. My dad ditched my mom when I was a baby, so F him. I switched to working from home 6 months into my pregnancy and was even promoted a few months after I gave birth. Having a marketable, pun intended, degree is a great investment. Kids. My son is now 6 years old and the happiest little boy I know. He has a mother and a grandmother who love him to pieces and can give him a good life. When COVID hit and his school went remote, my mom was able to make sure he kept up with his learning. Support systems are so important, everyone. Sometimes, you shouldn't be afraid to take the road less traveled. I'm over 30, and I haven't met any guy that I want to date, much less settle down with. But I have a son who I'll love forever and who will forever love me. I'm even thinking of going back to that country to give him a sibling. Everyone still thinks that I got knocked up by accident, a youthful mistake while on vacation type of deal. Only I know the truth. My son is not some unfortunate mistake. He's a deliberate miracle. So many of my female friends are hitting their 30s and scrambling to find a guy and or get pregnant, but I'm coasting along, happy as a clam.
Today I messed up by hiring a SX worker. So after a tough year working in remote area in the middle of nowhere, my friend and coworker, 26 male, asked me, 25 male, to go with him on vacation for a week, and I said heck yeah, why not? Why not had been my lifestyle for the last year. So we went to that country, visited multiple cities, and had a lot of fun. My friend in one of the places told me he knew some SX worker through Snapchat map and he already met her in the previous city. I noticed that he left the hotel one night and returned late. She will travel to meet him and she could bring a friend with her if I'm interested. So following my motto I said why not? The next day we met up with the girls and split up. I took the girl, 2 years older than me, to my room, chatted a little bit and kissed, then we left around sunset to the coast, rented a boat and continued chatting. That girl wasn't what I expected. She was smart, intelligent, beautiful, and we shared a lot of things, especially how we see things and think about people. She asked a lot of questions and so did I, but she asked a question that I didn't expect and didn't want to answer because it was too deep. She said you are a nice, kind person but something is wrong inside you. Something dark in your heart. What's it? Can you talk about it? As a man in my environment, the only thing you can do about your feelings is bottle it up and never talk about it. And I knew there's something wrong with me, and I was trying to fill that empty void in me for a long time, especially the last few years with my job paying very well for me. Because we were in a boat, I couldn't run away from the answer. I tried revolving around the subject but without any success, until I saw a bathroom in the boat and I excused myself. After the boat we walked near the harbor, laughing and talking, eating some ice cream until we reached the hotel and sent her to take her bags to spend the night with me. My friend came to take his bags also, and gave me some protection. He's been a good friend as usual, winked and left. Shortly she brought her stuff, took a shower and we sat and talked. She brought up that question again and really insisted on getting some answers. Finally I gave up and started talking about my life, family and the struggles I have been through since the first memory I remember. The things I have never discussed with a human before has finally come out and loud. She understood, but couldn't say a lot because she didn't expect that much trauma. So I kissed her and we end up heading to the bed. And before I could start doing my job, I started having something like a panic attack. My heart was beating quickly, body shivering. I just rested my head on her chest and stopped for a couple of minutes. She tried to calm me down by massaging my back, whispering in my ear everything will be okay, and I couldn't lift my head up, just froze in that position. After a while managed to pull myself together, clean up, put up a robe, got back in the bed, kissed her, turned on the TV and slept. In the morning we ate breakfast, paid the girl, met up with my friend, bagged up and traveled back home. I didn't tell anyone yet, and usually I don't trust anyone to tell them anything, especially my feelings and struggles. I'm more depressed at the moment than the usual, and I think I need to visit a psychologist, which I knew I should do since the pandemic, but I didn't want to do it, and now I must give it a chance.
I cheated on my boyfriend today and I have no regrets. My boyfriend, 31 male, and I, 25 female, have been together for a few months now. And it has been okay generally, except that he is really possessive and insecure. He claims it's because he has been cheated on multiple times, and I understand that. I make it a point to talk to him and reassure that he's the only man in my life. I got a new job, and there's this male colleague, 26 male, I have. We hang out together fairly regularly at work because we are the only ones in the same age group. Now, of course, my boyfriend has been extremely jealous. I introduced them to ease his worries, and assured him we are just friends, but it only got worse, to the point where my boyfriend would throw tantrums every day, crying if I stayed back at work overtime, refusing to talk or eat or sleep later. I was still patient. Now one thing he tends to do when he's upset is send long paragraphs. I have told him not to do that, as when I'm at work, my phone is usually connected to the laptop that's being used for meetings and presentations and stuff. Today, he called me at work. I told him I'll call him back as I'm heading in for a conference. He is oddly normal about things. I head in and connect my devices, open my pitch deck on my laptop, the deck I have spent weeks working on, and the first thing that pops up, a deep pic, right there, on the cover page. Everyone is stunned. It is my boyfriend schlong full screen. He has to have done it while I showered or something because I was working till the morning. I am mortified. I shut my laptop and walk out. Colleagues are nice enough to stay quiet. Anyway, I couldn't go back to work. Went to a bar. Male colleague calls to check on me. I tell him where I am and he says he will join me over lunch. Long story short, we met for lunch, went to his place and made love. He apparently had feelings for me. I didn't, but God, I was so mad at my boyfriend, going to tell him what I did and that it's over. I have no regrets. I made my boyfriend sleep on the streets for a night because he refused to pay for our 3-year anniversary celebration dinner. For some context, I, 26 female, have been dating my boyfriend Jeremy, 26 male, for 3 years. Now, I've always been okay with being the wallet in the relationship because my parents have always been more wealthy than his single mom, so it was always me that paid when we went out for dinner dates, shopping sprees, vacations, etc. I even bought him a car 3 months into our relationship because he didn't have one and it would be difficult for him to go to in-person job interviews without one. He's been unemployed for almost 2.5 years now. He always promised me that he'll pay me back when he finds a job, and he always told me that he appreciates the fact that I'm working hard at my job to provide for myself and him, but it's been 2.5 years since he last had a job, and every day all he does is go to the gym, go out with his friends, or when he's at home he just lies around and plays video games. I brought up his lack of contribution a few days ago and we got into a huge argument. He later apologized and said that he actually got a side job and just forgot to tell me, and that he wants to treat me to a nice dinner date as a thank you for being the most amazing girlfriend and in celebration of our 3-year anniversary that was coming up. So yesterday, we decided to celebrate our 3-year anniversary at a high-end restaurant. Everything was going smoothly and we were having a great time until the waiter came and gave us our bill. My boyfriend said he forgot his wallet in his car and told me he'll be right back. Well, I waited for almost an hour and tried calling him, but there was no answer, so I just paid the bill myself and took an Uber home. Later that night I called my boyfriend and he said he was sorry and that something came up and he just left. This wasn't the first time he's done this, so I told him that I feel like I was being used and that it was over. I threw all his things out of my apartment and refused to let him come back in that night. He didn't have enough money for an hotel or for an Uber to drive him to his mom's house that night, so he ended spending a night on the streets.
Girlfriend just made out with a random girl at a club right in front of me. This happened about an hour or so ago. My, male 24, girlfriend, female 23, and I were out clubbing with a bunch of friends and roommates of mine, and while we were all dancing I saw that she was getting pretty close with a bunch of different girls, both strangers and mutual acquaintances. I really trusted her, and even though I knew she was bi, we have had a talk about exclusivity, and so I thought nothing of it. Well, while I was watching her, almost in slow motion, I watched her and some random girl just mutually go in for a kiss and began making out literally less than a meter away from me. I went outside for some fresh air, then went for a walk outside the club, and now I've made my way home by myself and I feel so lost. I don't know what else happened there, and honestly I don't even know if she's realized I left. I know we were all drinking and it was only a kiss, but it was so blatantly right in front of me. I just feel disrespected and I'm hurt and I just need to vent. Update: thanks everyone who responded and took the time to try and help me with how I was feeling. Honestly, I've never been flooded with so many notifications on Reddit and the vast majority were so positive. This will be an update and a bit of more info for those who were curious. Many of the comments were very pro-revenge saying I should use her for a trio and dump her, or make out with someone in front of her. Some comments were even a little mean. Ultimately, her and I had previously set strong boundaries about being monogamous and what cheating looked like. This was clear to both of us, which is why I was hurting last night. I learned from some friends that she had gotten kicked out from the club for being too intoxicated and no one could find her, so I ended up taking a taxi downtown, finding her and taking her back home so she was safe and secure. Say what you will about this, but she is still an important person to me and I wasn't about to leave her alone on the streets, and I don't regret this. After getting home it was pretty clear she wasn't in the best state to discuss what had happened, and so even though it came out that she had cheated and she was crying and apologizing, I got her to bed and the bulk of the conversation happened this morning. Initially she was pretty lost regarding where she was, alcohol related. Neither of us are worried about her being drugged, and so when she first saw me she was excited, but once she remembered the events from the previous night she started profusely crying and apologizing. We talked and I forgave her since it seems that there were some underlying insecurities making her feel like I was losing interest in her, which wasn't true, but mental health is cruel. However, I did tell her we needed to take a break from dating. Obviously neither of us are thrilled about this, but I need this time to heal from being hurt and the two of us need to work on rebuilding trust. We're also in a new foreign city and we need to decide if this relationship is worth pursuing still. Most importantly, her and I were our best friends before dating, but I think the spark that made us click so well needs to be found again. And during this break we both have made promises to prioritize and rebuild our friendship first. At the end of the day, we communicated and I'm glad I didn't do anything impulsive. I care about her, but trust has been broken, so things have ended between us, at least for now. Sorry if this isn't a very interesting update, but thanks for sticking around for the support and advice. Thanks all.
I hooked up with someone for the first time in my life, and he made me feel more wanted and loved than in my 3-year relationship I got broken up with recently. I've been doing okay because even though I cared and loved my ex dearly, he told me he did not feel the same and he never reciprocated the love I gave him. I always had to go out of my way to get him to even notice me. It felt, for an ego boost and the feeling of being desirable that I wanted, I started dressing up more, doing my makeup, and going to the gym more. I began talking more to a guy I've known but never associated with outside of the gym. I never wanted my partner to be uncomfortable, and he came over a few times. He made me feel appreciated. He goes out of his way to chat with me at the gym, has me teach him exercises I'm doing and teaches me, and switched his gym time so that we could drive together. When he came over to my place, he just knew exactly what to do. He was flirty and sweet while respecting the boundaries I had set beforehand. It was just the little things he did, the light tracing of my tattoos or over my skin, the funny and lighthearted comments that made me more comfortable, him constantly picking up small details I'd mentioned and remembering them later, just his ability to do things that made me feel like he was still paying attention to me, even if he wasn't. So the 3rd or 4th time he came over, he kissed me. It wasn't the same type of kiss I got in my relationship. He was gentle and caring and asked me if it was okay. He picked up on my nervousness and told me I was safe with him and asked if he needed to do anything to make me more comfortable. I'll save you the gory details, but after we did the deed, I assumed he'd leave and block my number. I came out to my living room and he asked if he could stay longer and talk to me, and ended up staying awake until the morning just talking. I told him it would be awkward to see him at my gym after, and he asked why. He told me that he was more excited to see me more and didn't plan on stopping anytime soon. I woke up after him, wrapped up in his arms, and the first thing he told me was how beautiful I am. We talked about my mental health and some baggage that I have from the past and how that affects my emotions in situations like this, and he told me I was safe with him. Even the way he said my name was sincere and comforting because it made me feel like he was serious. This was all I wanted from my ex, just to feel wanted. My ex would come over to my house for intimacy and immediately leave after, not even pillow talk or goodbye kiss. This guy the entire time asked if I was okay, if I wanted to stop, and when I said it was, then told me to relax and enjoy myself. It's just the way he speaks to me, touches me when we're watching TV, and kisses me. He didn't make love with me because he was in a mood and I'm just there. He prioritized me. I feel desired. I'm not the one initiating everything. He knows my insecurities and tells me he likes every part of them, like my not rock solid abs or the big scar I have across my cheek, my freckles, my legs, my hips, everything I've hated about myself for years. He validates as beautiful. And there's things I hate about myself just because my ex would do the opposite or make jokes about things that I never, ever forgot. Update, we're dating.
My husband of 7 years left me for a guy he met over a 7-day trip to Madrid. I've been with my husband, I'm a man, for 7 years and used to tell people that we have a storybook romance. We care for each other, talked endlessly, had great intimacy, great friends and traveled a lot. For the last several years I supported him while he went through law school and finally we moved to New York City after he landed his dream job and I could relax a bit. I still work a full-time job, but I could work less overtime and relax a bit. Flash forward 1 year and he's not loving his job at all. Of course, big law is a lot of work and he's already burnt out. He eventually decided to take some time off and soul search about his next career move. During this time off he decided to take a week away in Madrid to just clear his mind. When he got home he was acting so strangely and was very distant. When I confronted him about it the next day he admitted that he fell in love with someone else in Madrid, and when I asked him to stop talking to this person he refused. He wouldn't stop talking to a person that he had only known for 7 days to preserve his marriage with someone that has loved him unconditionally for 7 years. I went home to my parents for a week to soul search, and while on our laptop I found journal entries, intended for his therapist. He had written while on vacation in Madrid about these affairs he's been having without me knowing at all. He also wrote about how he has never felt passion with me, and how he doesn't think our love is compatible. After reading this I called him and told him we need to split. These many betrayals and lies were beyond my capacity to forgive and I could never trust or be vulnerable with him again. He packed his clothing and put it in storage and has been in Europe with his new lover since then. I am still in shock a month later. I had to scramble to find a new place to live, move all our stuff alone, take care of the divorce settlement and work a full-time job. All the while, he is in Europe not working and traveling with his new lover. I feel broken, used and completely alone. I keep reliving the last 7 years and I can't see how I could have seen this coming. He told me every day how much he loved me, and how he would do anything for our love. How do you go from fighting over who will die first so we don't have to live without the other, and him telling me he wants to have kids, to this, better question, how do I ever trust someone again? I'm 30 years old and can't see myself ever investing in a long relationship like this again after sinking my literal heart and soul into this marriage and being tossed aside like a fool.
My husband died thinking our kids didn't love him. My husband, 46 male, and I, 45 female, met in college. He was the sweetest, kindest, most helpful and supportive, and overall best person from the time I met him until his death. We have 3 kids, 22 female, 18 female, 16 male. He was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer a year and a half ago and succumbed to it 3 weeks ago. Everyone was devastated. Our kids have been struggling a lot and I'm barely hanging on myself. He was the glue that held everyone together and my rock for over 20 years. Our oldest daughter is especially having a hard time. She's expressed guilt and regret over not spending as much one-on-one time with him, and it's been hitting her hard. A few days after the funeral, I went to visit his younger brother, 38 male, to check on him. He was very close to my husband and also lost his wife a few years back and was pretty much alone outside of his parents while he's also looking after his 12-year-old twins. Besides me, he probably visited my husband the most in the hospital. This is where things get devastating. My brother-in-law confessed that one day while visiting, more towards the end of his life, my husband expressed that he felt like his kids didn't love him and will have an easy time getting over death. He said he actually was happy that it was him dying and not me, because if it were me, then it would be 4 people mourning, whereas he felt that with himself dying, they'd be sad for a bit but get over it and would be there to help me grieve. This absolutely killed me. I wish he could see how much his children miss him. I can't even imagine being in his position and feeling like your kids don't care. I cried heavily when brother-in-law told me that. When our first daughter was born, he was so happy to be a father and wanted to be the best dad he could. As the years went by and we had all of our kids, they seemed to gravitate to me, and he noticed. It's not like he didn't try. He was very involved, went to as many extracurriculars as he could, would try and hang out with them, and constantly told them he was an ear if they needed to talk, but it seemed like they only wanted to hang out with me. If I asked to go to a one-on-one lunch, they'd go. If he did, there was an excuse as to why they found it. They'd tell me something important going on in their lives, and when I told their father thinking he knew, he was oblivious. I was always posted to their social media accounts for Mother's Day and my birthday while he wasn't. He always felt left out and would make small joking comments that hinted on how he felt without expressing it fully. I just brushed it off as him joking. I'm even more distraught now. I feel so much sorrow for him feeling that way. I'm also starting to wonder if I demanded their attention and took any away from him. It's weighing on me heavily and I have no idea how to even move forward, especially since my oldest daughter actually expressed regretting not spending more one-on-one time with him. It's been hitting her hard and she's been staying with me since his passing. She's been a wreck just like me and has said, I hope he knew how much I loved him and it kills me to know that he didn't know. I hate everything.
When did you feel most betrayed by someone you trusted? So to start things off, I'm gay. I live in a small town in the middle of nowhere, USA. I'm a male 18. I wasn't ever really bullied for being gay. Unless it was online, everyone was cool with it except the super conservative families in town. Of course I've heard my fair share of names and threats but I shrug them off. It's normal to me. There's this group of boys, who are like the super bro dude straight guy group of the school. They act more gay than I do but still call me names etc. In this group there's this guy I'll call Skylar. Skylar is my age, looks like a puppy dog, and was very sweet to me always, but always presented as straight, which is why I was shocked when he asked me out this summer. I mean, I'm not ugly or anything. I just didn't expect this super dude bro jock to ask me out. Our first date was amazing. I mean, it was on the 4th of July at our state fair. We got corn dogs, played games and he kissed me on the Ferris wheel. After a few dates we had gotten a lot closer. We never made love though. He wanted to wait and I respected that. My ex-boyfriend's birthday was on October 20th. He had this huge party and invited everyone and of course I wasn't shocked when he invited me. This is where I was stupid. I was head over heels for this guy. I was like stupid in love with him. I mean I'd get giddy every single time I saw him and I'd get butterflies in my chest whenever he touched me even after 3 months. I was in love with him. I think part of me still is, which is why I'm heartbroken writing this. I bought my boyfriend Skylar this beautiful pendant and chain. It was a 18-karat gold with a diamond, very expensive, cost me 2 years of working part-time at McDonald's. I was very excited to give this to him. At his party he brushed me off the entire time. I gave him his gift and a letter that I wrote from the bottom of my heart. I thought we were forever. Turns out it was all a lie. He started getting giggly with his friends reading the letter and when he finished he was crying laughing. That's when he started explaining that it was all a dare and that he only went out with the town slur to win a bet. He thanked me for the necklace and went on with his party. I've stayed home for several days now. I'm heartbroken and just devastated. I thought this boy was the absolute love of my life. Turns out all of his friends was in on everything, to the text messages and the letters we would write each other. We were on the down low because he said he wasn't ready to tell his family he was bisexual. This was already a red flag I ignored because his mom is bisexual, and would have been completely fine with it, but this entire time he tricked me. He broke my heart into pieces and I can't help but scream into my pillow. I want to hurt him the way I hurt. I want to hear him scream the gut-wrenching screams I scream late at night when the earth is quiet into my pillow so my family can't hear me. I can't go back to school. I am already the laughing stock on social media. I'm thinking of switching schools and going to live with my aunt. I was blinded by love and hurt.
Guy I'm seeing keeps calling me ovaries. Hey y'all, I've been seeing this guy for a short time. It's nothing serious. We're just casually seeing each other, but I did catch some feelings for him and we're not officially dating, but we're seeing each other. Anyways, the only red flag I see about him so far, and I'm not even sure if it's a red flag, but it's just something that irritates me, is the way he talks. He talks very nonchalantly. I can't explain it in writing, but he talks very relaxed and everything is a joke to him. He calls me and women in general ovaries. For example, we were out with my friends and it's about 5 girls and 2 guys at this hangout, and the girls started to overtalk each other and he jokingly says, "One ovary at a time." Everyone else laughed, but it kind of bugged me, and I addressed this to him after the hangout and he said I'm taking it too seriously and it's just his personality, but he doesn't have any of these kind of jokes for men. He addresses women as ovaries, and literally a few days ago he was trying to get my attention because I was doing something else and he said, "Hey ovaries, come over here." Not sure if this is a big deal or not. I feel like this is just his personality. He's very silly and tries to find humor in everything, but it seems like we're having a communication problem. I'm not exactly sure what kind of problem this is and how to go about this. What could I say to him? I'm a little uncomfortable by the way he talks. Not just what he says but how he says it. I also want to add that I talked to my friends about this issue and my friends think I'm making a big deal out of nothing and told me to calm down and loosen up, so I don't know if I am just overreacting. Also, I want to add that he also has my contact name saved as ovaries with heart eye emojis on his phone.
I found out my girlfriend is the biggest hypocrite ever. So we've been dating for almost 10 years. I'm 27 male, she's 25 female. In our relationship I've had problems with watching hentai and downloading adult videos. Following these stars' social media pages, she confronted me and I just remember seeing her crying. I deleted everything and haven't looked back since. Fast forward 6 years, and she's on her phone constantly, texting, smiling. I'll be honest, I thought the worst, and thought she was cheating on me. She stopped paying attention to me, started declining my advances, and overall didn't show any interest in me. In a form of desperation, I looked through her phone, and saw she was using those AI chats to text AI versions of her favorite YouTubers. I'm talking in-depth romance, intimacy, and vague cuckoldery style porn. I couldn't watch hentai. Heck, I don't even have an interest in it anymore. But the fact she could happily fantasize and write out her literally cheating on me with Markiplier, I think what hurt more was the sheer amount of her typing about how wrong it felt to get railed by YouTubers while still dating me. This AI crap is so stupid. I want to break up with her. God, I don't want to be with her anymore. But the fact it's 10 years down the drain, the chat seems so real. When she wasn't role-playing, she was genuinely talking all lovey-dovey to someone who wasn't me. I'm a mess right now.
My medical condition has made me an enemy of Islam. I, 21F, am a college student that suffers from alopecia and a rare skin condition called solar urticaria. For those that don't know what either are, alopecia is a condition that causes me to spontaneously lose patches of my hair, and solar urticaria causes me to break out into hives and welts whenever my skin gets exposure to the sun. I made the brave decision of shaving my head last year due to my alopecia because I would have a breakdown whenever I had one of my flare-ups. It was a very hard decision for me and I missed having hair. I tried different treatments and even wore wigs, but my skin had a bad reaction to one of the wig glues that I used and I ended up getting a skin infection. I had to take tetracycline to treat it, which my body also had a very negative reaction to, and as a result, I developed solar urticaria. Solar urticaria is a very rare and very painful disease and there's unfortunately no cure. Talk about bad luck. I'm still taking treatments for both conditions, although I am notably staying away from wigs. I had no problem rocking the bald look after the wig fiasco, but after being diagnosed with solar urticaria, the lack of hair on my head became a problem due to there being no protection for my scalp. I was coming up with ways to appease my solar urticaria because dealing with the symptoms were not fun. So I began to wear long-sleeve shirts and pants, and I would apply heavy amounts of sunscreen, and I would take the medication that my doctor prescribed. I also started to wear scarves on my head. When I first started wearing my scarves, I had trouble keeping them on my head, so I started watching hijab tutorials on YouTube, and I got pretty good at wearing them. I would like to clarify that I am not Muslim, I just use the hijab tutorials to help me wear my scarves better. The trouble started when one of my classmates who is Muslim invited me to join out school's Muslim student union. I then told her that I wasn't actually Muslim, I just covered myself from head to toe for medical reasons. This offended my classmate and she said that I was making a mockery of her religion, and how dare I wear the hijab for selfish purposes. That's why I came here to Reddit. I had no intention of mocking the religion. I just wanted to make my quality of life more bearable. I have had less solar urticaria flare-ups due to the scarves, but I had no clue that what I was doing could actually be deemed offensive. However, I may be the jerk in this situation since I never bothered to research if what I am doing is okay. I really don't want to stop wearing my scarves because my life has become so much easier, but I'm now public enemy number 1 to all the Muslims at my college and I don't know what to do. Found out my boyfriend is really into curves. This is honestly gonna be weird, but I just need to speak about it to strangers who can tell me without bias their opinions. Most recently, I've, 24 female, moved in with my boyfriend, 27 male. From the beginning of our relationship, he's always loved my curves, squeezing them while we make love, not looking at my face while doing it, just showing so much attention to my belly, etc. I just assumed he really liked it, Sometimes if he's sitting at his desk he'll pull me over, put his head under my shirt, and kiss it and kinda sit on it. It's more like he's kinda giving me keys but not really. It doesn't bother me. It used to when we just started dating because I was so confused why he would like that part of my body. I have always felt self-conscious, of course about my weight, after gaining a bit during the pandemic and having other guys kinda try to not grab it at all and avoid it. Anyways, this weekend I found out, don't ask me how lol, he has an affinity for even larger women? Like almost too much, pays for p of them doing random things, walking around and squishing their belly. I understand this kind of work and I get it. I'm not blaming the girls, and I guess all guys have their thing, but I'm worried he's going to try and fatten me up more to get me to look like them. I'm not too far off, size 14. He already always makes me finish my plate of food even when I'm not hungry, which is completely against my past eating habits. Eat when I'm hungry and stop when I'm not. Am I crazy?
I'm leaving my wife after 15 years together. I'm not asking for advice, and I'm not going to change my mind. I'm tired of her criticizing everything I do, always complaining when the kids ask her for something, and just in general her bad attitude. My wife, June, fake name, and I are 35 years old, been together since 15 and married at 26. After 6 months of being together, even though we were young, I asked her if she ever saw herself being a mother, because I knew I've always wanted 2 kids, and I wanted to be on the same page with my partner. She said yes, she wanted kids of her own, but if I had known this was how nasty she was going to be, I would have left her. The first 3 years of our relationship were amazing. My parents loved her and vice versa. At 18 I knew I wanted to wife her up. The relationship started going downhill when we both went to college. She was 3 hours away from where I went to school at and made me come see her every weekend. Anytime I asked her if she'd come see me instead because I didn't have money for gas to drive all the way to her, or money for a bus ticket, she'd make an excuse as to why she couldn't come, or complain about how her friends' boyfriends would come and see them every weekend without complaint, and I'd suck it up and borrow money or use up my savings. This was the first red flag I ignored because I thought I was in love. Somehow things became worse after school. When we started working, I saved up to get my own place to stay at while she was still with her parents. When times become tough and I was low on money and couldn't afford my bills and groceries, my parents allowed me to stay at their place since I bought my house and didn't rent it, so I could just lock it up and come back when I wanted to. Apparently me moving out when I was struggling was an inconvenience to her. In her defense, she didn't have anywhere to go to when she was bored. Second red flag I ignored as she kept saying, as a man, how do your parents still pay your bills? I don't know why I married her after she humiliated me because of the present I gave her for her birthday. Her 26th birthday was coming up, so I decided to propose to her on her birthday and plan a small surprise for her to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Apparently that was tacky and cheap of me to propose at her birthday gathering. Now I always knew she wanted me to go all out for her proposal, and I was saving up for that, but since I wanted her to know I was serious about her and wanted to marry her, I proposed with a ring with an emerald gem. She flipped. She kept on talking about how small the ring was, and how she was disappointed in this cheap engagement. I told her about how I was saving up to give her the grand proposal she wanted, but then she told me she would have preferred to wait than wear that cheap ring. Still, I went ahead and married her. She was a complete pain in the butt during the wedding preparations. She kept on dismissing any ideas I had, and told me to let her handle all the planning, and I should just pay and watch. I let it go as I wanted peace. Now the kids, we have twin girls, 2 years old and absolute bundles of joy. When she first gave birth to them she was grumpy all the time and almost laid her hands on them once because they were crying. I took them to my parents' house for the weekend and gave her the scolding of her lifetime. She blamed it on her postpartum depression and said she'd go to therapy for it. The last straw for me was when she didn't pick me up on time from the airport, so I missed my girl's birthday. That's when I knew I was over her bull crap. She told me she was asleep when our girls were playing alone outside the house where the party was with no adult supervision because their friends' parents dropped them off and left. I'm keeping them with me when I sack her. There's no way in heck I'm letting her have my house. There are so many other incidents I can list, but for the sake of time I'm ending it here. Her birthday is in 2 weeks and she's always wanted to go to Greece, so I'm going to put the divorce papers in an envelope and name it Greece tickets and hide it in plain sight. She has no idea what's about to hit her insensitive, abusive self. I hope she's miserable.
I found my husband's secret stash. We keep no secrets from each other, except for keeping the door closed when we poop. I went looking for one of our old credit cards. He has a few little hidey holes for important stuff. He's like Wally, so I went to his bedside table, bottom drawer, where he occasionally keeps old financial stuff. And there it was, just staring at me. I had no idea. Every card I've ever given him, every cutesy love letter, every sappy post-it, stacked neatly in the back corner, some in envelopes, some out, over 6 inches high, every card I fretted over, every page of handwritten 3 a.m. hopes and dreams. I'm a writer, so words are important to me and they're the way I express myself when it's difficult to do so verbally. He knows this. People always say it's so nice to see how happy we are, that we're that couple. I feel it. It's not like we never left the honeymoon phase. We had some issues for a while. Most people don't know, but we pushed through and we're both better partners because of it. I never thought I could be this happy in a million years. I never would have dreamed that I could have this kind of loving, challenging, supportive, affectionate, attractive, silly, perfectly complementary relationship. I feel lucky every day to have found this wonderful man, and I will never, ever take it for granted. But seeing that stack of cards, even though it may seem small to some in the grand scheme of things, just really made me happy today. I told him I loved him for the first time in a rambling Valentine's Day card. 7 years ago, We make a special point on every birthday, anniversary, whatever, to get the other person a nice card, write a little something. Maybe one day he'll be looking for something and find my stash, tucked away in my bookshelf, a stack of every card he's ever given me.
I went to a pride event as a straight white man. I am a straight white man with a bisexual girlfriend. I've been trying to expand my horizons a bit over the past few years, and she asked me to go to a drag show with her. Against my typical nature, I said yes. It was the most fun I've had in ages. It was packed elbow to elbow. I didn't see a single fight. Someone bumped me and I dropped my drink on the foot of a drunk person. I apologized, and the drama was immediately over with no hard feelings. No one got in a fight. The show was really funny. The drag queen announcer had me cracking up when they were dogging on people in the crowd and making people who were there for their birthday dance on the stage. Everyone was dressed up in pride costumes and genuinely looked like they were having a great time and wanted to be there. My favorite part was when a 68-year-old lady got a dance from a male dancer and the dude smiled huge and gave her a big hug and kiss on the cheek. She looked like my grandma, and she walked out on the stage for her birthday walk and dance, and the crowd went absolutely berserk cheering for her, and I'll bet she'd never had that entire type of attention her whole life. Come on, straight white people. These are the people we call pals? These are the people we are scared of being nearing children? Give me a f***ing break. I have never seen such a drunk, densely packed large crowd of people so nice to one another, so nice to me, and having such a positive and accepting towards anyone, even white as straight me. It didn't turn me gay either. As it turns out, the gay is not contagious, but it's got me thinking maybe if it did, that wouldn't be a bad thing to be a member of the least toxic community I've seen in years. As a country we can do better. I'm going next year. I don't vote conservative, but they have at least one white, rural male that will never vote to take away rights, status, or protection. I accidentally fell into a family with my best friend, and it's the best thing to ever happen to me. I had a very rough childhood growing up. I didn't have a dad, and my mom was never really there because she had a rough battle with health issues and got hooked on narcotics. I had friends growing up, but I had my best friend since I was 12. Her name is Lily. We have been extremely close due to our childhood issues, and we had always been there for each other. We had talks of being together, but got cold feet because we were scared if it didn't work. We couldn't recover from that. When I was 18, I didn't really want to go to college. School had never been for me, so I went into a trade. I work long hours, but it's been worth it and I make solid money right now for my position. I'll come back to this in a bit. When we were 19, Lily got pregnant by her boyfriend. The dude somehow managed to avoid child support payments and broke up with her, and has not seen the kid once in his life. Complete deadbeat. Makes me disgusted. Lily was scared, but I told her I would be here when she needed. She didn't have parents that would help, but I told her I'd help where I can when the kid gets here. Lo and behold, she gave birth to a beautiful little girl named Kelsey. I was there when she was born and it was a weird moment. I don't know to explain it, but I did feel happy for her. Now we're 21, and ever since then this little girl has had me wrapped around her finger. I've done my round of the diapers, bottles, middle of the night screaming, etc. Every day I get home from work we sit there and we watch her little shows, and we spend a lot of time together as the three of us as well. When we walk, she grabs my pointer finger with her whole hand because it's so little. She stands up and kisses me on the cheek after I change her, and she loved her snuggles where she just lays on top of me with her head laid up against my chest. As of recently, she has begun speaking. She has been calling me daddy. I've been feeling really weird about it lately, feeling like it's not right, and that someday she needs to know the truth. I talked to Lily about it one night and got her opinion of it. She sat there with a slight grin and then she came up behind me and hugged me. She said you're the best dad she could ever ask for, and then proceeded to tell me we'll worry about talking to her when she understands. As far as she is concerned, you are her daddy, and you are to me as well. I turned around and hugged her. We had a long talk about what's been going on lately with us as we have been engaging in not so just friends activities, and she just said I like this. I like our family. I just kind of froze for a second and asked her, is this what we want to do? And she followed up by saying I think we've been doing this for a while now, and then laughed. We had a great moment and agreed to be a family. I had told her I needed to run to the drugstore for some diapers for Kelsey. On the way there, I bursted into tears. I cried for maybe a good 30 minutes. I don't even know how I describe what I was thinking and feeling, but I was happy. I just know that there isn't a thing in this world I wouldn't do for those two. It feels like I can relax and reflect on everything that's happened to this point, but also I don't. I basically have a family I'm looking out for. Like no matter what happens, I have people who will depend on me, and something like that makes me want to be the best man I can. In about another year, I will have my official license for my trade, giving me a substantial pay raise and a new job that I already have lined up. I've already started looking at houses and rings. We've also talked about having our own once I get my license. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I wanted to share it with someone, but I don't really have those people in my life. Thanks for reading.
My kid came out as trans and I'm struggling, but not for the reasons you think. I've always known, even as a baby he seemed happiest in his cousin's boy hand-me-downs and would protest if I dressed him in pink frilly things. The minute he learned to walk it's been rough and tumble, dirt under his nails, bugs in his pockets. I thought maybe he was going to be a tomboy like me until he was 5 and he tried to shave his head with his dad's beard trimmer, huge bald spots everywhere in his beautiful long blonde hair. He looked at me with tears running down his chubby baby cheeks. Mama, I don't want to be a girl. I got out the clippers and shaved his head. I knew. At 7, if someone said he was a girl, he would ball up his fists and tell you he was a boy. I never once corrected him, but somebody did. I don't know who and I don't know when, but someone got in his sweet little head and for a moment, he decided he was a girl. He tried for a while to be a girl, donning dresses with scrapped knees, Scuffed Mary Janes and grass stains. He tried to love ponies and Barbies and all things girl, but he hated it, and you could tell he did. I knew. At 10 he was diagnosed with anxiety and depression. 10, he confided in me that he had such scary thoughts and my heart broke into a million pieces. I got him a therapist and he started meds and he started doing better for a while, but then that didn't seem to help either. One night when he was 11 he fell into my chest and sobbed that he didn't think he was a girl. I told him it was okay and he didn't have to be a girl. We talked about all the different genders and I researched and answered all of his questions as best as I could. I got in touch with some non-binary and trans friends and asked for their help. He decided that he was non-binary and for a while he denounced gender altogether, but I knew. One night a few weeks ago at 13 he asked me to pass the butter during dinner and immediately after, as if he was telling me something as mundane as the weather, he said it, "Mom, I'm a boy, I'm trans." The look on his face was part hope and part terror, but it was all brave. He's always been brave, even when he can't see it. I told him I loved him and that would never change and that I would love him regardless, not in spite of. I always wanted a boy. I'm terrified. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's so kind and gentle. He always has been. I'm trying so hard not to mess this up. It's too important. But I am scared and part of my mama heart wants to squash it, not because I don't believe him or I don't support him but because I am afraid and I want to protect him, afraid of how the world is going to treat him, afraid of the current political climate we live in, afraid of the things trans men experience at the hands of some evil cis men, afraid of the cruelty he may face, afraid of the absolutely staggering self-destruction rate among trans people and that I may one day bury my son because of it. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go from here. Logically I do but mentally and emotionally, I'm just stuck. I don't really have anyone I can talk to about this. I just hope he knows that he is so loved and that is enough. I outed my sister to our parents. 3 years later she still doesn't talk to me. My husband hates when I talk about this to him because he thinks I should be over it by now, but sometimes I need to talk about it. 3 years ago my sister came out to me as a lesbian. My reaction was pretty bad to say the least. At the time I was very involved in the Mormon church. I'm still a member, but I'm not as radical as I was before. I told my sister that I didn't want her around my kids anymore and I needed to distance myself until I prayed about everything. In my mind, I needed direction from God on what to do in this situation. My sister cried and begged me not to tell our parents. That same night I told our parents about what my sister told me. They were extremely angry and confronted her. Things got much worse from there. My family was encouraged to distance ourselves from my sister by our bishop. Since my sister is an adult, pays her own bills, and lives in her own apartment, it was easy to avoid her. At the time I thought I did the right thing. It sounds dumb, but when she graduated from college a few months later it really hit me that I lost my sister. My family is the type of family to always attend big events for each other. We always go all. So seeing my sister succeed in something she's worked hard with us sucked. I texted her and apologized. I told her that I would like to have an open conversation if she was open to it, but she never responded. It's been 3 years, and my beliefs on the LGBTQ community has changed drastically. I now see how ignorant and brainwashed I was. I've reached out to my sister many times, but I never get a response. Last I heard she moved to a new state and works as an ICU nurse. Not a day goes by that I don't think about this. The guilt from this keeps me up at night. Husband and brother had an affair. Don't know if I should laugh or cry. So, I 35 female found out my husband, 38 male, of 6 years was having an affair. That alone would be enough to push anyone's buttons, right? But just wait. There's a twist. He wasn't having an affair with another woman, nope. He was having an affair with my brother. Yeah, you read that right, my bloody brother. Now, I'm not one to judge anyone for their preferences. Live and let live. You know, what got me is the betrayal. The absolute soul-crushing betrayal from the two people I loved most in this world. You know, those folks who are supposed to be your rock when everything else goes to hell. Yeah, those. I found out purely by accident. I wasn't snooping, promise. Just looking for an old picture on my husband's laptop. We often swapped devices and didn't really have any boundaries when it came to privacy, or so I thought. Stumbled upon some emails. Not just any emails. Lovey-dovey ones. With my brother, my world collapsed. Literally my legs gave out, and I ended up on the floor, staring at those words that made absolutely no sense. I swear, if confusion and hurt had a baby, that baby was me at that moment. It's been a rough few weeks since that day. I confronted them both. I wish I could tell you that it was a heated discussion with flying pots and pans, but honestly, it was a quiet conversation with a lot of crying. More from my end, obviously. I feel deceived, cheated, and just replaced. It's one thing to be swapped out for another woman, but to find out that your husband is gay, and in love with your brother, that's a level of pain and confusion I never thought I'd have to endure. Life's been a whirlwind of emotions since then. The crying, the anger, the self-doubt, the stages of grief for a marriage I thought was solid. I've moved out temporarily, staying with a friend. On top of it all, I feel so isolated. Like, how do you even begin to talk about this with your friends? How do you explain it without feeling like a circus freak? And before anyone says, yes, I have started therapy. What's next for me? I don't know, probably a divorce. It's still a raw wound. Right now, I'm just surviving. I'm trying to remember who I am outside of being a wife, a sister. Outside of this betrayal, I'm trying to figure out what this means for me, for my relationship with my brother, for my view on love. Sorry for the long rant. Thanks for reading.
I am never going on a trip with my girlfriend ever again. I, 22 male, have a goal of going to all 50 states, and last week I drove through Arizona and New Mexico. My girlfriend, 23 female, has never been out of California and asked to tag along, and I said sure. We have been together for almost a full year and I have been wondering what she's like on vacations and trips. I admittedly am not someone who will go on luxurious vacations. I will make sure I'm in a safe place, but I don't have a problem with sleeping in airports, bus stops, train stations, and libraries. This trip was nothing like that though. I found 2 days in hotels with 4 stars and one of them had complimentary breakfast. My girlfriend tagged along and complained for about 95% of the trip. She complained that my car was too small, the weather was too hot, the weather is too cold, we're staying at a Days Inn? Are there better places around? These bed sheets feel weird and the AC is too cold. This shower has a curtain? I don't want to go to this restaurant. That restaurant looks weird. Let's not eat there. This is the Grand Canyon? I thought it would be prettier. Albuquerque is ugly. Why did you want to go here? I don't want to go on a hike. I'll stay in the car. Any suggestion I gave was turned down. When I asked if she wanted to do something or go somewhere, I barely received a response. She freaked out at a waitress because they made her order wrong and caused a scene. We went to the Grand Canyon and she didn't clean up her garbage when we had lunch and said it's the park ranger's job. By the time we got home I was completely exhausted. I dropped her off and drove back to my house without music just so I could enjoy a period of silence. This trip opened my eyes into what she can be like when she isn't 15 minutes away from our city. It was her first time out of state, but she barely displayed any signs of common decency towards people, and I ended up apologizing for her behavior multiple times. I should not have to apologize for my girlfriend's actions because she received bacon instead of sausage. I'm exhausted. Update. Today I messed up telling my girlfriend how I met my friends. My mom and dad invited me to have dinner at their house a few nights ago. I was planning to inform them about my breakup during dinner, but I realized it was too late when I showed up at the house. My parents were already informed. The dinner invitation was a smokescreen to confront me about the details. My ex-girlfriend apparently broke the news to my mom and dad soon after our relationship came to an end. My parents knew about the SX party, the friends I made from there, and why my girlfriend no longer wanted anything to do with me. It was an ambush, or an intervention, I don't know, but it was awkward. My mom wanted me to make her believe that my ex-girlfriend lied and that I never participated in Group SX. I confirmed what my ex-girlfriend said was true. My mom looked disturbed and asked if I got tested. I assured her that I was clean and that it's almost been a year since the SX party. My dad looked equally disturbed and asked if I was really friends with people who openly shared their bodies like that. I said yes and described them as good friends. I even told my dad that one of my friends who openly shared her body also openly shared her homemade lasagna that my dad enjoyed eating when he was sick. I asked my mom if she remembered the DJ with the tattoos that stepped in at the last minute at my sister's wedding because the original DJ dropped out. My mom said yes. I asked my mom if she remembered that DJ playing some of her favorite golden oldies like Flashdance, What a Feeling and Stand By Me. My mom said yes. I asked my mom if she could guess how it came to be that I knew that DJ. My mom said, oh. I told my parents not to worry about me and advised them to avoid communicating with my ex-girlfriend because whatever was happening between us was between us. Towards the end of the dinner, my mom and dad knew a lot more about my Group SX friends and seemed less uncomfortable. I think once the shock of me being involved in an SX party fades away, my parents might be keen to meet my friends one day. Hopefully the day never comes though, lol. I took a dancer to breakfast and had the best morning in years. I travel a lot for work, and that makes for some lonely nights. Last week or so I found myself at a gentleman's club in Texas trying to kill some time when I eventually ran into a young lady called Nina. We got to chatting and got some dances. While I know it is their job to get as much money from me as possible, this one just felt different for some reason. Anyways, Nina stuck around for a bit and she expressed that she wasn't having the best night and was kind of burnt out on work. It was late and I was starving, so I suggested we get some Denny's or something. She explained how she can't be seen leaving with me or she can risk getting fired, so we planned to regroup at the new location. To my surprise, she actually showed up, with a huge smile on her face. We ordered our food and just talked for hours about life, aspirations, and how we both ended up in our professions. Come to find out we had a ton in common. Everything from video games, crazy controlling parents and just random hobbies. It was honestly just pleasant. There was no tension, intimate motives, or anything. Just two friends opening up to each other, really listening and sharing life stories. I really don't know why I am sharing this, but I will say I enjoyed her company so much because what started off as a night of debauchery ended in one of the most wholesome evenings. She was truly one of the most genuine people I have met in years. I did end up getting her real name and number, and we chat from time to time. She ended up being a breath of fresh air, and I think I really needed that.
My date slapped me. Hi, last night I was kind of taken aback by my date. We met on a dating app and have been texting for a few weeks but made last-minute plans to get a drink last night. So we got a few drinks and then he asked to go to my car. I figured he wanted to kiss, so I said yes. He was such a gentleman. He opened the door for me to the bar and to my car, which I thought was so sweet. Most people don't open car doors on dates anymore. So we started making out in the car, but it was soft and gentle. Then he starts biting. After a few minutes, he asks, can we drive somewhere else? It's close to my house, so we went to a park I know close by. So we get to the park and start making out again. Then I climbed on top and sat on him while we kissed. It started getting a little rough with lip biting and light neck touching. Then he lightly taps my face on my cheek with his fingertips, and I remember thinking, that was so soft, he'd better keep it that way. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, when I stop kissing him and look up at him, he does it hard. I was so shocked I didn't know what to do. Then he did it again, but even harder. I was honestly scared. He was so gentle at first and was so delicate with me, looking and kissing everywhere so passionately. Then all of a sudden, smack. I understand this is personal liking of his, and I didn't know what to say after. I've never had that happen before, and I don't think I liked it. Before he did that, he whispered, "You're safe," during the neck touching, which I do like, and maybe the soft taps were a warning that he was about to really do it to me, but I was really caught off guard. I thought maybe if someone were ever to do that to me, they would ask before or wouldn't do it so hard. I mean, that was one of the hardest I've ever had. I've only ever had it on the bum, which that's saying something because on the bum, they go pretty hard. I don't know if I should just embrace the BDSM or obviously tell him I didn't like that, but my biggest concern is that he may end up physically hurting me. I just found this very odd because we never discussed these things beforehand, and this was our first time meeting. Very bold of him, I thought. My ex divorced me and now wants to be together again after 4 years. I'm 46 female and my ex-husband 45 male were college sweethearts and married at 26. Right before we got married, I gave birth to a beautiful daughter who's now 21 years old. I loved both of them dearly, and we've been a happy family for about 16 years before everything went down. Our only problem was my ex's mother. She always had a strong dislike for me. She never thought I was good enough for her baby boy. We had many fights, and my ex cut contact with her after the wedding when she tried wearing white to it. We had many encounters with her years after that, sending us gifts for my daughter and purposely trying to get us to contact her again to seeing her outside our house. 4 years ago, I got home from work to see my ex and his mom together on the couch. My ex was on the verge of tears, yelling and calling me a cheater. I tried to explain I didn't, but his mother supposedly had proof, saying she saw me with another man out in a restaurant together. I'm very faithful and loyal, but he refused to hear me out. We got into a big argument before he packed up and left to stay with his mother. When my daughter got home from a friend's house, she too started to blame me when she found out from her dad. She went to live with her dad while he sent out divorce papers. It took about a year before it was finalized. He got custody of her, and I was granted visitation rights, but she never wanted to see me. It took a long time to move on. I sought therapy and fell into a huge depression. I knew my ex's mother made it up to tears us apart. I can't believe he listened to her so carelessly. I don't blame my daughter, but it still hurts. I moved out of the house to allow my ex and my daughter to live there. I ended up moving to a small apartment. It's been 4 years, and I started to finally be happy again. I made new friends. We had so much fun and I got a promotion at work. I still missed my family, my daughter, but I couldn't do anything about it. 2 days ago, my daughter called me. It's been 4 years since I've last seen or heard from her. She said that my ex's mother admitted to lying. She said that my ex got a new girlfriend and his mother was furious, claiming he shouldn't have one after all the trouble she did to get rid of me. They got into a heated fight before he kicked his mom out. I nearly wanted to cry. I thought she would never admit it. And now I'm hearing my daughter. She asked to meet up and apologized so many times. I told her we could meet tomorrow. Yesterday, I met her at a restaurant, but she brought along my ex, something she never mentioned, nor have I agreed upon. He was apologizing, saying how much he missed me and that he dumped his girlfriend. He wanted us to be together. Again, I excused myself and left them there. I got back home to lots of phone calls from my daughter and text messages from her. She wanted us to talk, and she called me an asshole for leaving. I told her I wasn't comfortable and that she needed to understand. I had to mute my phone and put it down for a bit. I haven't responded yet, and I'm not sure what to do. I love her, but I can't talk to her with him there. Not yet anyways. It feels so fast. I wanted to do it one-on-one. I'm deeply hurt and crying as I'm typing this. I don't know what to do. My boyfriend let 3 of his friends touch me while unconscious. They have multiple pictures of me exposed. I don't know what to do. I should say ex-boyfriend. I'm so sick and disgusted right now. About 3 months ago was my 20th birthday. My boyfriend is a hockey player and he had an away tournament on my birthday weekend. We had been together for 6 months at this point. After his late game on the Saturday, we went to a nearby bar to celebrate, and I don't drink, so I do get drunk fast when I do, but I still don't know if it was just alcohol that made me pass out. I can also clearly remember in the bar when I started to feel off, thinking I needed to find him because he was the only one I could trust to keep me safe if I passed out. All I really remember is begging him to take me back to the hotel because I didn't feel good, and that was it. Around midnight maybe? He claims I had McDonald's when we got back, but I don't remember anything outside of the bar. The next morning he acted completely normal. I noticed his friends laughing and looking at me funny, but I assumed it was because I was acting crazy all night. I did wake up with some pain in certain areas but still assumed it was from me being drunk. Fast forward to last week, one of his teammates' girlfriends came to my apartment and told me everything. She only found out because she saw a picture of me in their group chat and went on her boyfriend's phone and found it. Pictures of me blacked out with full detail of what happened, and my own boyfriend is in the chat laughing about it. I'm so sick I just don't even know what to do. This is disgusting to do to a stranger, let alone your girlfriend of 6 months, and then to act completely normal afterwards like nothing happened. A month ago he was telling me he wanted to get married and have kids with me, and now I'm finding this out. I have to wonder if he ever did anything else to me too. Legally, I don't know what to do next. She left me with the screenshots, but I'm so scared of what happens. I'm terrified if I tell anyone and they don't help me. They might post them or something. I also saw about 5 pictures. I don't know what all they have from that night. The pictures I saw, I'm fully topless. One is fully exposed. I'm just so scared they'll immediately blackmail me for taking legal action. However, on the other hand, 2 of the photos I have them in them too. They are fully clothed but touching me, and I'm clearly blacked out. I don't know what to do, but I needed to at least get some of this out in hopes someone can give me some encouragement to keep going, because right now all I want is to pass away. I know a lot of people will suggest go to my family, but I only have a dad and an older brother, and they might end up in more legal trouble than them if I tell them before police. My ex-boyfriend and I go to the same university, but we're out for the summer, so I don't know if they'd help with anything. God, I do not know what to do. I'm so lost.
My parents disowned me 5 years ago for false accusations. Now they want to talk. I am bisexual. When this all happened, I was still in the closet and didn't tell anyone about my ex or our relationship. My ex and my family were my whole world. I thought I had a good relationship with my parents. I had inside jokes with my dad, shared hobbies with my mom. I also had a good relationship with my sister, 10, at the time. I didn't drink, smoke, or be late most nights. I wasn't perfect, but I wasn't that troubled teenager of a boy that didn't even deserve to be effing hurt. In the summer, my ex and I planned a sleepover at his parents' house. I know it was a dumb decision to sleep at his parents' house when no one knew about our relationship, but I was 19, dumb and hormonal. His parents hurt us and his father entered the room and laid his hands on my ex-boyfriend. When he tried to get me as well, his wife grabbed him and I quickly grabbed my clothes and ran away and went to my home. In the evening of the next day, my father entered my room and grabbed my hair while my mother was crying and asking me if I had essayed my little sister as well. I didn't understand what she was saying, and I told her of course I didn't essay her, but my father said that I was just a mistake and dragged me out of the house and told me that if I didn't run away from him now like I ran away from my victim's house yesterday, he will turn himself into the police because he will be unaliving me. I tried to call my ex-boyfriend to make sure he was okay, but he didn't answer. When I called my grandmother, she told me I should be ashamed of myself and I should surrender myself to the police, and that she would support me if I did this. I tried to ask her what was happening, but she said that she couldn't bear to hear my voice and hung up the phone. I went to the house of my close friend Angel. She wasn't at home, but her father was. I call him uncle. I did not plan to talk to him, but I could not stand it and cried in front of him. He listened to me and assured me that I had a place in his house and to not worry. The next day, my uncle sat me down and told me that he spoke to my father, and he told him that I had essayed my ex-boyfriend and forced him to do things he didn't want to do. Had it not been for his parents discovering us, I would have continued the essay. I was shocked and showed him the messages that were between us. I don't remember what happened, but I was crying hysterically and Angel was holding me and my uncle calling the ambulance. After I got out of the hospital, we spoke with a lawyer and reached an agreement with my ex-boyfriend that he would confess to my family that it was a lie, otherwise I will file a defamation case. All the evidence was against my ex-boyfriend and he accepted. But it wasn't enough for my parents because they sent me a legal disowned letter. I will spare you from the details, but know that I am fine now. 2 days ago, my parents sent me a long message, asking to talk. They said my sister died, and they wanted me at the funeral on Friday, and to talk. I told them to F off and to give the funeral location. They told me either I talk to them or they won't give me the time or location. I want to see my little sister, but I don't want to see my parents. The thought of them only makes me sick. What did I do wrong to deserve this? Be gay.
I flirted with a customer even though I'm taken and now my boyfriend is mad. Okay, that title makes me sound absolutely terrible. I know. Some backstory. Me and Terry, male 20, have been dating for a few years now. I'm bisexual, and he knows this. I work at a pharmacy, and one of our regular customers, Jean, female 70s, is a complete ray of sunshine, an absolute sweetheart, and she stops by like once every 2 weeks to pick up her medicine. Jean is a widow. A few months back she picked up a medication that required verification she was over 21, and the system needed a driver's license ID even though she's obviously over 21. I played along and sternly asked her if she had her driver's license, and said I'm not sure you're over 21 playfully. She said oh dear and laughed and it became a little joke, and she and I have been acquaintances if not distantly friends ever since. I see her, like I said, about every 2 weeks, and I always compliment her appearance or say I love her glasses, etc. She started going on walks for health and I'll compliment her figure or ask if I should look for her in the upcoming Olympics, etc. Most recently, a few weeks ago, Terry stopped by my work and he was waiting in a seat when Jean came to get her medicine. She mentioned in passing that she had a date, yay, lined up, and I mock gasped and asked if I was going to be invited to the wedding. She laughed and said only if she could come to mine, and that was basically the whole interaction. I may have complimented her skin or her shoes or something. Terry was in a sour mood for the entire drive back to my house, and when I pressed him he said he didn't like how flirty I was with Jean. Of course, I reassured him and told him that I'm just extra nice because she's on 30 different meds and a widow, and I wanted to make her day a little better, but he says I'm crossing a line and that taken girls shouldn't act that way. Now, on the one hand, I can see where he's coming from. If Jean was 50 years younger and I was saying this stuff to her at a party, I think there wouldn't be a doubt about it and I'd be overstepping a boundary if not outright cheating, but she's over 70. A senior citizen, and I'm just trying to make her day a little better. Part of me thinks it's actually comical that he feels threatened by this, but honestly I'm not sure. I guess I want to know now, am I actually overstepping my relationship's boundaries? Am I weird for one, flirting with Jean, and two, thinking it isn't a big deal? This is kind of the only relationship I've ever been in, so I don't know whether it's normal to be upset about something like this. Advice would be appreciated. What's your greatest achievement under the sheets? Emily's perspective. Josh thought that he and I were an unstoppable gaming duo. I used to hate Guitar Hero. Literally only he liked it, but eventually I caved in and played it, and for a while, it brought us closer together. But as time went on, I noticed a change in Josh. Gaming became more than just a hobby, it consumed his life. Hours turned into days, and days turned into weeks, all spent in front of the screen, lost in virtual worlds. I tried talking to Josh about it, but he didn't see his gaming as a problem. He was oblivious to the fact that our connection was slipping away. It didn't help that his online friends were bad influences. He gave us the nickname Ressies cause we're supposedly peanut butter and chocolate, like that isn't blatantly racist. Desperate to rekindle our passion and remind him of what we had, I decided to take a risk. That's when I discovered Tabs Chocolates, a magical solution that claimed to enhance intimacy and desire. I knew it was a long shot, but I was willing to try anything to bring us back together. With hopeful determination, I purchased a box, hoping that it would reignite the spark in our relationship. One night, after another intense session of smelling Josh's swamp ass and playing Through the Fire and the Flames on Guitar Hero, I approached Josh with a proposition. I told him about the SX chocolates. I really do believe they have the ability to deepen our connection and reignite our passion. I wanted to show him that there was more to our relationship than just gaming. To my surprise, Josh agreed to give it a try. Maybe deep down, he sensed that something was amiss too. After we beat the song, we finally opened the box of Tabs chocolates. It felt like opening the suitcase from Pulp Fiction. The gold foil literally shimmered over us, and anticipation filled the room. As we savored the rich chocolate, a subtle change came over us. The flavors danced on our tongues, but it was more than just taste. The chocolate seemed to awaken something within us, stirring a longing for a deeper connection. I wanted to show Josh that intimacy and love could exist beyond Xbox Live and Discord, right there, in the real world with me. As the music of Through the Fire and the Flames echoed through our minds, we made love. Synchronized with the rhythm of the song, we were fast as shit. I still can't sit properly. It was a way for us to bridge the gap between our shared passion for gaming and the physical intimacy we both craved. The SX chocolates acted as a sort of key, unlocking a connection we hadn't felt in a long time. Though it was just a single night, it planted a seed of change within us. I thought it made Josh realize that our relationship needed attention and nurturing, but instead he bought more SX chocolate flavors and, honestly, I'm not mad. The intercourse goes hard.
What's your greatest achievement under the sheets? To me, Emily and I are both the best relationship and the ultimate gaming duo. We're like peanut butter and chocolate. That's what we call each other since she's Blasian and I'm black. We're obsessed with Guitar Hero and we go crazy for what feels like hours. But there's this one song, man, you guys know it too, Through the Fire and the Flames. It's like the Everest of Guitar Hero, and we've been struggling to conquer it. So, one night, we're chilling in our cozy gaming den, eyes glued to the screen. Emily, with that mischievous smile of hers, drops a bombshell. She leans in, all secretive like, and goes, "Hey babe, I'll give you head and let you finish in me, and a special treat if you can beat Through the Fire and the Flames and turn off the game. I'm all ears now." My heart's racing. Reward? What kind of reward? I ask, trying to act cool even though my mind's on fire. Emily's grin widens, and she whispers, "Tabs chocolates, bro, you know, the ones on TikTok that supposedly spice things up." Damn, my jaw practically dropped to my ass. Tabs chocolates? This just got hella interesting. Feeling determined and horny all at once, I lock eyes with Emily and say, "You're on, babe. If I conquer the beast of a song, you better be ready to unleash the chocolate magic, girl." We grab our trusty plastic guitars, fingers twitching with anticipation. The song starts, and we dive into the virtual world of rock and roll. Notes fly by like a freaking hurricane, but we're in sync, zoned in, and ready to slay this beast. Attempt after attempt, we push ourselves to the limit, fingers cramp, sweat drips, and frustration mounts, but we refuse to give up. We're in this together, driven by the promise of the ultimate reward. Then it happens. On that one epic run, the stars align, and we freaking nail it. The crowd goes wild, and we high-five like we just won the World Cup. We did it, man. Breathing heavy and grinning like a couple of mad geniuses, Emily grabs my hand and leads me to our bedroom. She pulls out a secret stash of Tabs chocolates from this black and gold box with gold foiling, and it's game time. We pop those chocolate delights into our mouths, savoring the rich, velvety taste. Instantly, a rush courses through us, intensifying our desires like never before. It's like our bodies have been electrified, ready to take things to a whole new level. Inspired by the rhythm of the song that we just conquered, we decide to take it up a notch. We sync our movements, our thrusts, to the beat of Through the Fire and the Flames. It's an insane idea, but we're fueled by the passion and the energy of the moment. As the song blares from the speakers, our bodies move in perfect harmony, riding the waves of pleasure and matching the beat. It's a mind-blowing experience, the ultimate fusion of music, gaming, and our deepest desires. The Tabs chocolates have enhanced our drive, intensifying every sensation. Check out Emily's wild perspective. I've really enjoyed watching my neighbor fall in love. My bedroom window faces my neighbor's kitchen and front yard. I don't try to spy on him or deliberately watch him, but our windows face each other, so when I'm at my desk I often will catch a momentary glimpse of his life. He got divorced or separated close to 5 years ago. The lawn started to get long, His kid was a bit more free range. You could see the kitchen table getting covered with letters and dishes. The back porch was falling apart. It was sad to see. I've never spoken to him, but we wave to each other sometimes and he seems nice enough. But a few months ago I noticed him staying up really late often. He had put a new computer on the kitchen table, and on my many bathroom breaks I would see him up at the computer, sometimes with the curtain pulled but still with the computer glow on the edges. Soon after the lawn was cut, the table was cleared off. A few days later an unknown car was parked on our street outside his house. It showed up a few more times until one day I glanced out to see him holding hands walking with a mystery woman. She was beautiful honestly, and they looked so happy. They were talking and laughing and walking back from getting coffee. The lawn's been neat. He's doing what looks like improvement projects again. And he's even shaving and standing up taller. It's really nice to see. Since then I smile whenever the new car is parked outside my neighbor's house. And the lights have still been on super late, but now it's upstairs. And I don't get a view in that one, but I'm sure they're having a great time. Can't really tell anyone I'm sort of spying on my neighbor, so figured I'd let Reddit know.
Husband cheated with our marriage counselor, and I don't know what to do. So yeah, you read the title. My 49 female, husband, 50 male, and our relationship counselor, 38 female, a part of my life I considered sacred, has become a toxic blend of lies and deceit. The person who was supposed to help us get back on track ended up derailing us completely. To give you the full picture, we were high school sweethearts. Yeah, the cliched story of meant to be together forever, but fast forward 20 years, 2 kids, and a mortgage later, it wasn't so rosy. We were drifting apart, arguing over silly things, losing the us in the process. That's when we decided to rope in a counselor, a beacon in the storm of our marital discord. Our counselor, let's just say, was charismatic, empathetic, intelligent, and seemingly genuine. We had our sessions, spoke about our problems, and she was the one helping us navigate through it all. We were making progress, I thought. It felt like we were starting to remember why we fell in love in the first place. The D-Day arrived unceremoniously one weekend when I stumbled upon some messages on his phone. Now, I'm not a snoop, but he'd left his phone open on the kitchen table, and I saw her name pop up. In retrospect, I think he wanted to be found out. Those messages, they were explicit, intimate, leaving no room for doubt. My heart felt like it had been ripped out, stomped on, and fed to wolves. It was a searing pain, something I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. The rest of the day was a blur of anger, tears, and a whole lot of whiskey. Confrontation was inevitable. He confessed, said it had been going on for months. The counselor was surprisingly silent when I rang her up. The gall of her to just hang up on me. I felt betrayed, abandoned, used. It was as if I had been thrown out of a plane without a parachute. The past few weeks have been horrible. The kids are confused, they sense the tension, but I've tried to shield them as much as I can. We are in the process of separating, but it's the emotional turmoil that's killing me. The deceit, the betrayal, the shattered trust. It feels like a gaping wound. I've been trying to keep myself sane, to distract myself from the constant loop of their betrayal playing in my mind. Sorry for the long rant, but it feels good to let it all out. The future seems so uncertain right now, but I guess it's time to rebuild. It's not going to be easy, but I'm not going down without a fight. I am leaving my husband because of my mother-in-law. I, 34 female, have been married to my husband for 5 years. Of those 5 years, I spent the last 3 years taking care of his mother. His mother is very sick. She can hardly go to the bathroom on her own. I have to wash her and clean her. He never discussed anything about it to me. He just moved his mother into our house without asking me. I suggested that we should hire a nurse and he said it was a waste of money. Why do we need to hire a nurse when we can take care of her? My husband promised he would help, but he hasn't lifted a finger. I did everything. I fed his mom. I bathed her. I cleaned her after she did her business. I am exhausted and feel like less of myself. I don't recognize myself in the mirror anymore. I always unclock for her. My husband doesn't help me, but he expects me to help his mother. He just comes home and plays video games. I complained about this and he yelled at me. He said he is very stressed about his mother and he needs video games to calm his nerves. The only time I saw him do anything was on his mom's birthday. We were about to start a family last year, but he said not now and has the audacity to complain that I do not look myself anymore. I gained weight. I have eye bags. My skin looks dry. My hands started to resemble his own mother. I am just done now. I sacrificed my job for him. I left my job and took a part-time job just to take care of his mom. I should have left when 4 years ago I asked him to lend me some money for my dad's operation and he gave me a bunch of excuses. He even criticized me if I spend too much time with my own sick dad. Today at work he is going to be served. I have been planning my escape for a few months. I'm staying with a close relative. I have enough money saved for me. I'm glad I didn't have kids with such an ungrateful man. Robert, I hope you enjoy cleaning your mom's shite-covered arse every day because I am done.
Update. My students use sign language in class and I found out something horrific. Hi everyone, here is the update. Once again, thanks to all the support. This is written late at night and I'm tired, so it's once again very poorly written, but I will try my best. So I talked with Jay, her mentor, and someone else from school. I talked with them alone before we talked with Jay so they would understand the situation better. Jay's mentor was the one to talk the most because I wasn't sure what to say, but when Jay's mentor, let's just call her M, asked why Jay did all of this, Jay started crying and didn't want to talk anymore. M wanted me to leave because she believed Jay didn't want to talk because I was there, so I left. A little bit later I was called by M, She wanted me to come and talk about what happened and what Jay told her. Like a lot of you already thought, Jay had a rough time at home and was indeed being abused, not physically by her parents but emotionally. Her parents constantly favored her younger sisters over her and, in Jay's words, don't care about her. Her older sister would regularly bring multiple boys home while babysitting Jay and her sisters, which is probably one of the reasons Jay learned about intimate stuff. A lot of others in the comments thought Jay was being essayed at home, but that's not what is going on. Jay told M that her other classmate, L, who is 2 years older due to having to repeat a year, essays Jay. Jay says that L claims that this is what love is, and that's why Jay thought that it was okay to say those things about me because she loves me. Jay explained to M that she didn't mean it like that and that she wouldn't want to hurt me. Apparently Jay had the feeling that she was in love with me and told this to her friends. They taught her that the things she said, like stalking me and potentially breaking into my house, are part of being in love, and that's why she did it. I saw another comment saying that Jay acts like this towards me because I'm one of the few nice people in her life. I'm not sure. Jay did not say anything that would prove that, although I think that's probably what's going on and that's why she thinks she's in love with me. I really can't think of any other reason why a 12-year-old would like me. This is all I know now. All happened today. Although I don't think I'm gonna get more updates on the situation. M is, like I mentioned in a comment, not one of the best people ever, so I doubt she will involve me further. But if everything Jay says is true, I hope she gets some help and possibly a new home. I would love to update further, but that's only if I get updates myself. Have a good night to everyone still awake. Today I messed up by injuring a heart surgeon in the middle of heart surgery. I am an assistant in heart surgery. I work with over a dozen different surgeons. The one doctor is one of the OGs at this place, been around forever, seen it all, done it all, nothing really bothers him. He's very quiet and reserved during surgery. I'm new here, so I'm really trying to make a good impression. The case before I worked with this doctor was literally the smoothest case I've ever assisted. I was truly a step ahead the entire case, and the surgeon didn't have to ask me to do anything, because I was already doing it. It felt so great. So, when I saw my assignment was to work with him, I was super pumped to get a chance to build on how great the previous case went. So, there we are, in the middle of the surgery. The heart is arrested as diastole, the heart-lung machine is cycling the blood instead, and we have the heart literally cut open to replace a valve. Right in the middle of placing the valve sutures into the heart, he handed me 2 of them, and I went to place a hemostat clamp on them outside of the open chest, like I had with the rest of them. This is a routine and imprecise move, so I was kind of nonchalant about it. Unfortunately, the surgeon pulled his hand back right as I went to clamp, and I clamped a mother effing metal clamp onto his pinky knuckle. He lurched back, and screamed in pain, looked at me and said, "Now why the F did you do that for?" I was speechless, being caught totally off guard. Obviously I hadn't done it on purpose. This reserved and quiet surgeon had just scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl spike with a now contaminated, with his own blood, needle driver he had been holding onto the floor, ripped off his gown and gloves, and stormed out of the room. The entire room was pin drop quiet. What do we do with this open chest and open heart without a surgeon? What happens now? My career flashed before my eyes. My ears burned like lit sparklers, and sweat started running down my neck. My surgical goggles started fogging up. For a second I felt like I was going to pass out, but 30 seconds later we heard the surgeon slamming the metal panel on the scrub sink, and we knew he was scrubbing back in. He came back in the room a few minutes later, clearly red hot mad, but we went right back to work and finished the case without a single word about what happened. When he was getting ready to leave the room, I apologized sincerely, which he kind of resentfully accepted.
Told the guy that I was interested and that I'm going on a girls' trip, and he completely lost his shite. My friends and I are going away on a girls' trip one of these weekends, and I decided to tell the guy that I've been talking to about these plans, only for him to completely blow up on me. We're not planning on partying or anything like that, and I told him that. But it didn't change anything. He said that if I'm interested in him and plan on being with him, then I don't need friends. I tried explaining to him that having friends is important to me and good for my mental health, but all that he said was that it's disrespectful of me to even consider spending my free time away from him. I even offered to remain in frequent contact with him, take pictures, and share my location with him while I was away on this trip, but that just made him even more upset. He just completely went off on me, saying that I don't care about him, and that I'm disrespectful, toxic, and manipulative. He threatened me and told me that there would be consequences to my actions, and that it didn't matter if I decided to actually go or not at this point, that he would still be upset with me either way. He then proceeded to end the conversation abruptly, and told me that I had to deal with whatever I was feeling alone. I'm absolutely devastated, because I really liked him and just wanted to spend time with my friends, but now I feel like a monster. I punched an autistic kid after he groped me and now everyone hates me. That grope was the last straw. I have known Troy since kindergarten and he has always been babied. It was always his autism that made him who he was. I don't know why, but he always had a crush on me. I rejected him gently multiple times, but he never took no for an answer. As we grew older, he got worse. He started commenting on my chest, asking to touch them, asking to see them. His friends kept trying to convince me to show him because nobody would be nice enough to give him a chance, and in year 7, 6th grade, he started groping me. I told teachers, but they kept saying that his autism doesn't make him know any better. It was only me. He got jealous when I was in the presence of another guy. He would have meltdowns and I got into trouble because I knew how upset he would get. No, I didn't. It was like my only purpose was to be his. I wasn't allowed to be my own person. The groping continued. I kept telling him to stop. He didn't listen. I remember crying on the floor and teachers just kept saying that his autism makes him like this and that I am being a good person by taking care of him. His groping hurt. I don't know how to explain it. He just grabbed me hard, and it hurt. The groping continued for 4 years. I was always his caretaker, his girlfriend, his best friend, I couldn't stand it anymore. I couldn't take it anymore. It was hot and I wore a skirt, and he proceeded to do it to me. I lost it and pushed him around the nose. His nose got broken and unfortunately now I am getting put into isolation for 2 months for bullying an autistic kid. He's not a kid though, he's a 16-year-old. He acts normal around his friends. He treats everyone else with respect. He's not a kid. Now everyone hates me. I have been receiving death threats and people have been saying he should have done worse. Now all I want to do is curl up and pass away. Maybe I should have been nicer. Maybe I should have been more sympathetic. Maybe I should have just accepted it. I could have been his only chance. For the record, I don't despise autistic people. He is not a representative of them. He is just an awful person. Troy is just a horrible person. Thank you for letting me vent.
I'm happy that I walked in on my husband making love with his partner. So about a year ago my husband, Matthew, 39, stated that he wanted us to open our marriage. His reasoning was that he was no longer intimately attracted to me and couldn't get off because I'm too loose. He didn't want us to get a divorce because he still loved me. He insisted that we continue being a happy couple that did not act intimate with one another. We would have our intimate needs met by someone who we would and could consider to be our other partner. I was initially hurt by this because when he explained his reasoning he didn't miss a beat when insulting me. I was no longer attractive to him because I aged. I'm currently 34. I agreed to the open marriage because I love him and didn't want to lose him. A brief set of the rules that we agreed on: once we find a partner, we have to introduce our partners to each other. My husband introduces his partner to me and vice versa. We can make love with other people, but in order for it to be considered okay, we'll have to tell each other about it. If in an intimate with someone, we must get tested regularly. We don't make love with our partner in our home. We can build emotional relationships with someone, but can't be taken as far as love. We show our partners the rules and explain our boundaries. We do not call our partners pet names. My husband and I must come home to each other every night, sleep in the same bed, wake up together, etc. Typical marriage just without lovemaking. We have more rules, but I just wanted to state the main ones. A couple weeks after Matthew insisted we open our marriage, he brought home his partner Jamie, 24. Jamie is so pretty. He looks like an angel, a fresh-faced, beautiful boy, with the uttermost perfect smile, the literal definition of youth. I had never been more intimidated in my life. The introduction was so embarrassing. I had no idea what to say and I just wanted to cry. I literally witnessed my husband's type change in front of my eyes. Jamie and I are complete opposites, physically and personality-wise. Now onto the story. Yesterday I came home on my lunch break to take a quick nap before returning to work and came home to find my husband and Jamie in our bed. I was shocked and didn't really know what to do, so I just left and went back to work. I honestly wasn't even tired anymore. As I was walking into work, I saw that I was being bombarded with texts and calls from them both, so I just turned my phone off. I got out of work around 9 p.m. But I didn't want to go home. I went to a movie and just drove around after. I fell asleep on the side of the road and returned home at 8 a.m. this morning to get ready for work. When I walked in, I saw Matthew and Jamie at the table. Jamie looked sad while Matthew looked pissed. I told them good morning and went and got ready for work. Matthew followed me yelling, saying that what I did was wrong and my reaction was compelled, uncalled for. He told me I was being overdramatic and had him up all night worried because I wanted to act like a child. I don't know what came over me, but I stopped him mid-sentence and asked for a divorce. You don't love me anymore and I don't want to love you. I'm so lonely and I never had anyone nitpick my appearance more than you. If you aren't intimately attracted to me, then marry someone you are attracted to. I want a divorce. He looked shocked and told me that I didn't know what I was saying and that I was just tired. When he tried walking me to the bed, I really got mad. I smacked his hand away and left again. This was a breakthrough for me. I usually let people walk all over me, but I didn't let him do it again today. I didn't want the open marriage and I don't want someone who puts me second. Today I messed up by using Punnett squares to implode my family. So this happened just over a decade ago. I was a dorky 14-year-old high school kid who was really into sciences, and I honestly still am. At this point I was in biology, and the teacher just did a really fascinating unit on dominant and recessive alleles and how Punnett squares can be used to determine a lot of traits with information from your parents and grandparents. I was just fascinated with these squares, and I decided to do some homework and use one to determine what blood type I had, since I was young and at that point I didn't know. So I start doing my homework, and find that dad is recessive O, which means his parents are irrelevant since dominant genes can't skip generations. Mom is B, so I call up her very elderly parents to do some sleuthing. Grandma answers and confuses me, saying that she is A, Grandpa is O. That shouldn't be right, I thought. So I ask again and she reiterates that it's all correct and she's been to enough doctor's appointments that she knows. Then I ask the stupid question, but where did Mom's B type come from then? Grandpa's O wouldn't allow a recessive, and you're just A. She gets annoyed with me and says basically that I must not have understood the lessons from school as well as I thought. Bummed, but figuring she was right, I dropped it and didn't think much of it. Apparently Grandma did, because she started agitating for my mother to come visit her and my grandfather, and eventually Mom did over a long weekend. It was all nice and well. Mom apparently enjoyed getting visit with them. Then, about an hour before Mom was supposed to get in the car and start on home, Grandma came in and sat both of them down. She then proceeded to confess to having at least 4 long-running affairs over her 50-plus year marriage, and that my mother was one of their children. Mom was absolutely devastated, as was my grandfather. They reiterated to each other that as far as they were concerned they loved each other as father-daughter, but they both kind of stopped talking to Grandma. For years, for my mother, she also became estranged from her siblings, who all apparently were quite certain that she wasn't my grandfather's biological child. Mom showed up back home, almost inconsolable, because decades of lies and deceptions. When she finally told my father and me, I immediately connected the dots on why Grandma has chosen now to bring it up. I felt awful, because at that point, I'm inclined to think this is one of those secrets that dear old Granny should have taken to her grave. Mom and Grandpa stayed close, and she and her mother eventually had some reconciliation, but they've not been as close as they once were. Mom also reconciled with her siblings, and forgave them. My grandparents themselves have stayed together. I never found out how the two of them handled it between them.
My ex is paralyzed now and I'm happy about it. I was with my last ex for 4 years. I loved him so much and I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. I caught him texting other women. I should have ended it then, but I loved him so much I just ignored it. I buried the hurt and shame. The abuse cycle started, gradually withdrawing love until my bar got lower and lower. Then he started to become physical. I should have ended it then. I didn't want to admit that I allowed myself to be in a relationship like that. He ended up getting locked up for something unrelated to me. I should have ended it then. I thought if I proved how ride or die I was, he would finally appreciate me. When he came home it all started again. He put a cigarette out on my arm, leaving me with what I assume was a third-degree burn. It never hurt and it healed, but the flesh under the scar isn't there. I got multiple concussions. One of my teeth was knocked back because of him and I needed to get a root canal. The physical was nothing compared to the emotional and psychological. If I wanted affection he would stonewall me. If I wanted to be left alone he would poke at me until I blew up. Then he'd blame me for leaving. I don't want to be around you when you want to fight. Everything I did or thought was wrong. My anxiety was through the roof. Eventually he forced me to take a loan out for a car. I wasn't in a position to say no. I knew he could afford the car note and I was still desperate to make him respect me. I didn't even realize how scared I was. I finally told him I was done when I found out he was getting with multiple other women. Something I knew deep down, but I didn't trust myself enough to believe until I had proof. He refused to leave my house. I didn't have enough money to force him out of my home that I own. I was so stuck. One weekend, he went out like he always did and he didn't come home that night. I wasn't surprised. I wasn't even concerned. I was used to not knowing where he was. Then his friend showed up at my house looking for him. He told me the police had tried to pull him over and he sped off. No one had heard from him since. I got a call later that he was unconscious in the hospital. He had a spinal injury from being thrown from the car at 150 miles per hour. The cops said before he passed out he was screaming that he couldn't feel his legs. I was by his side in the hospital because his mom wouldn't come unless someone paid her way. His co-workers eventually paid for her gas and hotel room. They came to visit and spoke so highly of him. They knew the man I fell for. The mask. It took me a while to process, but I realized this was my out. I started to get excited looking at him totally helpless. All the times he did hurtful things, or when I was squeezed so hard I couldn't breathe and now he couldn't even breathe on his own. That made me feel so secure. He couldn't hurt me anymore. Parts of me I thought had died were coming back to life. A lot happened during his recovery. A co-worker took him in. I told the co-worker to get his stuff from my house. I explained the hurtfulness to warn her, but I knew she wouldn't believe me and she didn't. He could only wear the mask for so long though. She eventually kicked him out. Now he's living with his mom. He is impotent. He's incontinent. And he's totally paralyzed from the belly button down. He will never make love with another woman. He will never be fully independent. For him that is a fate worse than death, and I couldn't be happier. Of course the car was totaled and he'll never pay for the car note. My insurance was unsympathetic to my situation, so I have about $8,000 left to pay. My best friend moved in with me and her rent covers the payment for now. Money is tight, but it feels so dang good to be free.
I'm leaving my terminally ill wife. My wife and I had 6 incredible years together before she was diagnosed with young onset dementia 3 years ago. She is only 44. She is unrecognizable from the wonderful, vivacious, kind woman I married. That woman was the kind of person that lights up a room. I feel like I no longer know the person I'm married to. Her dementia means her behavior is radically different now and usually unpleasant. She goes through sundowning and becomes incredibly aggressive and hateful. Or hysterically tearful. Her mood swings are continuous and unpredictable. I have help from family and friends in Dementia UK, but it still doesn't make it bearable. She hardly knows me at best and hates me at worst. I've decided to leave. Not divorce. I need to be there legally to support her medical decisions, but leave the relationship. Pay for a carer to support her where I can't and eventually move her into a facility when that isn't enough. I know I'm evil for leaving, but I can't do this. I can't stand that she no longer loves me, barely even likes me. None of it's her fault, none of it is even her, but I just can't do it. I'm so sorry, B.
My boyfriend violated the only boundary I ever gave him. This happened 4 days ago. Quick backstory. I'm 23 female and he's 26 male. We've been together a year and a half, known each other for 2, before we even started getting intimate. I made it extremely clear that he could never bust in me, and if he did then we would never be getting intimate ever again. I was on birth control in high school and my body reacted extremely poorly to it, and I will never go on it again. He told me that he was perfectly fine with being responsible for the birth control aspect. It's not even about getting pregnant. I just don't like the way it feels, physically and all the other ways. He also recently started a new job where he travels for work. When he got back to the house from work, I was already there waiting for him. I've been staying at his place for the past couple weeks just to see him more since he's been working more. I was in the kitchen making dinner for the both of us like I always did since he started traveling. Candles, flowers, music, etc. He didn't even say hi to me. He just came on to me the second he saw me like I was a piece of meat. I thought he was being sweet, like there's nothing wrong with a kiss hello, but it wasn't that. He was being really aggressive, and we hadn't even been kissing for 10 seconds before he flipped me around really harshly and did the deed. I'm not going into detail, but it was so aggressive and rough. I was so shocked by him being so aggressive because he's never ever like this ever. He's a really nerdy skinny guy. His apartment looks like a library. He's not ever dominant in, and I'm pretty sure he still had his card before I met him. Just to give an idea, that I didn't even ask if he used protection. I literally couldn't say anything because I didn't even know what was happening until it was over. I obviously felt that he busted in me, and I turned around and asked him if he did, and he just looked at me. I was still pretty freaked out and kinda scared, honestly. I walked away from him to the bathroom to try and compose and clean myself up. I didn't want to be at his place anymore, and I also wanted to go pick up a Plan B from the drugstore as soon as possible. When I was leaving, he kept apologizing and saying he was sorry and he's just tired and he just missed me and all this stuff, and kept begging me not to leave and to hear him out and all this stuff, and I was crying at this point because I was still confused on what just happened. He was literally standing at the door blocking me from leaving, saying he was sorry and he didn't mean to and all this. I ended up leaving and taking care of my stuff, but I haven't been back there or spoken to him since. He's calling and texting me every second of the day saying he's sorry, and I hate that I really do believe he's sorry. He's the sweetest person ever, and he's never aggressive or anything like he just was, and I'm just so hurt by everything. I literally gave him one single boundary and the rest was free game, and he couldn't even do that. And it's not even like he didn't understand, because I physically could not have made it more clear that I am not okay with what he did. Not only that, but I spent all this time setting up a cute dinner date for us since we hadn't seen each other in a couple days and didn't even get to finish it. I don't even know if I want to reply to him ever because I still feel so disgusting and violated. I just feel really bad for ignoring him because I really do believe that he's sorry, but I feel like I shouldn't, and the thought of seeing him again makes me feel queasy. My boyfriend said the quiet part out loud. Last night my boyfriend, 20, and me, 21 female, we're going to have some fun. For context, this is the only non-abusive relationship I've ever had, especially in regards to lovemaking. To put it lightly, my other relationships didn't give a crap about me or my pleasure. Sometimes I get worried my current boyfriend doesn't care about my pleasure, but I've been convincing myself that I'm just paranoid and putting up a wall because of my last relationships. So we're getting in the mood, and I notice once again he is not doing much for me and I'm doing everything for him and his pleasure. For instance, this happens often. I put his hand down there and he moves it away. I tell him I really want to finish tonight and he immediately does an annoyed face with a big sigh. I'm confused. He says, but that's so much work making you finish. I don't know if it's your ADHD or something, but... And I immediately stop what I'm doing and my mind goes blank. I do have ADHD, but let me tell you, this man doesn't do anything to pleasure me. He has said he finds vaginas gross, so let me tell you, this has nothing to do with my ADHD. Last night he confirmed my worst fears, that for 5 effing years I've been dating him and he doesn't give a crap about if I finish or not when we make love, which, surprise, I never ever do. I've never been so angry in my life, and I'm not an angry person. Today is his birthday and I still feel so angry. I don't know what to do. My boyfriend talked me into making love with his friends and I feel horrible about it. My boyfriend and I have been together for 9 months now. He's really fun to hang out with. We have lots in common with each other and treats me really well. I'll admit we have a kind of crazy intimate life and do a lot of play. Some of that play consisted of us pretending we were sleeping with other people. It's not really my thing, but he likes it sometimes, and I told him as long as we keep it in the fantasy world it's fine with me. Anyway, after a couple months of him asking over and over again, I finally gave in and agreed to make love with his friends. He brought over 2 friends last weekend and he watched them do you know what with me. He's over the moon happy that I fulfilled one of his biggest fantasies, but now I'm a complete mess. I feel dumb for agreeing to something I didn't want to do. I feel guilty for actually enjoying some of it. I feel humiliated for the other parts. I can't even look his friends in the eyes now. He wanted to arrange a few more fantasy times with his friends during the Christmas break. I said no, but I'm worried it will keep coming up again. My head's such a jumble that I can't even figure out how to tell him how much it messed me up. He thinks I enjoyed it and keeps telling me how amazing the night was. How can I tell him we need to move our fantasies back to the fantasy world and get back to the way things were? Update. I thought I'd give an update while things are still fresh in my mind. I texted my boyfriend to come over to my place today so we could talk about what happened. He spent the whole day here and we talked for hours. My girlfriend spent last night with me at my place and offered to stick around if I needed her for support. I took her up on her offer. She mostly stayed in the other room, but just knowing she was there really helped. She's staying here tonight for me too. I guess things went as good as they could have given the situation. I broke down into tears and bawled my eyes out while he held me. To his credit, he let me say everything I wanted to say. He didn't interrupt. He didn't argue. He let me cry. He let me yell. He let me get it all out. I told him that emotionally I can't handle what happened. I thought I could do it and make him happy, but I can't. I told him that I was embarrassed and humiliated by some of the things they had me do, and how I felt powerless in the moment to stop it. I told him they made me feel like a worthless S-word, not a loved girlfriend. I told him I'm scared that his friends will tell others what I did and how they look at me now. He said his friends don't think less of me. He said they wouldn't talk, but he'd speak with them and make sure. I hope he's right. I demanded that he delete all pictures and videos from that night. He agreed and deleted them in front of me. I don't think he would ever share them, but even if he didn't, if they were ever stolen or hacked, I'd be devastated if they showed up on the internet. He refused to let me take any blame for what happened that night. Because my denials weren't very forceful, he misinterpreted it as playful teasing. He said he should have known better and been completely sure over something so big. Finally, I told him that while I love him, I didn't think I could be his girlfriend right now. We didn't completely break up yet. Right now we're in relationship limbo while we sort things out. There's lots more we talked about, but I think that covers the main points. Thank you for listening to me.
My students use sign language during class and I found out something horrific. I'm gonna try to keep this as short as possible. I'm not sure if this is the right place for this story, but I need to tell someone this story. English is not my first language. I'm an art teacher in the Netherlands. I have an amazing class with 21 kids. Majority of them are really sweet. But there is this one kid. Let's call her Jay. She has autism and she seems to like me a little too much. She would do her best to be extra nice to me and would defend me whenever one of her other classmates weren't listening or were being rude. As far as I know, she doesn't do this with her other teachers. She has a friend group of about 3 others which she always sits with, and whenever they talk, there is always one of them that looks at me. It gives me the feeling that they are talking about me, which is kinda creepy, but I guess as a teacher you can expect it. I've always kind of got the feeling that Jay likes me. For Valentine's Day she bought a rose for me. Anonymous, but I know it was her because of the handwriting on the card. On Monday she was always earlier to class than the rest, 5 minutes earlier than class started, and she would be slow with doing her work on purpose so she could stay after class with me. She would also always tell me stories about things at home, that she doesn't like her family and other stuff. She would also very often come into class with bruises and other injuries, but that might be for another story. And she would just be overly nice to me. I would never call her out on any of it because I thought that maybe I was just delusional and it was just her being different. But here comes the actual part on why I'm writing. Last week I was teaching them and Jay and her friends were speaking in sign language. Usually they would just be talking, but Jay was sitting alone on the other side of the classroom because she and her friends were being quite annoying. I know sign language because my brother is deaf, but I never told the class this so they didn't know. Apparently Jay and her friends were talking about me, how Jay wanted to find out where I lived. She does know the town I live in, and wanted to break into my home and do things to me. I can't really go into detail, but that's one thing I heard. I also found out she's stalking me on my way from work to the bus stop and on social media. She also fantasizes about me, and I heard many other things that I can't really say on here. I haven't gone to work since because I don't think I can work at that school anymore. I feel bad for Jay that she doesn't see me in class anymore, but I don't want to risk anything. What do I do? Should I go back? I have no idea why I'm even posting here. I'm just so creeped out and I have no idea what to do. My girlfriend and I spent the night in jail, thanks to a homophobe. We're devastated. So I was playing mini golf with my girlfriend. We were at a pretty crowded outdoor place, and there was a family with kids behind us. At one point we kissed and the mom stormed over all upset saying, "How dare you? Disgusting. What if my kids see? You should be ashamed." In response I kissed my girlfriend a minute later right as her daughter was putting. We're both so fed up with homophobia that we have a lot of anger built up and wanted to get back at her. Not like we did anything wrong though. The woman called somebody on the phone and then just stared at us, smirking. About 15 minutes later 2 police officers aimed at us and told us to get our hands in the air. My girlfriend was shaking and in tears as they handcuffed us. She's black. I can only imagine the sorts of things running through her head at this point. So I'm trying to explain to the police that we didn't do anything. They just tell me to shut up. By now I'm half sure one of us is gonna get hurt. Finally, after I said for the 900th time we haven't broken the law, one of the cops replied with "SH of a minor is a felony." Thinking as quickly as I could I said, "Ask the children. They'll tell you we didn't do anything." They just tell me to shut up again. And we get paraded off the course in handcuffs and thrown into a police car. After a few hours in a holding cell they finally let us go. I don't want to relive that experience or even talk about it here. I've never seen my girlfriend so devastated in my life. She looked like she had just gone through torture. It was like the light in her eyes was flicked off. Once we got home she just sat on the couch hyperventilating, with her hands on her head and legs against her chest. I tried to comfort her but she smacked my hand away. I didn't get a word out of her until morning. When she finally woke up we got to talking. She seemed better than last night, but still among the worst I've seen her. It took a few hours of talking to calm her down enough for her to make any sense. One thing she said really stuck out to me. I thought my life was over, that I'd never see my friends and family again, that I'd never feel fresh air in my lungs. It was like dying while still being alive. I'm at a loss for words. This whole experience was so traumatizing. I'm just glad that I didn't realize the gravity of it while I was in that cell. The idea that I'd get sentenced for real never crossed my mind. My girlfriend was not so lucky. I just want to get this out. To tell somebody, our parents are homophobic. I don't have many friends. I hope I can find support here. We live near Houston. Mini update. I'm going to the mini golf place first thing tomorrow to try and get the footage. We need to work on finding therapists and at least start recovering mentally before we consider legal stuff because we're not in a state to deal with this right now and my girlfriend might have a mental breakdown. Update. So we got the footage from the mini golf place. They were more helpful than I was expecting. The footage comes from a good direction, so it shows the woman smirking, making the phone call, and then the police aiming at us. After doing a little digging, I found the piece of crap who did this to me on social media. Both of the officers who arrested us are following her on multiple platforms, with comments on her posts going back years. They obviously knew each other, and I'm guessing that she didn't call 911, but she called her friends to do a favor for her, to scare the gay out of us or some crap. They knew they didn't have any evidence because we got let out, not bail or anything, after only a few hours. Just wanted to let people know that I'm trying to compile as much evidence as I can, but we're not going to take any legal action until my girlfriend has had a few therapy sessions, as right now if she's forced to relive any of this trauma she could have a mental breakdown. She's as close to it as I've ever seen in 16 months of dating. Thank you all so much for being supportive. I really appreciate it, and hopefully we will get through this together. Another mini update: my girlfriend and I are switching apartments, to the floor above, so that if the woman tries to retaliate she'll have the wrong place. My brother dug up my dead pet and I'm disgusted. I recently had a week-long break away just to have some relaxation time after a stressful few months. My brother, 40, volunteered to keep an eye on my place as he lives close by, so I agreed. Although we were close as kids, his behavior as an adult caused us to drift apart. He was a total layabout for years until he accidentally knocked up his much younger now ex-girlfriend. He has a decent job now but lives in an absolute tip and spends his free time high out of his mind, even when looking after his son, 4. He's a know-it-all and will get ridiculously pissed off if corrected. Anyway, for 5 years I had a very much loved pet chicken. She unfortunately fell ill about 3 months ago and I had her put to sleep and brought her home to bury near her favorite bush in my garden. I made sure that she was buried deep enough in a box and wrapped in a cloth, and even put chilies and garlic in with her, as it apparently deters other animals from digging up the remains. I came home this morning and went into my garden and I saw her box on the grass. I went over and her grave had been dug up, and just near it was her remains and a small garden shovel. I phoned my brother to ask him what the heck had happened, and he just straight up said that him and his son had dug her up because he wanted to show his son what her remains look like now. I have reburied her and banned him from my house. I am absolutely disgusted by what he has done. He knew how much I loved Daisy and how heartbroken I was when I had to make the difficult decision to put her to sleep. It disgusts me that he just left her remains out on the lawn for me to find.
Boyfriend hates the surprise trip I gifted him for his birthday. He gifted me a surprise trip to Portugal for my birthday, and we talked about how fun it would be if we started this tradition of having surprise trips in our birthdays. I honestly was so happy about it and started investigating destinations for his birthday. I decided to take him to Edinburgh, as we talked a few times in the past that it would be fun to go there someday together. I bought a bunch of cute gifts and prepared everything for a 4-day vacation there. When he realized at the airport we were going there, I knew he was really unhappy. He has been trying to enjoy it, but honestly I feel a lot of tension since we got here. It has gotten to a point of him getting smashed at a bar. We were both there having a blast, and peeing on the floor of our Airbnb. I am heartbroken. He's so depressed being here he has to get that wasted to have fun or relax. He's mortified and has apologized a lot. He's English and talks quite a bit about how he hated living in the UK, but honestly after talking about Edinburgh with him I thought this city was something he would really enjoy. I planned everything and saved on Google Maps a bunch of nice bars and places to visit. He says he hates UK and that he wanted to take me here when we were visiting his family, as it's a cool city, and not for his birthday, that he hated it here because his abusive father was from here and spent a lot of time with him and his grandparents in the city. I honestly thought he liked this city and I had a bunch of other options but decided to bring him here as we talked about it, and he seemed happy talking about Edinburgh. I am now alone in the city trying to enjoy a good time while I try to book earlier returning flights. He's resting in the apartment and says he'll meet me later. I am very sad as I was so excited to be here with him. He's saying we will have fun together anyways and that he's very grateful for the surprise, but that I should have known he hates it here. I just know his heart is not on this, and while I would like him to try and enjoy and put everything into perspective, I also feel angry. I am trying to be understanding and not judge his emotions, but honestly it feels like it's already ruined. I am trying to be positive, but I don't want to be here anymore. I will never take him into a surprise vacation again, too much risk. He says he's happy with everything but England and appreciates the effort. Now I am here in the sun enjoying the pier views while reflecting how to act and talk to him about how I feel without making him feel worse in his birthday. I messed up and feel terrible. He deserves a good birthday. He always goes the extra mile for me. Thank you for reading. I really needed to clear my thoughts. My husband is scum. Where do I even begin? My husband was sent home Thursday from work after 2 hours and stated he was being investigated. Obviously I'm curious why and asked bail. He was being investigated for harassment at work. Okay, I don't make decisions impulsively, so I wait till the next day to find out the results, as his work says they'll have it wrapped up by Friday. This whole time though I'm ignoring him. He's giving me this sob story that everyone at work is against him and they've all congregated to sabotage him. So Friday comes around and they allow him to keep his job, but he signs an agreement that it happened and it wouldn't happen again. Something at this point still isn't sitting right with me, so I tell him if he wants me to speak at all to him, he needs to tell me the girl's name. He tells me. I go back and forth about messaging her. I'd never tell him. I messaged her Friday. She responds within a minute and says she just started working and can text me on her break. Facebook Messenger, not text, sorry. She never does. I don't want to push anything, especially if my husband is a creep. Saturday he keeps trying to kiss me and hug me and it's just giving me the ick. So I sent her a message. It says, "I just want you to know I reached out to you on my own. I will not tell my husband we've spoken. I just want the truth so I can make a decision for me and my kids." She messaged me back an hour later and it's so heartbreaking. She is 21. I am 34 and my husband is 40. When she started at their work she was very damaged. Her and my husband began to flirt. They exchanged numbers. He gave her rides home after work last summer. She said in his truck he'd ask her to kiss him and she would say no. She said after a while he began to ask her to F, and she would say no. She said she tried distancing herself from him at work but he started to get weird and aggressive. She stated he would pull on her hair or grab her behind. He would tap on her shoulders. He would stare at her. She also said if another man at work was speaking to her, he would get very mad. She didn't feel safe. She said she wanted to message me but got scared and didn't want to make it worse for her. I get that. About a year ago, when this started, at home he started to exhibit narcissistic personality traits. It was like walking on eggshells every day. Anyways, me and my kids left today. He keeps messaging me saying, "I'm ruining everything," and, "Do I want to end it all over this?" And, "It's not like I caught him banging someone." He admitted to the rides home so I'm sure the whole story is true. I think I just needed to get it off my chest. I feel so heartbroken, disgusting, and betrayed. I found my exposed pictures on my brother's PC. About 2 months ago now my brother passed away. It has devastated my family and we have been slowly putting ourselves back together. My mom has finally got to the point where she is comfortable going through his belongings that got sent to us from his flat and she gave me his PC among other bits to take a look at and see if I could do anything with it. I know a fair bit about computers so I thought I would set it up to see what still worked. It booted up fine and to my surprise he didn't have a password on it. He lived on his own so I guess he never needed to keep anyone out. Out of a sort of morbid curiosity I opened the browser. I thought I could maybe see some of the last things he was looking at towards the end and I saw a link to his Google Photos in his favorites bar. I thought this was an amazing chance to get back some of the photos we might have never seen. Get some photos of his friends and adventures he'd been on over the years. On the side I saw his albums and one of them had my name on it. In this album was a ton of my exposed pictures, videos and screenshots of some of my Instagram posts and stories. I didn't go through it for long but it was a massive amount. I have no idea how he got hold of them or why the heck he'd been collecting them. I used to be in a long-distance relationship with my ex who loved me sending him pictures and videos, but there's no way he would have sent them to my brother. Now I don't know what to do which is why I'm posting it here I guess. I can't tell anyone. I now feel so different about him and I don't understand why he would have done this. Was he attracted to me? Did he get off to these? Or was it just some sort of compulsion he had? I'm a mix of disgusted and devastated and I just don't know how to move on from it. I keep feeling a need to go back and look how far back this collection goes but I know I shouldn't. My husband keeps getting off by my childhood trauma even though I've asked him not to. I've tried everything. Nothing is working. Thinking of divorce. Please don't waste your time on the age gap. It's something I've dealt with for our whole relationship and I don't want to get lectured about it. I've been with my husband for 6 years, married for 2. I know he's older but he looks very youthful for his age and he's super fit and active so honestly the age was never an issue, ever. Between the ages of 10 and 15 I was SA'd by my stepdad and when I first started getting serious with my now husband, I told him everything, all the details, all the ways it screwed me up and all the horrible aftermath and fallout from various family members. In short, it was all bad, in every which way you can imagine. Within the last 4 months, every time my husband and I make love, it starts out normal but at some point he always starts asking questions about the times I was SA'd. He gets real graphic and because we're in the moment, I always answer his questions. I'm not a prude by any means and I even have my own personal likings which he always enjoys, but lately it seems his only thing to get off to is hearing me talk about the most traumatic time in my life. The questions he asks are so gross and so personal and he's never asked these before. The concerning part is he seems to get excited about the details as I answer his question because he always finishes super fast once he starts asking these questions. I've sat him down several times and told him how it makes me feel less than, how it hurts me, how it makes me feel like trash, how it brings me back to a horrible time, and I've told him to stop. He always apologizes about it and says he won't do it anymore, but then we start making love and whether it's 10 minutes, 20 minutes or one of our longer sessions, he always ends up bringing it up near the end of our session, a few minutes before he finishes. I write this in my bed alone as I've asked him to sleep on the couch tonight because he just did it again after I repeatedly tell him not to. I don't know what my next move is. I'm tempted to leave but I don't work and would have to take him to court to get some type of support so I can live and I know that stuff takes time. I still love him and he's a great husband in every other sense but this whole thing is turning me off and slowly but surely making me fall out of love with him. If he really loved me why would he continually hurt me like this? Also, is it possible he is a perv, liking that stuff? How is this new? I've known him for years and he's never mentioned this as being a turn on. Any advice would be appreciated. I have no family and friends here as I'm new to the city we live in and my family lives in a different country. Thank you. Update. My husband and I have decided to separate for the time being as I can't really get over just how weird and hurtful he's been over the past few months. He is currently letting me stay in the house until we figure out the next steps and although he keeps apologizing, I've decided to leave him and start my life over. To everyone telling me to go back to my home country, I can't, it's not so easy. I did however call my family and told them everything and they were surprisingly supportive and we've talked every day since my original post and I couldn't be happier about that. To everyone who left me horrible messages, I'm sorry you're so full of hate and wish horrible things on people, but I will end up stronger than ever after this, so thank you. My husband has been nothing but supportive in my wanting to leave and start over, so all I can do is figure it out and take the advice of my family and my lawyer. Yes, I've been in contact with a lawyer but haven't hired her yet as I'm waiting to get the money from my husband who has volunteered to pay for it. Thanks again. Hope this update was sufficient for everyone. I'm fed up with my husband demanding trios, to the point that I'm considering leaving for good. I admit I've had and been open to trios with a few people in the past, but they weren't serious relationships, more like friends with benefits. They were also only with men. My husband and I have been together for 5 years, married for 18 months, and he keeps bringing up how he specifically wants to have a trio with me and a woman. I'm not attracted to women, never have been and never will be. It's not how I'm wired. At first I told him that I'm just not interested in women and don't want our relationship to be like that, both in terms of trios generally and this kind of trio in particular, and he seemed to accept it. Later he told me it was unfair, that my other partners got the whole me, because I'd had trios with them but not him. I told him to shove it and he backed off. Now he's back on it and he's saying I'm biphobic by refusing to have a trio with him and a woman. I told him I'm not attracted to women and don't want to have any trios with him at all, especially not when he's acting like a demanding and an entitled baby. He said it was by erasure, and wouldn't lower his voice, so I left and checked into a hotel. I'm back at home now and he's been silently fuming the whole time. I found one of my Pride shirts in the trash and he says it was an accident, and we both know he's lying. I'm thinking I might need to leave for good, but I want to give him time to grow up and learn the word no, if only because of how expensive a divorce is. No solutions, just venting. My best friend of 10 years just confessed to me that she's in love with my fiancé. We met in college. I honestly think she's my soulmate. I only have brothers and for me, she was like the sister I never had. When sisterhood, the secrecy, she was my best friend in all senses, always supporting each other through good and bad. My family considered her one of our own. She always had a place in our home and she even spent weeks with them without me being here because my nephews think of her as an aunt. I met my fiancé in college too. He was in a different major and I met him through one of my brothers. He's the most amazing man I've known, intelligent, kind, cultured, romantic, handsome, everything. I feel like I hit the jackpot with him. He has taught me so many things. Ever since we began to date, he has taught me a language, and in the process of learning another one, some mathematics stuff that I was always ashamed of not knowing and things like that. I feel like I also learned to be more open, compassionate and loving. I'll admit that when I was younger I wasn't always kind due to my depression, but he compliments me and I compliment him. We have a 7-month baby boy and we're in the middle of planning a wedding. My friend and my fiancé met 5 months after we began dating and she was enchanted by him. They almost share the very exact same interests and she's also a very, very smart woman, a genius. Their conversations are deep and amazing and they're good friends. I did notice before that she shows a good amount of interest in him, always asking how is he, what's he's up to, how's his family, and when he's around she can talk to him for hours, but I thought it was because they're entertained by the same things. To be completely honest, I was never scared or threatened by this because I trusted her and my fiancé never gave any sign of being interested in her in the slightest. He asked about her a few times but she almost only existed when she was around and for him, she was my friend, not ours. She came clean because I asked her to be my maid of honor, and when Say began to cry I think it was of happiness, but she said she couldn't because she has been in love with my husband for 3 years and couldn't do it, that she never tried anything with him and he never gave any sign of being even interested. She said she saw the way he adored me and loved me and could bear it any other way but not my wedding. She said sorry a bunch of times, that she never wanted this to happen. I don't know what to do or how to feel. At the same time, as bad as it sounds, I don't really care because I know my fiancé loves me and she's not that important in his life. However, I know our relationship can't be the same as it was. I just don't know how much will change. I don't know if I should tell my fiancé though, because it's not my secret to share. I guess I was shocked and only wanted to get it out. The guy I'm seeing ended things because I am living in my car. I'm 22 female. This is not to hate on him. He had every right to not want to be someone who's homeless. I'm just venting because I'm sad and have no one to talk to. He's a good guy. I've been living in my car for about 8 months now. I just went through a few months or absolute hell. Ended up living in my car and everything spiraled and it's just been hard to get out. I started seeing a guy about 5 months ago. I never told him, which was a mistake, but I was embarrassed and having someone around was so nice I didn't want to lose him. I also was able to hide it well because I work at a hotel restaurant, so I get to use the hotel gym for free and kept my stuff in my cubby at work. I also thought I was gonna get out of it a lot sooner. Homelessness has been like a black hole for me. I just can't seem to break out. This week I finally told him about it because he wanted to know why my car was always in my work parking lot because he drove last after we were closed a few times. I told him and he broke up with me immediately because it wasn't something he wanted to deal with. Obviously understandable. I only stayed at his place one night but I miss laying in a bed so much already. I also just miss having someone to talk to, especially at nighttime. He was also my first kiss. I had quite the messed up childhood and teen years, so I had never even been on a date when I met him. I guess everyone has to have their first breakup, lol. On a side note, fingers crossed I get one of the rooms I applied for this week. My fiancé is convinced I have a crush on my friend's husband. My best friend Sarah, 26 female, and her husband Matt, 28 male, have put me in a very difficult position with my fiancé Jack, 30 male. I knew Matt since my childhood. He was my neighbor and we were friendly. Sarah and I were roommates in college and became close friends. When I introduced Sarah and Matt, they hit it off and started dating each other. I was happy to see two of my friends get together, but also annoyed that I became the third wheel and was often ignored or set aside because they were so into each other. By the time I graduated, Matt had completely dropped me as a friend. That saddened me, but I was still good friends with Sarah, so it was what it was. Sarah and I would frequently hang out, but I never talked with Matt other than the occasional polite hellos. Sarah would sometimes try to do couples dates with her and Matt and me in my dates. I found that Matt had developed an unpleasant personality and would frequently be rude and condescending towards me. However, he's a very devoted and loving husband to Sarah, so for her sake I ignored him. When my fiancé and I got engaged, we had no plans to do a party. Sarah was disappointed that we didn't throw an engagement party, so she organized a small get-together at her home to celebrate us. The party was nice, and as things were winding down, my fiancé and I went to thank Sarah and Matt for their sweet gesture before we took our leave. Matt was pretty tipsy by then, and out of nowhere he suddenly hugged me and in front of my fiancé said that he was so glad that I was finally settling down and he is relieved that now I'll be over the crush I had on him. I was shocked and told him that wasn't true. He just laughed and told Jack that I was always chasing him and he had to work hard to keep me away. I dragged Sarah in and asked her to please fix this mess, and she was all like, "Oh, he's drunk, ignore him," and says, "You know I always trust you. I know you wouldn't act on your crush." Jack was pretty pissed by this point and he walked out. I ran after him and tried explaining that this isn't true, but he told me he doesn't want to be anyone's second choice or their backup plan. Since that night he isn't talking to me or returning my calls. I have talked to Sarah multiple times to clear things with Jack, but she's brushing me off. I don't understand why they believe this or why she'd stay friends with me if she thought I was into her husband. I was in her wedding party and did all the work because her sister, who was the maid of honor, was too busy. I have helped her through her pregnancy and have babysat her kids so many times. She never gave me any indication she thought this, and why would she want me close to her family if she believed this? I feel humiliated that these people think I was pining away for a jerk like Matt. I need help in convincing Jack this isn't true. I'm also mad at him for throwing away our relationship over what some drunken idiot said. I don't know what I am going to do about my friendship with Sarah.
Today I messed up telling my girlfriend how I met my friends. A couple of nights ago my girlfriend was supposed to meet my friends. I've been delaying the process for months because I knew I had to have an uncomfortable conversation first. I met my friends at an SX party. My roommate at the time asked for my permission to host an SX party at our flat. I said yes, as long as my room and my belongings were off limits and the flat was cleaned properly afterwards. My plan was to spend the night at my mom's house and be out of everyone's way during the SX party, but my roommate encouraged me to stay and participate. I still had my V card back then. The thought of getting with one person was overwhelming enough, let alone a group of people. However, my roommate eventually convinced me to take part. I was added to a group chat with all the people who were going to be involved in the SX party. All of them made me feel really comfortable. That being said, when it finally happened, I was unable to make love with anyone. My anxiety won. Everyone was understanding though. Life went on. My roommate became my ex-roommate after a few months, but we never stopped being friends. The connections I made with the people at the SX party also developed into friendships. We're still friends now. My girlfriend didn't know my history with them until earlier this week when I finally had the courage to explain the SX party story. She was shocked and disturbed and asked if I lied to her about having my V card when we met. I said no. She struggled to believe that a guy would walk away from an SX party with his V card still intact. My girlfriend made it clear that she was no longer interested in meeting my friends. She said she didn't know how she could be in a relationship with someone who was friends with people who shared him. I asked my girlfriend if she was breaking up with me and she said she was going to need some time to decide what to do. Last night she decided, our relationship is over.
My therapist confessed his intimate thoughts about me. My therapist, who is in his late 50s, has always been wonderful. I started seeing him when I was 16, and I am now 18 as of 3 months ago. Our relationship has always been great, never unprofessional nor too uptight. We'd make jokes and create a relaxed environment while still having a proper therapy session, each lasting an hour. My therapist does freelance care and hosts his sessions in his home, which isn't unusual for older therapists. I've had many therapists who have home offices. To make it clear, my therapist has never discussed intimate matters with me besides childhood abuse. My therapist never flirted with me and never made inappropriate comments. The few times he's mentioned my appearance is during discussion of my eating disorder, where he'd reassure me I'm beautiful and shouldn't worry about my weight the way I do. I've always felt comfortable with him, and as a little fashion freak I wear all kinds of clothes and dress up often, even to therapy sessions. Today, I went in only wearing leggings and a baggy shirt as I'm on my period and couldn't stand the thought of wearing jeans or a skirt. Nothing out of the ordinary until we spoke of my eating disorder again, and he mentioned how attractive I am but was more persistent this time. He insisted my body was nice and that when I'd flirt with him, he takes it as a compliment. I laughed, but what, flirt with him? He's a married 50-something-year-old. I didn't say anything about it and changed the subject, and yet somehow we ended back at the same topic. He explained how once I was leaning over to show him something in my chest was a temptation. I laughed again, awkwardly, but he interjected, "I'm serious." I felt really uncomfortable and kept trying to change the subject, but he kept going. He referenced another time where I was writing something on the dining table and my chest pushed together were really tempting, and then he added onto it, "The creepiest part to me, or when you wore those fishnets." I won't bring up the fishnets. I've had dreams about those. What? My therapist explaining my 17 and 18-year-old body as tempting, and that he's dreaming of me in the clothing I wear. The worst part is when the session was over, he told me, "I really enjoyed this session." A therapy session isn't usually enjoyable, but I'm sure he felt enjoyment talking about my body by the way he periodically adjusted himself through the session. He's great at his job, but this discussion has me considering getting a new therapist.
Today I messed up by selling the Switch my grandpa bought me so I could do something thoughtful for my girlfriend. My grandpa surprised me with a brand new Switch last year. This was 2 weeks before he died. The mischievous smile that he had when showing it to me will be forever ingrained in my heart. My grandpa took me in when he noticed how neglectful and abusive my mom was. He just came, packed my bags and sternly told my mom that he is taking me with, and my mom didn't argue. It was the happiest day of my life. He didn't have much, but he showered me with so much love. He meant the world to me, so that Switch had high sentimental value. It was also my very first Switch. Anyway, I started dating my girlfriend earlier this year. She is my first serious girlfriend and it's been amazing. We are high school seniors, but I could definitely see myself marrying her. About a week ago, she wasn't herself and told me that her grandma was in the hospital and she couldn't go see her because she didn't have any money. It didn't look like her grandma was going to make it and she was afraid that she would pass away without saying goodbye. I spent a few days contemplating on how to help her. I didn't get the chance to say goodbye to my own grandpa because I was at school when he passed away, so I know that pain. I gave it a lot of thought, then decided that maybe I could sell my Switch. It would probably mean everything to my girlfriend. It wasn't an easy choice, but I did it, then gave her the money. She told me that she had left, and after that I couldn't reach her. I understood that she had a lot going on, so I waited for her to contact me. The following day I saw her friends' Instagram stories. They were at a music festival hanging out with some random guys and my girlfriend was there. I didn't know how to confront her, so I just blocked her on everything. I'm a trophy husband and I feel like I'm in a dream. I've been modeling for years and had moved into management when I met my wife Lily. I was managing the models for a high-end fashion show and we met backstage after the show. She was tall and was wearing a nice dress, so she stood out. I spoke to her and we liked each other. She was a nice but assertive and sophisticated person. We went on a few dates after that and she invited me to her home. I knew she was rich, but I was shocked when I saw her home. It was a massive mansion. I understood the scale of her wealth after that. Lily worked at her parents' business and it was their house. We kept seeing each other for a few more months. Lily told me that she married a guy she liked in college, but he started gambling and sleeping around, so she divorced him. They had a prenup, so it was hassle-free. She told me she stopped looking for partners after that. One day when we were at her home, she told me she was getting old and that she wanted a husband she could show off at events. She asked me if I wanted to be that person. I was caught off guard. She told me that I would get access to a lot of money and I could do whatever I wanted as long as it didn't affect their reputation, and I had to keep my bod looking good. I also had to sign a prenup. I asked her for some time. I grew up in a middle-class home and never had any money problems in my life. I had a good job, but the prospect of having a lot of money without doing anything was too good. Lily was a nice person and I liked her well enough, so the prospect of spending my life with her didn't seem bad. I accepted her proposal and stuff moved quickly after that. Her parents liked me and we were married in a couple of months. This was 4 years ago. I moved into her mansion and bought everything I ever wanted. But spending money got boring after a few months. I got bored doing nothing all day, so I took over cooking. I learnt different cuisines from our chef and occupied most of my days with that. Lily and I became great friends. She used to tell me about her day and I learned about the business from her. She'd take me to her events and parties and they were fun. COVID hit and Lily started spending a lot of time at home with me. We slowly fell in love. It's always funny to me that we fell in love after we got married. We are almost inseparable now. I spend most of my day cooking exotic stuff for her and she keeps buying expensive gifts for me and keeps taking us on vacations. We learnt that she's pregnant recently. I never thought I'd ever even see or experience even a quarter of the things I did in the last few years, and I keep feeling weird about it, like my life is some dream.
My husband told me he hopes I pass away during surgery. I'm getting a gastric bypass in 2 weeks. I have had this plan for over a year when I got my insurance. It was a snap decision, but my weight has been an issue my whole life and my general practitioner has been pushing me to get the surgery after multiple failed attempts at trying to lose it myself and multiple health issues being made worse by my weight. A year ago I made the decision during my lunch break to get health insurance, and the fortnightly payments have pretty much kept me motivated in my journey to better myself because oh my gosh, it's so much money. My husband was so angry when I called and told him I signed up for the insurance. He told me it was a waste of my money and I didn't need to lose weight, but after a short argument he didn't bring it up again. Months went by and I forgot about it because I had a whole year to wait before I could do anything, but I was taking steps to better myself in other areas. I started dressing nicer. I went into a clothes store for the first time in a decade and spent $1,000 on a new wardrobe, which sounds like a lot, but I have hated myself for so long I only wore t-shirts and joggers. I went to the hairdresser for the first time in 6 years. I went to the dentist. I'm looking into maybe braces. I started my bachelor's of data science. Like when I say I have completely taken this as a chance to become a new person, I'm not joking. I want to come out of this being proud of who I am and not just the same me in a skinnier body. My husband is not supportive at all of any of this. Every step he has just told me I'm doing the wrong thing. I'm spending too much money. The clothes I wear don't look good. I'm not smart enough to do data science. I just ignored it because I thought maybe if I improved myself it would motivate him to do the same. He doesn't even need to get a better job or anything like that, but maybe he could cook more or do stuff around the house or take care of things I can't because I'm so busy. But he won't. Like we are 25 and 26. We can do anything we want. Our life isn't over yet. We have only just started it. He doesn't have to spend the rest of his life doing nothing. The closer we got to my surgery date, the more he would send me videos of bariatric surgery patients telling their stories going wrong to scare me out of doing it. He would tell me statistics of me gaining weight back and that I'll probably still be big, so there is no point. After about a week of this I snapped and an argument ensued. I called him lazy and said that he's living off my money, so I don't know why he complains so much. And he told me he hopes I don't wake up from the surgery, and walked out. He won't answer me calls now, and I think in 2 weeks I'm going to come out of surgery without a stomach or a husband.
Update: I accidentally caused a war between my family and my brother's wife's family with one innocent text message. Didn't think I'd give an update, but many interesting things happened. When I said in the main post that two fronts had formed, I only meant that metaphorically, of course, but it's no longer that. While nothing much interesting happened in the first 2 days, afterwards the terror started as soon as my brother and his wife went on their honeymoon. My mom and my dad visited me and told me how the wedding party escalated and they were so close to physical violence. I thought it was funny at first, but this truly bothers me. I also want to point that you did a great job at convincing me it's not my fault, but hearing my parents' side still gave me a bad feeling in my stomach. However, like I said, the terror started shortly after they went to their honeymoon. And when I say terror, I mean that my sister-in-law's family found both my Facebook and Instagram account and started spamming me with hateful messages. I received insults and hateful messages from various different accounts who all had one thing in common. They all had somewhat of a Christian theme and all of them had the same last name. So it wasn't hard to find out whose accounts it was, mainly because I don't know my sister-in-law's family at all. I only know her, and I know her parents were homophobic Christians. But whatever, they not only started attacking me, they also found the account of my boyfriend through my account because we're linked as a couple and started to send him the same messages. The messages contained on one side typical bigot stuff like, "You're burning in hell for your sins." One even called me and my boyfriend two devils in disguise. The other side were just blatant insults. You get the idea. I called my parents and told them what they are doing. Then I sent a text message to my brother with screenshots of the messages his wife's family sent me, to which he replied that I shouldn't disturb him with that during his honeymoon as I already destroyed his wedding party. I couldn't believe it. He was just like them. He did send me an apology after my mom told me she called him. But none of this is the main reason I'm giving you this update this early. Because I got a call this morning from an unknown number. I hesitated because I thought it was one of them. And I was right, but it was none of the people who insulted me. I heard a woman voice who introduced herself as the half-sister of my brother's wife. She said it didn't go unnoticed what her family was doing and she wanted to apologize for them. I told her I'm not going to tell anyone in her family about this and that I don't blame her for her family's actions. She thanked me and hung up. I don't know why, but I have this feeling she only did this to protect her family from being reported. My mother wrote to me earlier that she wants to report the insults and the harassment of these people and that she demands for my brother to divorce his wife or she will disinherit him from her will, because that's not how she raised him. A little radical in my opinion, but I understand where she's coming from. This entire thing escalated so much it's unbelievable. Thank you all for your support on my first post. My ex-girlfriend has been leading a neurodivergent man on for over a decade to scam money out of him, even while we were together. I wasted the last 4 years of my life with a girl we'll call Emily. I thought she was a good and honest person. Boy, was I wrong. Emily had a close friend named Jeff. I never understood it. Jeff is a creepy and pathetic man who has orbited her since middle school. He's neurodivergent. At least that's what their friend group has used as an excuse for his actions. He's always had a crush on Emily. According to ex-friends, he's tried his hardest to get her to like him since they met. Emily does not like Jeff any more than a friend. Even then, the way she talks about him to me makes me feel she's completely disgusted by him physically. Along with her honesty, it made me never question their friendship, even if Jeff was obviously orbiting waiting for us to break up. A few weeks ago Jeff asked us to try out polyamory so he could make love with Emily. I was furious. I wanted to put him in his place, but Emily stopped me. She seemed to have no problem with him asking, even though she turned him down. Her whole friend group acted like this was just a normal thing to ask. That me upset and mad that he would dare disrespect our relationship like that was wrong. It was Amy's problem. There are things that should have clued me into the fact that her friend group was a circus. I just ignored it. However, after the polyamory incident, I couldn't though. The things that ex-friends told me about Jeff and Emily made me ask questions and start digging. I ended up contacting one of Emily's ex and learned something very interesting. In high school, Jeff was giving Emily hundreds of dollars he was stealing from his parents. I and Emily had been arguing constantly after Jeff asked the question. She had been staying with her parents for a time while things cooled off. Once she showed back up at our place this week, I decided to confront her and asked if Jeff was giving her money. She denied it at first, but I told her if she does not tell me the truth I will forward many of the texts she sent me commenting about Jeff's body and face to Jeff himself. Jeff has been giving money to Emily since they met. For the entire 4 years we were together he was sending her sometimes hundreds of dollars each month. Her texts with him are flirty in nature. While not outright saying she's interested in him, she's heavily implied it, acting like it's just not the right time for her to be with him. She has reaffirmed to me that she's not interested in him. In fact, she's implied she actually hates his guts. I asked if her friends are also taking money from Jeff, and she said she did not know. I packed my crap up yesterday and am staying with my brother till I find a new place. I blocked Emily. I sent Jeff a text simply showing him how Emily talked about him to me. I'm 99% sure Jeff is stealing from his parents still as he lives with them. I found his parents' numbers and texted them letting them know what's happening. Moving on from 4 wasted years is going to be tough. My girlfriend's close friend asked us to open our relationship so he could pursue her. Now I am not comfortable with her still being around him. I've been with my girlfriend Emily for 4 years now. Emily has a close friend Jeff who I have never liked. The guy has always come off as skeevy, whiny, and creepy to me. I've heard things about him from ex-friends, and even current ones that make him just come off as pathetic and creepy. I could go on about it, but I'll cut to the chase though. The real reason I do not like Jeff is that he has always been interested in Emily. They met in middle school and he's had a crush on her since then. He's tried and failed multiple times over the years to get her to like him. Ever since I came into her life, and we started dating, he's always given me the feeling that he's orbiting waiting for us to break up to try again. He's backed off romantically though and hasn't tried anything for the 4 years we've been together. Jeff has been a sore topic for me and Emily. Even though I don't like him, she and her friends do. I've made it clear to her that I don't like him, but I've never interfered with her friendship with him because I've always trusted her when she tells me she feels nothing romantically for him. This all changed last week. Jeff's own romantic life can only be described as unusual. From what I know, mostly one-night stands and third-wheel scenarios. He's openly poly and I've heard far too much about it from him. Not the lifestyle for me, but whatever suits you. What got to me though, was how he would talk about it to the people in monogamous relationships in his friend group, pitching it as if he was trying to sell them on it for other reasons. Last week, Emily and I tagged along with her friends for an outing. We ended up at a dive late at night for drinks and Jeff tagged along with the two of us. He was incredibly off-putting to me the entire night, much more than usual, acting all buddy-buddy with me to an uncomfortable degree. As we sat and chatted, he brought up his most recent relationship from a few months back, a poly relationship where he was third-wheeling another couple. It was very awkward, much more so when out of nowhere he recommended we try something like that ourselves. The short of it is he asked us to open our relationship and become a triad with him. He knows I'm straight, so what he really meant was he wants to screw Emily and for me to be okay with it. Emily declined, and I wanted to tear into the creep. However, Emily made me go to her car so she could pay for our drinks and leave knowing I was about to make a scene. Suffice it to say, I am not comfortable with her continuing to associate with him. I've made it clear that what he did was completely disrespectful of our relationship and that I don't trust him not to do something more sinister at this point. Emily, however, disagrees. She's saying this is just how Jeff operates, which makes me even more uncomfortable with the situation. He's not neurotypical, and her whole friend group has used that as an excuse for so long. I'm sick of hearing it. We have been arguing nonstop about this now. She doesn't think this is enough of a reason to cut him off and I cannot understand why. Her friend group has essentially decided to stay out of it as well. I did share my thoughts with someone I know who is an ex-friend of Jeff's from high school. I also learned that Jeff has tried to break up Emily and her boyfriends before, and he thinks this is another attempt. She was planning on going out Friday with friends to a movie, which included Jeff. We ended up having another massive argument in which I told her to not come back if she left. She's been staying at her parents' house since. Right now, I feel like I'm living in bizarro land. Every single weird thing about her and her friends now sticks out like porcupine quills. It's like I'm the only one who sees a problem with what Jeff did, and that my opinion does not matter. Emily refuses to tell me what about Jeff is so important and endearing he's worth this. It's like to her this is just normal or something. How do I even proceed at this point? It feels like I'm just being walked over. How can I convey how uncomfortable I am at this? Or is it even worth it at this point? Me and my wife know we are cheating on each other. I 35 male have been married to my wife 35 female for 8 years. Tougher for 9. Before I continue I want to say now I absolutely adore my wife Jane. She has been my best friend since we were toddlers, family friend, and we've been through thick and thin and I would be anything to ensure she's happy and safe, which is why for the past 6 months I've bashed myself for cheating on her with Miles, 33 male. Miles is a work friend who had recently shown interest in me. He never knew I was married until I told him. About a month ago, he was pissed off as I expected and told me to tell Jane the truth or he would. I, obviously not wanting Jane to find out she's being cheated on by not only the person I was having an affair with but a man nonetheless. So, after about a week since the conversation I told her, I sat her down and admitted to my sexuality, how I loved her so much but wasn't attracted to her at all, and I cried about how I felt so guilty about keeping this from her and leading her on. She stayed quiet until the end of my little confession, and then she laughed. Jane started to cry and tell me how she was also cheating on me, with a woman. She apparently came out to her family at 16 and they threatened to kick her out and said she hadn't met the right guy yet. So Jane saw me as an opportunity to continue to have a roof over her head and stay relatively close to her family when I asked her out. I was shocked but also thrilled because someone could meet her needs better than I ever could and also because it in a way lifted the guilt off my shoulders. We decided to pop open a bottle of wine and chat about our secret spouses. I told her about Miles and she told me about this lovely woman named Rebecca who'd she'd been seeing for a little over a year. As the night continued and we got more drunk we began to talk about our sex life and poked fun at each other for our lack of knowledge on how to pleasure of each other, haha. We were always very awkward. I felt like a teenage girl talking about boys and it was one of the best feelings I've ever had in my life. It's obviously been a while since that talk and we've set up a double date for tonight. I've talked to Miles about it and he's fine with it. And so is Rebecca. If my family or Jane's find out we've decided to just say we were hanging out with friends, it isn't a lie. I'd love to get to know Rebecca. I can't wait to meet her. I hope she treats Jane like the queen she is and spoils her a bunch. Me and Jane aren't planning on getting divorced. Too much stress when we're both happy to stay with one another. And we've talked about it with Miles and Rebecca and it hasn't caused any issues as of right now. Thank you for reading through all of this. This exciting for both me and Jane. Wish me luck.
I don't think my boss knows that I know there's a camera in my office. I don't know where to start because I'm not even sure if this is weird or not. I started at this new job not long ago, and since the first day I've known there was a camera in my office. I don't think it's necessarily weird to have cameras in an office setting. There's cameras in all sorts of places for all kinds of reasons, but the camera in my office isn't any sort of built-in fixture, and my individual office room is the only office with a camera in it. On my first day of the job, I realized my boss was too aware of my actions. He said something to me that threw me off. And I knew he wouldn't have brought it up unless he had been watching me do something. It was just too coincidental, but it was casual at the same time, so it wasn't a direct allusion to the camera he has. But immediately after that incident, I scanned around the room, and I found a camera nestled into a cubby with a small wire that leads into his adjacent office. My other boss has also indirectly responded to my actions in the group chat. The few times I had spent an excessive amount of time on my phone were times that the, "Hey guys, let me know if you guys need anything to work on. I know things are slow" messages would trickle in. Anything that seemed to hint at me being watched was also said or done ambiguously enough that they weren't revealing anything about being able to see me, as if I'm not supposed to know I'm being watched, and that's what is unsettling to me. The camera is pointed directly at me, not the door, not the front of my desk, not anywhere else that would make sense for security. I've looked at everyone else's offices and didn't see a single camera. The camera is pointed specifically at me, and I don't even deal with money or anything that could be stolen. I don't know if I should bring this up. I'm not entirely mad, and I guess I understand the reasoning. Like making sure I'm on task or some crap. It just bothers me a little that I can be watched whenever, and they never even disclose that. I feel like someone being constantly monitored has the right to know that they are, especially since I'm the only one being watched like this. I at least use it to my advantage, because I at least know not to be on my phone lol. How do I tell my son that his bio dad was convicted of a horrific murder? My son is 15 and barely knows his bio dad. The last time they saw each other was in 2017. Before that there was a period of about a year when he was 5 or 6 years old that he stayed with his dad and his new family every other weekend. Bio dad stopped paying child support and ghosted us basically. We have talked about the relationship in the past and son has always had a good attitude about the situation, very emotionally mature for his age and doesn't feel like he's missed out on anything, feels like his dad is the one missing out, doesn't ask about him, almost never mentions him unless something jogs a memory. A few years ago while my son was deathly ill in the hospital I had heard from his now former stepmom that bio dad was basically off his rocker, substances mixed with mental illness apparently. She was calling to warn me in case he showed up at the hospital trying to see our son. Just a few weeks later bio dad murdered his own parent and did awful, sick things to cover up his crime. He was arrested right away and has now been sentenced to life in prison. The issue is I've never told my son. When it happened he was 11, almost 12 and very sick. I felt like he was too young. His dad and most of his family live a couple of hours away in a neighboring state. It was not in the news here and we do not cross paths with any of the few members of his family that live near us. Point is I was not worried about my son finding out from any other way. I briefly worried about him googling his dad's name but as far as I know he doesn't even care enough to do that, and he definitely would have mentioned it if he had. Originally I told myself I'd tell him when he was convicted, when there was some sort of closure, then thanks to COVID that took well over 2 years, then he was convicted and I still couldn't find the nerve to tell him. Fast forward to a couple months ago and his dad is now contacting me from prison, from contraband cell phones his fellow inmates have. Turns out he applied for stimulus money, was approved but they sent it all to me for child support. Prior to that I hadn't received any money from him since 2013 and obviously didn't think I'd ever see another dime. Now he's hassling me for that money cause he was counting on it. Rumor is he's been gambling in there and owes some people a lot of money and is being with SA over it. Blows my mind that after not sending any money for a decade almost, after being absent for most of my son's life, and after the terrible things he's done, he has the absolute audacity to ask me to send him a dime. He has always been narcissistic and only cares about himself and what he wants. I've blocked all the numbers that he has texted and called me from so far. If he continues harassing me I've thought about calling the prison he is in. Basically I feel like now I can't run and hide from this anymore. It's time to talk to my son. I'm concerned that since bio dad still had my phone number, he might still have my son's too. And I definitely don't want my son to hear it from him. I feel so guilty that I haven't told him, that I've been keeping such a big secret from him. I beat myself up over it daily, but how do I even begin this conversation? How do I guide him through this when I'm still struggling with it so much myself? I've thought about offering for him to go to counseling so he can talk to someone. I doubt he'll like that idea but might be the best thing for him. As well as I know my child and as close as we are I have no clue how he will take this information. Just hate him having to live with this knowledge like I do but can't put it off any longer. Open to advice or guidance. Just PLS be gentle with me. I know I've handled this all wrong and the weight of all this is slowly getting to me.
Update. I purposefully ruined my cousin and ex's wedding and it's brought me a lot of happiness. Some stuff has happened since the whole mess that was my cousin's wedding. My mom tried to talk to me, said she saw the post I'd made. I pushed her away for a few days before finally speaking to her. I'm struggling to find words to describe how things worked out between us. The easiest way to explain it is that we agreed to disagree on whether what I'd done was correct. I got a mix of messages from those who were present at the wedding, some supportive, some telling me off. I was struggling a lot. I've just gone back to simply functioning like I was before the wedding. After I came down from getting my own back, I don't at all regret what I did and I still feel satisfied that I got payback. I was making plans to take my own life about a month after the wedding. I hadn't told anyone for obvious reasons, but my mom, uncle and cousin, same cousin whose wedding I ruined, came to me and told me they'd pay for a private counselor since the mental health department of the NHS is under-equipped to say the least. I went to therapy, found a counselor who was very helpful. He taught me a lot. I got diagnosed with PTSD, caused by the discovery of the affair. He's been a big help and has encouraged me to give casual dating a try to build confidence in myself and get used to rejection as a normal part of life. I signed up to a few dating sites. Although I'm avoiding Tinder like the plague, my counselor specifically suggested I stay as far away from Tinder as I possibly can. I've not been very successful in that avenue, but it's pretty much in line with what I was expecting. I've talked to a few people and even got a date scheduled, but she stood me up and ghosted me, which hurt. I'm doing good though, much better. I don't have suicidal thoughts very often anymore. Whenever I'm feeling especially crap, I like to open up Reddit and read your supportive messages. That's all for now. I'll probably start using this account on a more regular basis so you may see more of me. I purposefully ruined my cousin and ex's wedding and it's brought me a lot of happiness. I once looked up to my cousin. I thought he was a great guy, and we were close like brothers. I was also dating a girl. I was deeply in love with her and planned to marry her someday. I thought my life was perfect. One day I came home early because a colleague offered to cover my shift. I was pretty tired, so I accepted and went home. Arriving home, I found them in my bed, making love. Both of them were shocked to say the least. I told them I wanted them to be gone by the time I got back and left the house. They were gone by the time I did get back, but she left me a note telling me she was sorry and to call her when I'd calmed down. I didn't call her. I texted her saying that I'd gather her things and drop them off at cousin's in a few days and that she's staying with him now, not me. I followed through with that. It took about a week to transfer everything. Both of them tried to apologize, but I didn't have anything nice to say to them, so I said nothing. I just knocked the door and handed the bags to whoever answered before leaving. My cousin called me multiple times to try to apologize, but I refused to accept it. 3 years have passed since then. I went no contact with them. I didn't bring it up to the rest of my family or any of their friends. I'm not sure why. I just didn't. I got a call from a number I didn't recognize, so I answered. It was my cousin. He sounded really happy and was acting like he hadn't destroyed my life. He explained he and my ex were getting married and he wanted me to be his best man. I was so angry that he had the utter gall to act like nothing was wrong and lost my temper. I yelled at him and called him names before hanging up. He sent me a text telling me the offer still stood and if I didn't want to be his best man then he just simply wouldn't have one. A few days passed by and I had an idea. I texted him back and apologized. I sent a paragraph of bull crap saying I was still angry but this could be an opportunity for the three of us to heal and move past it. He was overjoyed and said he'd pay for everything and he'd help me pick out a suit if I wanted, which I accepted because I sure as SHT wasn't going to spend any money on his stupid wedding if I could help it. The wedding day came. I had spent the week prior writing a speech, putting all the negative feelings that had bottled up over the years into words on paper. The wedding was pretty good. I'm sure one of them has some nice well-paying job or something because they must have spent a decent bit of money on this wedding from how nice it was. Our entire family was there, as was a decent chunk of my ex's family. Eventually the time for my speech came. I just remember feeling really nervous as it built up to it and my voice kept faltering when I was reading it out. But I didn't and still don't care. At least I got it out. I explained what these two horrible people had done to me. I called them the worst names I could think of and wished them the worst. Then I left. I was expecting some kind of dramatic moment from all the guests, gasps of shock and all that, but there was none of that. Everyone was silent. On my way home I got a call from my mother angrily telling me that I'd ruined the wedding and both of them were so upset and she asked me why I'd do this. I told her that they deserved it for what they'd done to me and everything I'd said in the speech was true. She kept defending them so I swore at her and hung up. Since then I've gotten several calls and texts from others in mine and my ex's family angry I ruined the wedding. I've also received a few texts from people who were there being supportive and telling me they were there if I needed to talk. I'm not sure if I feel better having done this, but it did bring me great catharsis when people were telling me the wedding was ruined. At least now they've felt at the very least a fraction of what they've made me feel. I made a crappy compliment to my girlfriend and she broke up with me. So I 20 male and my girlfriend 20 female were lazing around in bed at my place. She had stayed the night and been there the full day. I didn't actually bring her home until 2 a.m. that night. We were discussing our bodies, and she wanted to know if I was a butt or chest guy. I said I was both, and that her butt was S tier and that her chest was B tier. I was trying to say I liked her butt more than her chest. I wasn't really thinking about it much when I said it, and she didn't really respond. We moved on. We went on to talk about how much we liked each other and did things couples do. Fast forward to the next day afternoon, and she suddenly starts being very cold and short over texts. It took until the next day for me to finally get her to tell me why, and it was because of the tier comment. She hadn't thought much about it at the time, but now it was starting to mess her up. For context, she has had large problems with being insecure and self-conscious about her body. I immediately realized how that could be taken as a backhanded compliment, and tried to apologize and tell her how much I loved her body. I am a very touchy and feely person, and tried to use that as evidence of how much I liked it. She said talking about it wasn't helping, and she went silent. For the next 3 days, she barely responded. responded to my good morning, thanks when I wished her a good day, and that was about it. Then I get the breakup text, and about how she is now even more insecure than she was before because of that comment. I want to be clear, our relationship was going great before this as far as I am aware. We were still in the honeymoon phase of a new relationship. From what she has told me, we are breaking up because of that comment. I'm aware I put my foot in my mouth. I wish I could turn back time and just say that I liked her but more. She is allowed to break up with me for whatever reason she wishes, and she decides what is too much for her. How I feel isn't relevant to whether or not it's okay for her to break up with me. Am I crazy for thinking that a bad compliment isn't a reason to break up? Everyone makes mistakes, and I never wanted to hurt her. I was falling in love with her. I just want to understand. Maybe this isn't the best subreddit. I am going to be better, but am I right in thinking that it has more to do with insecurity than the words I said? I have some pretty bad issues with self-hatred myself, but I try to recognize when intentions are good. Feel free to be harsh. I'm aware that was a jerk thing to say, but is it worth a breakup to you? I came out as gay in my 40s and I think I'm destroying my life. I 41 male married my wife 40 female 14 years ago. I was madly in love with her, but about a year in, I realized she didn't really enjoy making love. I repeatedly asked if it was me, or if I could do anything to help, but she always just said love making had never been something she was interested in. We had our first child 5 years later, planned, which made the love making even more mechanical, after which love making went from extremely sporadical to non-existent. Around that time my best friend, 34 male, moved to the city and we started exploring. A few months after he told me he was gay and that he wanted me to come explore the scene with him because he knew no one else, I was happy to do it and started going out to gay clubs and such, and meeting a ton of guys who I would just introduce to my friend. He is very shy, and go home. Until one day I met a guy who made it abundantly clear that he wasn't interested in my friend, but only me. I laughed it off and told him I was married, but he kept insisting, until I decided to kiss him just to see what it felt like. Suffice to say, it changed my whole life. Flash forward 3 years, and we became friends with benefits. He taught me so much, and for the first time in years, I felt complete. He eventually moved away, to China, and we slowly fell out of touch, but I could never go back to my old life. I continued meeting guys and having short affairs, always coming home to my family. A few weeks ago, I decided I couldn't continue lying to everyone, and came out to my wife. She was initially incredibly supportive, but as it set in, has become more and more resistant to the idea. We are sleeping in separate rooms now, and she can barely look me in the eye. I was seeing a guy, and after I told him that I had come out, he told me he was proud, but that he wanted to end things because he didn't want to deal with all of my baggage of having a child. That got me thinking of how incredibly hard it's going to be to meet someone who is willing to accept this part of my life. It also got me thinking about how, even with no physical intimacy, it is so nice to come home to people who love you, and how I might have just destroyed that for myself. Am I destined to just be alone? I'm 41 years old and my future feels as uncertain and terrifying as it did when I was 23. My therapist gave away my information so I could get some action. So I've been seeing this therapist for about 4 months. I originally went to just talk about my health, anxiety and the death of my best friend and how isolated I've become. Every session he turns the conversation into something about intimacy, advising me to get back out there, like it's that simple. One day he spent a full 45 minutes telling me that I need to meet someone, then says this exact line. I know someone, in your area, nice girl, very pretty, if it's just a bit of fun after all, why don't I give her your number? Don't get me wrong, she's an odd one, lot of hang-ups, but pretty. Now, I'd stated on multiple occasions that I'm not interested in lovemaking. I just want my life back on track. I declined the offer and left. Later that night he sends me her number. Now I reply asking if she knew about me, to which he said yes, so he's given my information away. Fast forward a few days, I think to heck with it and I give her a message. We agree to go for a coffee. She's nice, intelligent, easy to talk to and yeah, pretty. We had a lot of the same interests and I felt comfortable around her. For the first time in a long time I had a good day. We met up once more recently and got talking about our therapist. When I asked about the manner in which we got talking, she said, I don't really go on the app so I trust him whenever he sends me someone's number. I've done this loads, which if I'm being honest kinda sucked, but to be honest I don't really know what I expected. The conversation dipped at that point and we just kinda parted ways. Now I'm just sat here with no therapist, a bunch of psychological baggage and another failed attempt at making a connection. I accidentally caused a war between my family and my brother's wife's family with one innocent text message. So my brother's wedding happened 2 days ago, and it turned into a complete chaos, which I know even though I wasn't there. You might wonder why I didn't attend the wedding if it's my brother's. Well, it's because of his wife's family. He did send me an invitation to the wedding because he wanted me there, but his fiancée told him I couldn't attend because I had a boyfriend. You might be confused, but I'm a man, a bisexual man to be exact, and I have a boyfriend who I wanted to bring to the wedding. She said even though she doesn't have a problem with that, and he doesn't have a problem with that, her extremely religious parents who already forced her to do the wedding in a church would most likely banish us from the wedding and cause trouble between our families. After she told him that my brother told me I couldn't attend and told me why, you might think I was angry. The truth is I was relieved. I hate going to big events with lots of people because of my social anxiety and I already was used to not being able to attend certain events because of my sexuality. So it was nothing I haven't heard before. So at the day of the wedding I stayed at home with my boyfriend. It's worth mentioning my parents apparently didn't know I wasn't attending the wedding. I was chilling at home cuddling with my boyfriend when I suddenly got a text message from my parents asking me where I was because they couldn't find me at the wedding party. I told them I wasn't attending the wedding and if my brother hasn't told them anything. They said no and asked me what happened. I didn't see any reason to lie, so I sent them a text message telling them exactly why. Now I have to admit I don't exactly know what happened after I sent them this message because they read it but didn't reply, and why did they care in the first place? They didn't notice I wasn't there before until the wedding was already over. They only noticed when the wedding party started. However, apparently my parents talked to my brother about it, and all of a sudden my absence was the main topic of the wedding party. From what I heard, two fronts formed. On the one hand, my parents and the rest of my family against the family of my brother's wife, and apparently he as a husband now felt compelled to take her side and tried to argue in her favor. It's crazy to think that I was just sitting at home living my best life with my boyfriend while all of that crap went down on his wedding. The wedding party was ruined and my brother appeared on my door angrily screaming at me why I felt the need to ruin his wedding. I was confused and asked him what happened, and he told me everything. I told him it wasn't my intention. I just told our parents what happened because they didn't know and wanted to know where I was, and I thought he told them beforehand. He screamed at me that I ruined his wedding. I told him it's not my fault, he wasn't honest with them. I just respected their wish to not attend the wedding. I couldn't know it would go down like this because, like I said, I couldn't attend several events before because of my sexuality, and my parents never said anything about it, so I thought it would be the same thing here. But I gotta admit it's kinda sweet that my parents and the rest of my family stood up for me. They haven't done it before. That's a more than welcome change, but I still feel kinda bad because apparently I really ruined the wedding party.
My husband raised his voice at me over manicuring our son's nails. My son showed me that he broke a nail and I said I'd fix it. Typically I just trim and file his nails, but he had a bad day at school and I wanted to give him some extra attention. It was just a manicure and clear polish. It wasn't even glossy. It was matte, because I know my son wouldn't like shiny nails. It calmed him down and we had a nice time together. My husband got home from work as we were finishing. He loudly asked what I was doing and told our son to show him his hand. My heart jumped being spoken to like that out nowhere. I said I just fixed his nails and my husband said, "That's fine. Just remember he's not a mini you, he's a boy, my son." I didn't say anything back because I don't like to argue. My son mumbled to me, "Why is he so mean?" I told him that he was tired from work. As I was putting some lotion on his hand he asked, "Is he mad at us?" I told him everything was okay and not to feel bad. My husband must have picked up on our son's nerves because later he said to our son, "You know I'm not being mean to you or your mother, right? I'm fine with her pampering you. I'm just reminding her to do it appropriately." He didn't even really say I was doing anything wrong, but it still made me feel like I was. I do honestly think he was tired. I hate seeing our son have anxiety about his dad. It's usually not like that.
Update: I recently found out that my older sister is actually my biological mother. Okay, so I first of all want to thank everyone for your honest replies. It really helped me to get my feelings straight and get ready to confront her. So after a week of avoiding, I came to her house with a picnic basket by surprise, so I'll have a chance to speak with her. She was happy to see me and I told her to sit down because we need to talk. I started things with saying that I know that she has a secret that she's been hiding from me for years. Her face turned red and she started crying like heck. She knew what I was talking about. I told her the story about the DNA test, about Janet, and basically what I told you guys in the last post. Well, after she calmed down a bit, she told me the truth. She told me how she got drunk at a party and got with one of the jerks who does nothing but za every day. He didn't really care about a future kid and was like, yeah, whatever. Apparently she found out that 10 years ago he was unalived in prison. She told me how her mother used to convince her father to talk me out of the idea of keeping the baby. They would constantly fight with her. When the baby was born, they told her on the spot that she brought shame upon the family and they will not help raising the baby in any way, meaning she will have to work meanwhile to have money for her baby and sometimes for herself. After a couple of months of loaning from her friends and juggling between working and taking care of me, she had a huge fight with her parents and told them that if they are not helping financially and barely in any sort of way, she and me are better off without them. As they sent her to her room, she escaped in the middle of the night, hitchhiked to a neighboring country, and by morning she was there already. She tried to take care of me for a few days. She found an old abandoned house that used to have homeless people coming around every now and then, and she took me to the mall. When I started crying, she started crying too. The couple that adopted us immediately came to our aid and asked if we lost our mother. Rose jumped on the opportunity and came up with a story and an alias. Police figured out we are not in the system for multiple reasons. We were raised in foster care for a year and a half until the couple that helped us decided to make the effort and adopt us so we won't be separated. It took them a few months and a couple of lawyers, but they managed to adopt us both. Rose knew all along that her parents are looking for her. They came to their senses after a day or so. She reached out to them and told them in a letter that she is fine and is taking care of herself and me. She is not homeless and found a nice couple to help her with the baby. She made it clear for them that she is never coming back and they should stop looking. And a month after that they stopped. A few years later her father went on a quest to find her. She was after 18. Secretly, after so much time searching, he found her and apologized, and after a while she forgave him and kept secretly in touch with him. He met me a few times and I knew him as one of Rose's old friends from the park. He helped us a few times and apparently they would meet up once every 2 months secretly. Ironically, I'm glad I got to know him before he passed, even if I didn't know who he really is. By the way, the adoptive family never found out about the whole thing. So after hearing this I told her we missed a lot by not knowing she is my mother, and I told her I understand she did the right thing. I pulled out an "It's a Boy" sign from the picnic basket and some snacks for a late baby shower, and we hugged for an hour or so, had a lot of fun, watched a movie, and I headed off to my parents' adoptive house to have dinner with them. I'm glad she is my mother. I feel for the first time in years, complete. I don't care she lied because she did it for the greater good, and I honestly can't imagine my life right now if she didn't. Thanks Reddit for helping me getting my feelings straight and helping me out mentally to cope with everything that happened. I recently found out that my older sister is actually my biological mother. My older sister, let's call her Rose, and I have a great relationship since I was a baby. We were raised with an amazing adoptive family and she has always taken care of me. I grew up in a very warm and loving environment, but from what I was told, I was lucky. I was told the story of how me and my sister had two junkie parents who never took care of us. They never bothered feeding us and used to left us at a junkie friend's house for days to go out partying. When my mom was pregnant with me, she smoked and got drunk. Luckily I turned out pretty fine, pretty often, and when I was born my sister was the only one who took care of me. When I was 2 months old they left us both in a mall and left. We got help from an old couple who also turned into our adoptive family. And we contacted the police, but my parents weren't at the house, which looked like a homeless cave. We never saw them again, and after several months in foster care, the couple that helped us throughout the whole way, by the way, agreed to adopt us. Today I'm 19 and Rose is 34. I still live with my adoptive family and she lives about 20 minutes away, so I come and visit her at least 3 to 4 times a week. So a couple of months ago my friend offered me to take a DNA test to find some information about my heritage, since my sister wouldn't speak of them much. After the results came in I found out some pretty interesting things, like being 50% Ashkenazi Jew. I found out later that I had an aunt, 33 female, in the system. I immediately reached out to her, let's call her Janet, and we agreed to meet in person, all that without telling Rose a thing. When we met up I could see we have some similar characteristics, like same hair color and same eyes. We tried to figure things out, so I asked her if she has a brother or sister, and she told me that when she was 13 her 14-year-old sister got pregnant while being drunk with her junkie boyfriend, and a month after giving birth she ran away with the baby after some pretty intensive fights with her parents. They never found her and stopped looking after 1.5 years. I connected the dots, asked to see a picture of her, so we went to her parents' house. Mom wasn't home and father died 3 years ago. When I saw the picture, I knew this was Rose, 100%. Rose is my mom. We were never abandoned. We didn't have junkie parents and she fabricated the entire thing to me and our adoptive family. I immediately gave Janet a hug and told her that it's too much for me right now and asked her to keep it a secret for now. I went to my best friend's house, told him everything, and for a week now I'm sleeping over at his place. I told my parents and my sister I'm at his house because he bought a new game that we both wanted for long and avoided talking to Rose much. I can't look her in the eyes right now, let alone tell her I know the truth. What the heck am I supposed to do? How should I handle this? Should I tell her I know? My partner suggested opening the relationship and I am devastated. My girlfriend and I are in our mid-30s. We are graduated academics, live in a house with a garden for rent, have a dog, are saving on possibly buying some property within the next half-decade if there ever pops up something affordable. We started out with a pretty active intimate life for the first year. Then, dissertations, graduations, jobs and responsibilities, and it gradually died down. I was the more active part, but the response got less and less, and trying to initiate only to get turned down in 95% of the cases became hurtful, so I initiated fewer and fewer times. I tried to talk about it, trying to formulate it in me messages and being understanding, but she does not really like to talk about it. She said she can't relax when there is a lot of things going on, like recent job changes and moves and whatnot, and that it is not me. So I am trying to give her time, not to pressure her. Picked up self pleasure. We make love once every 2 to 3 months now, and it is not as good in the sense that it was before. I guess people get out of touch when they get intimate too infrequently, and she does not like to experiment, but it is still beautiful and intimate, and afterwards I'm always more happy for a few days, because I think she is beautiful, and I love her. I like feeling her skin and I like being intimate with her, and for her, I try to accept that her drive is way lower than mine. A few days ago we were out partying together, as we sometimes do, and while drunk, she opened to me that we should consider opening our relationship, that she loves me, that we are a great team, but the intimate drive has died down, and while she wants to grow old with me, we could look for fulfilling our basal urges somewhere else. So it wasn't her lower drive, it was me, the mean little voice in my head telling me she does not think I'm attractive anymore. Each time I was being rejected was right. All along, she does not want to make love. She just wants to make love with other people and not me anymore. She apparently does not love me anymore to try out new things or ideas how we could rekindle it. Maybe she even has someone in mind. Maybe she is already having an affair and wants to clear her conscience. How can I even trust her now? She goes to a training for 1 full month soon, so I will stay home, watch the dog, and know that she is out there wanting to make love with other people. You see where this is going. My thoughts are spiraling. I am literally heartbroken and can't think of anything else. I told her we have to talk soon. There were a few things the last days because of which we did not have time to talk yet. But I can't go on like this. I mean, we haven't decided anything yet. Even if we decide not to open the relationship, how can I trust her now? I told her back then that I would try to let the thought linger for a bit before deciding, and try not to brush it off right away, but it is not lingering. It is festering like a tumor in my brain. I am having several panic attacks a day. I dread going to bed because I cry as soon as the lights go out, very quietly, while she is sleeping next to me. I don't want her to see that, because I am afraid that that makes me even less attractive for her. I wake up panicking. I think about hurting myself. I am very close to a breakdown. And I am having a very important job interview today, the last one in a long row, and I most probably get an offer today. A great and very exciting opportunity. I can't shift it, but I can't concentrate. Why does she have to drop that bomb on me? I would like to just run, but I can't. We have a rent contract that we are trapped in for the next 2.5 years. We have a dog. No one of us can afford the full rent alone or take care of the dog alone. My heart is exploding. I am so sad. My wife found out about my spontaneity prompts. So about 3 to 4 years ago my wife and I had a huge, near relationship ending. Fight, it was mostly about how she feels I don't care about her. I get busy during the day and I forget to text her for hours at a time. And when I do, it's the normal how's your day going stuff. So to fix this, I made a list of 31 prompts or activities in my notes, ranging from a simple "I love you and can't wait to see you" to getting flowers or planning a picnic at the park to surprise her with. I set a reminder in my phone to go off every 2 days, and I will use the prompt that matches the day of the month so it feels random and not like I'm repeating the same stuff. If I think of something new, I'll add it to the sub list and swap them around every few months. This has worked out pretty well. It's not that I don't mean these things, but I just need a reminder to pull me out of work mode for a few minutes to check in on her without having to resort to the same boring and generic texts. Fast forward to this weekend, I was doing some car maintenance, and I also have important information about the cars and a maintenance log in my notes as well. And while I was under the car, I asked my wife to look at the notes and check the torque spec for a drain bolt. Naturally, she sees a note called spontaneity prompts and is curious, so she opens that and sees a laundry list of romanticisms. She puts it together, probably recognizing some of the things I've said to her that I've been using this to talk to her during the day. She asks about it and I say I reference it from time to time when I want to do something nice or random to surprise her, or when I feel like saying something non-generic over text. She says I shouldn't need a list of things to talk to her about and suspects I just pulled a list of ideas off the internet, even though I made this list on my own. Today I messed up by going on a date with my friend. I went on a date with one of my friends, whom I'll call Sarah, not her real name, that I attend the same university with. I've always known that my friend has a thing for me, but I've always been reluctant to go on a date with her because I genuinely value our friendship and felt putting romance there would just mess things up. About a week ago, I was hanging out with Sarah and our other mutual friend as they listened to me complain about my unfortunate dating history. The mutual friend then put out the idea of a date between Sarah and I. He did this mainly to just make the room temporarily awkward, but it led to a conversation where I essentially asked Sarah for a date. For the days leading up to the date, Sarah and I became a lot more flirty, and I have to admit I was also excited for the date. 2 days ago, I picked Sarah up, and we went to a fairly fancy restaurant. When the waiter came, I ordered my food. She then ordered basically 3 separate meals, and I didn't know what to say or how to question why she ordered so much food. When I finished my food, she barely ate half of one plate, and she then said she wasn't actually hungry because she ate lunch right before she left her place. I asked her why then she ordered 3 meals, and she said one is for her mom's dinner since she's always wanted to try this restaurant out, and the other meal is for her to eat with her mom during dinner. I then told her that it's nice that she's getting dinner for her mom. It's cute that she would do that, to which she responded, "I should be thanking you since you're paying." I had told her I would pay for the date, but I definitely never agreed to paying for her mom and her dinner when we had only gone out for lunch. The meal was expensive, but I would have been fine paying for her if she actually ate all 3 meals. Instead, it all just felt wrong to me. The rest of the date was ruined for me, and I was checked out for the rest of the date. I was just going through the motions. After I left her at her place, I went radio silent on her as I was still annoyed by what she did. Today, I wanted to just tell her that I think it's better we go back to being friends, but as I opened our chat message her, I read a message she sent me shortly after our date. She basically was thanking me for the date and then went on to pour out her feelings for me and say that she has loved me for years and the date was like a dream come true for her. I had to drive over to her place to try as gently as possible that the feelings aren't mutual, which resulted in her crying and screaming at me as to why I was flirting with her before the date and why I even asked her out to the date. I feel horrible. Update. Firstly, I think I messed up in going on this date with her knowing that she had feelings for me and there's risk of losing a friend. When I asked her to the date, I reasoned that she's attractive, and even though I didn't like her in that way, we technically should make a good couple, so I was willing to give it a shot, which in hindsight, it was my mess up and I should have just stuck to my logic surrounding friends. Over the week the flirtation came naturally, and I was genuinely optimistic and excited for the date, and definitely didn't intend on leading her on. Secondly, I paid for her meals. For me the money wasn't the problem. It was the concept in itself that bothered me. I don't mind buying her things to take home, I have actually done it a few times before. But you don't do that on a date, nor without asking at least prior to ordering. I didn't mention the food thing when we spoke. Honestly, her reaction to me not reciprocating those feelings left me speechless, and she kicked me out of her house when she was crying and shouting at me. She was also mad it took me 2 days to reply to her confession of love. Lastly, last night before I slept, I talked to our mutual friend who had helped in instigating this date, and he was telling me that when he spoke to her she was a mess and talking about self-harm, which makes me feel so much worse. I wish this date had never happened. Update. My girlfriend is TikTok famous and I hate it. First of all, I just want to thank everyone for the support on the last post. I didn't expect it to blow up like that, so I took a lot of your guys' advice and had a heart-to-heart with her. I told her how much she'd changed since we met and how much I was beginning to hate the person she was becoming. She said she wasn't really aware how upset it was making me, and if I don't like it then she's sorry, but I won't be the one to drag her career to the floor. Still, after all this she seems to be so fixated on the fact that I'm the problem. She won't get it that she is the one that made our relationship hell. I just think the money has blinded her. Maybe it would have been fine for someone else to deal with, but marrying and having a future with an influencer unfortunately is not for me. We decided to mutually break it off, which happened all a little too easy, which makes me think something else is going on behind the scenes. Maybe I'm just overthinking that, but after 7 years you'd expect a little fight for the relationship. So I'm going to move in with my grandma for a bit until I can find somewhere. Also, I feel like it's only a matter of time she finds out about my Reddit post, since the story was plastered all over TikTok with people speculating who it is, so it's probably best I'm not around when she does. As for telling you all who it is, I am not going to do that because even though it's been a bad couple of years with her, I don't want to be the one to kill her career. I'm better than that. Update. I found out my girlfriend is homeless. I ended up meeting Kat at the local park we usually walk through after she got off work earlier today since it's out in the open, yet still private enough to have a serious conversation. I told Kat that I didn't want her to feel uncomfortable or ashamed, but that I saw her at a line at a homeless shelter yesterday and wanted to talk to her if there was anything up or if she needed help. Kat immediately began to cry and showed her nervous tics, fidgeting around, wrinkling her nose, etc. She began stuttering on her words and I consoled her until she began to gather herself again. I told Kat that she didn't have to feel like she had to hide anything from me, and she began to open up about everything. Kat told me that she had been homeless for over a year. She grew up in a broken home after her dad passed away in Iraq when she was a kid back in 2006. Her mother fell into alcoholism and had pretty much blown whatever savings she had from the death gratuity she received and basically lived paycheck to paycheck. Despite this, her faith with the church was the only real thing that gave her stability and hope to carry on with her daily life. At 18, she joined the Marines because she wanted to honor her father and escape the life she had grown up with, although she ended up getting ELS'd, entry-level separation, and was chaptered out of the USMC due to her developing asthma while in basic. She ended up moving to our current city on the East Coast because she didn't want to return to California where her mother was. Kat ended up barely scraping by to where she saved up to buy her older car to sleep in away from the shelters around December of last year. Kat ended up sharing to me that she was on the verge of self-destruction around the time I met her and wanted to play up like she didn't have baggage and elaborated on how she didn't want to scare me off by admitting she was homeless. So she had me drop her off at the one apartment building and split the tab of our dates to appear like everything was normal. Truthfully, I felt gutted hearing her story. I had a feeling that things were probably bad for her, but I didn't think it was that bad. Kat showed me her DD-214. I'm currently an E5 in the Army Reserve, so I knew that her story was verifiable, as well as the pictures she had of her past. I told her that I wanted to help her out in any way and that I was open to having her move to my place with the added kicker that we could go to IKEA to get her a bed set to make my living room into her living space since I wanted to respect her physical boundaries that was in place from her Catholic faith. Kat was very hesitant because of her pride and she didn't want to come off like she was accepting a handout due to pity, but I reassured her that it wasn't with a handout or come with a catch. I told Kat that I loved her, first time I said that, and wanted to help her feel secure. She looked at me with a sort of disbelief and asked me if I really meant it, and I did. Kat reciprocated by saying that she loved me too and accepted. As far as the conditions go, I told her to meet me at 30% of the rent and to put whatever money she had into starting summer classes at the local community college and that she could stay with me for as long as she wanted if she felt comfortable with premarital cohabitation. Alas, thanks for the advice on everything. Our convo was a long one and took a lot emotionally from Kat, so she is currently crashing at my couch until she wakes up so we can get her bed at IKEA later tonight. Once again, thank you for giving advice as it really allowed me to vent on what was going on. I found out my girlfriend is homeless. Yesterday morning, I went to go out for a walk around the city and noticed a girl that looked familiar standing in a line at a homeless shelter. I took a double glance and saw a hoodie that was mine and then recognized my girlfriend, Kat. I was pretty shocked by seeing her there, but didn't approach her because I didn't want to embarrass her or anything. So for background info, I met Kat in February at a Dunkin's. I started making small talk with her when I saw we were both wearing the same Dodgers hat. I offered to pay for her drink after shooting the shite for a minute in line and got to know her when she asked if I wanted to sit down with her. As we were finishing up our drink, I asked her out on a date and she accepted. As the last couple of months went by, things were going great with us. I learned that she was working 2 jobs, wanted to go to college, was a devout Catholic. She invited me to attend Mass. I'm not Catholic, but went out of respect. Yet I noticed that she never brought up her family except when she mentioned her dad who was a Marine that passed away when she was a kid. Fast forward to the present, and I ended up sending a good morning text inside the Dunkin's as I was looking to see if it was really her. Like clockwork, she pulled out her phone and told me that she was at her apartment and that she was cooking breakfast. It was really surprising for me because I always dropped her off at a nice apartment building whenever a date was over, but I guess she did that to give off the appearance that she wasn't homeless? Now, I want to talk to Kat about her situation. She's kind of a social introvert to put it lightly. If she truly is homeless, I want to offer Kat to stay at my place. The only problem is that I don't want to come off like she owes me or anything like that. I also want to respect her Catholic faith because she told me that she wants to wait to give up her V card after I originally invited her over to my place before I knew she was homeless. The Catholics aren't fond of unmarried cohabitation either. Thoughts on how I can navigate this?
I wish my husband would cheat on me. I, 28 female, have spent every day for the past year wishing my 27 male husband would cheat on me, so I had to ballot out. I hate being married. My husband would rather spend time with his brothers and parents than with me. We've been at his parents' house for the past 3 weekends. Once we leave there, he gets on video games with them until all hours of the night. I haven't been to bed with my husband in weeks. Lovemaking is non-existent in my marriage right now. It's not just about the lovemaking. He complains about me all the time, to my face and behind my back. I've overheard him telling people that I'm annoying or that I nag a lot. I don't feel like I ask more than any other wife. I don't get home until past 7 most nights because I have to pick up the kids. And I don't ever ask him to pick them up or to make dinner. I ask for him to help clean up the house, and to help me put one of the kids to bed. He only willingly put one of the kids to bed. My house hasn't been clean in months. He just will not do chores. He ran out of clean underwear a few weeks ago and told me it was my job to do laundry, essentially blaming me. The man also refuses to take care of himself. He complains when I cook because I'm trying to cook healthy meals, and he doesn't like vegetables. He won't go to the gym with me, but instead insists on playing video games. Obesity runs in his family, and I'm trying my best to encourage a healthy lifestyle change, I know he's depressed, but he won't talk to someone or get on medication. It doesn't matter how I try to encourage him, he would just rather suffer. All this to say, I don't feel like it's a good enough reason to get a divorce. I'm unhappy in my marriage, but it can be fixed. Both parties be willing, of course. He's just not willing. I just wish he'd cheat on me so I felt like I had a valid reason to get divorced. At this point, it wouldn't even hurt me that much.
I feel unclean now after my shift at work. I 20 male work as a lifeguard at a water park. I haven't gotten the opportunity to take my certification test for this year yet, so they have me running water slides. I was giving my safety spiel when this older woman, probably around 40 to 45, asked me if I was going to pull her up if she drowned. When I said that I would, thinking she was nervous, she kind of let out a little laugh and said that she would keep that in mind. I was a little uncomfortable by that, and I mentioned that it was my job to do that, but she just kept going. A few more people went by and she wasn't on my mind at all until a group came up that got stuck at the top of my slide. When this happens, I have to push their tube through and it is not always easy. This group wouldn't budge, so I eventually just buckled down and got into the water at the top to dislodge them. My shirt got wet and then I heard the woman a few groups back telling me that if my shirt got wet, I could just take it off and give it to her, saying that she wouldn't mind if I used my muscles on her. I once again reminded her that I was just doing my job, but I was so uncomfortable. When her group came up, she went to sit in her tube and then she did a fake little stumble, and fell into the tube, and in order to catch herself she grabbed onto my upper thigh and she squeezed. I've had people grab me to catch themselves. That isn't the problem. If she was actually falling I would chuckle a little bit and move on. But I heard her laugh afterwards. It sounded like she was laughing for getting away with something that she wasn't supposed to do. I know it sounds dumb because I'm a grown man. I'm 6'2" with a full head of hair and a beard, but she made me feel so small, so disgusting that even typing this out is making me want to vomit. I ignored it, thinking that because I'm a man that it couldn't possibly be a big deal, but I got put at the same slide today and I spent all day terrified that she was coming back, so I talked to my supervisor about working a different slide tomorrow. I just feel so disgusted. I know that what she did is relatively minor compared to what other people go through, but it's never happened to me and I hate it, and I hate that this stranger holds so much influence over me just through this one action. I'm crying right now typing this, which I haven't done in years. I didn't cry when this happened, or when I told my supervisor, but typing it out right now is killing me.
Got sexually harassed at work. Now his daughter says I broke their family. So I 20 female just started at my new job in April. It's a pretty cool job and I loved it. I went through training for the first whole week and it went smooth. The people were super nice, but I was the only female. I wasn't too concerned, because I was in the military in a maintenance field, so I know how to hold my own and roll with jokes. My second week came around and this man, late 40s, came to me and took me under his wing. We will call him James, and I hit it off well. Apparently I went to high school with his 2 sons and my son is a month younger than his grandson. James was the type of guy who flirts with any woman. Others explained that it was all jokes and not to worry, because he would never get physical. James even reassured me that he is all talk. Well, it wasn't just talk. On my 6th day of work, he and I worked overtime so he could show me how to test an item we work with. We were joking and I was rolling with everything he said, but not exactly encouraging it. For example, he would say something like, "You're amazing, you know that? Like for real, I love you," and I would say thanks, I try. This is how it started, not a big deal. He then thought it would be okay to slap my butt. I have a bad history and it really affected me, and I went to the bathroom and cried for about 10 minutes, and went home. The next day, I told the man who trained me what happened. Ironically, this was the same guy who told me James wouldn't get physical, and he talked to James. James apologized to me and told me he crossed a line and said he would understand if I went to higher ups and reported him. I was still shaken up and told him it was all right, explained my history, and told him not to cross that line again. Things only escalated after that. He would tell me things like, "I want to lick your man's thing just to get a taste of you. I want to FK the personality out of you," and would talk about making babies together and running away. I learned that I'm not the first he's done this with. I asked why James still worked there and others explained that it was because he's been working there for 16 years and everyone is scared to say something. I also asked if anyone has told his wife, who literally works in the same building, and everyone said they didn't want to be the person to tell a wife that her husband is being a creep. Word got around of what he said and did, and our boss came to me and told me to make a report, so I did. I had the last week off so that I wouldn't be there during the investigation. His daughter, 14 or 15 female, added me on Facebook. I didn't know it was her, but she had the same last name. I added her back to look at her profile and there was nothing, so I removed her. I then got a friend request on Snapchat, so I accepted and asked her if I know her. She said no, but I know you. It then led to her asking what happened. I explained I couldn't talk about it and she said I'd rather know because that's my father, and whatever happened broke my family even more, so thank you. I left her on read because I just didn't know what to say. I know I did the right thing for me and all of the women in the past and the future. Hopefully he learns and never does this again, but part of me feels bad because he took me under his wing and gave me great life advice, but I don't think that outweighs what he did and said. Update: my boyfriend had trio with my sister and best friend. Aside from being in therapy and cutting myself off from everybody, I decided to hear my ex-bestie out over the phone, and according to her, she wanted to tell the truth about everything. She's revealed that my sister and my ex have actually been messing around behind my back for 2.5 years and that my sister is currently 3 months pregnant with his child. She's aborted 3 of my ex-boyfriend's babies before deciding to keep the latest one, and apparently they have been in love with each other for a while, and she's hated the fact that he continued to be with me. She really viewed me as his side chick and her the girlfriend, even though they were sneaking around behind my back. She's so delusional. Anyways, the baby she is pregnant with now was planned, and they had intended on telling me it was the result of a one-night stand with a complete stranger, and she was gonna raise the baby by herself. They really thought they was gonna raise their baby together behind my back. My sister enjoyed deceiving me the whole time and set up the trio to be caught since she is pregnant and no longer wants to share my ex-boyfriend. Ex-bestie admitted she slipped me sleeping pills as an attempt for me not to wake up and catch them in the act, as she felt bad about their plans, which I'm so pissed about because who in the world does she think she is doing that to me? Next is when I struggled not reaching through the phone and unaliving her. Aside from admitting she has feelings for my ex, she admitted she enjoyed the trio and it was the best lovemaking she's ever had. She went straight into detail about everything and how amazing it was. So I hung up the phone and blocked her. She is such a trashy person. I want to forget they all exist, which I've been doing until last week when a mutual friend of ours reached out to let me know that she has continued being intimate with my ex and my sister, and they are now in a poly relationship, and bestie is trying to get pregnant as she wants to be pregnant same time as my sister. I can't believe she was trying to mend our friendship but starting a poly relationship with them, and told me she had stayed clear of them. Apparently, going by her social media posts, she feels really bad having betrayed me yet again and hopes our friendship can be mended in the future. They have even posted statuses asking friends if they should reach out to me to ask if I want to come along to my sister's ultrasound appointments and baby shower, which they have arranged for about 2 months' time. Just sick in the head, all 3 of them. So anyways, that's my life right now. Going to continue going to therapy to keep me on straight and narrow and prevent me from doing something I may regret. My boyfriend had trio with my sister and best friend. Last week I found out my boyfriend had a trio with my best friend and sister in my apartment while I was fast asleep in the next room. This happened about 2 weeks prior. My best friend decided to come clean as she felt bad about it. However, she also told me after they got finished, my boyfriend and sister jumped into the shower together, and according to her they did it again in the shower all while I'm still asleep in another room. My sister had asked her to join in again, but my best friend said no and went to sleep. Since finding out, I've cut off my boyfriend and my sister, but to know if I can keep my best friend in my life. Although she finally came out about it and showed remorse, I'm still hurt that she made love with him, and don't know if I could trust her again. I confronted my sister and boyfriend, and they originally denied it but have since told the truth, that they had made love twice. Although I suspect it's been more than that. I believe now they were getting together constantly during our relationship, but they claim it was only twice. I can't believe they acted totally normal the following morning, like nothing had happened. My best friend was acting strange, but I thought nothing of it. Anyways, my sister had reached out to me through a fake account, and instead of an apology or showing remorse for what she did, she said since I didn't want a relationship with her anymore, she may as well go ahead and be in a relationship with my now ex. She then proceeded to tell me how my ex told her that lovemaking was better with her, and how he thought she was the hotter sister, and even told me they did it in the rear in the shower. She's disgusting. My boyfriend has also tried reaching out to me begging for me back, but a family member informed me yesterday that my sister has tagged my ex in a relationship status on Facebook and put a picture of them together as her profile picture. Even uploaded a picture of them in bed together. He was half exposed and so was she, but the disrespect is insane. I'm heartbroken and will never speak to my sister again. Now what should I do with my best friend? Should I continue my friendship with her or cut her off too? I need help, please. Today I messed up. I introduced my boyfriend to Minecraft. Background: I have a long-term partner and a boyfriend of over a year. My partner is on the asexual spectrum. We're really good together except for the bedroom. He was never this bad when we started, but his drive got lower and lower till it was a few times a year. This was causing resentment on my end and frustration, form constant asking on his end. So, as a solution, we opened the relationship for me. My boyfriend is really nice and he and my partner have become friends. My boyfriend and I take any opportunity we can to get intimate as we both live with other people, so either I go to his when his roommate is away or he comes to mine when I'm alone. That brings us back to today, or should I say the past month. For my birthday I wanted to play Minecraft. My boyfriend didn't like the game. He made it clear it's not his kind of game, and made it clear he's playing it because of us. We started playing, all 3 of us. At first when we'd get alone time and we'd spend it playing Minecraft, I didn't think too much of it, but when I sat there throwing hints, saying, everyone will be back in 2 hours, and then playing bedroom songs, and he still wasn't moving, I knew I messed up. My partner had come home by then, and by this point I said, screw it, I'm taking care of myself, and went upstairs. Currently, the 2 of them are downstairs playing Minecraft and I've gone back to being in a relationship with my toys. I messed up, Reddit. I messed up. I don't know how to forgive my boyfriend for what his friend did to me. My boyfriend and I have been living together for a little over a year. A few times a month, he'd invite his friends over to play video games. I didn't mind, but there was one particular friend I always felt very uncomfortable around. He'd make inappropriate comments at me and touch me unnecessarily but try to be slick about it. I told my boyfriend several times I don't feel comfortable around this friend. I asked him if he could not invite his friend to our home. I asked if they could go play video games at another friend's house who lives alone and isn't far from us. He would say okay, but never actually do it, and the boys would be over again several times a month. I was home alone a couple of weeks ago and my boyfriend was on a work trip. His friend stopped by and said my boyfriend sent him over to pick up the PlayStation 5 so he can take it to another friend's house so they can play. My boyfriend didn't give me a heads up that the guy would be coming over or anything. I told him to stay at the door and I would bring it. He didn't listen and came in anyway. I don't want to give details, but he SA'd me and a neighbor heard the shouting and came to help. The guy has been arrested. My boyfriend flew back from his work trip immediately and came to be with me. I asked him if he actually told the guy to go to our house and he said yes he did, but he forgot to warn me. I got angry and told him I specifically told him many times that I was uncomfortable around that friend and he didn't take me seriously. He cried and said he was so sorry and that it's all his fault. He's been trying to make it up to me. He's done everything right, but I can't help but still blame him a bit. Had he taken me seriously, this wouldn't have happened. He never listened to me or took my complaints seriously and I really resent him for that. I don't know if we'll be able to go back to how we were. I don't know how I'll ever be able to see him the same. I feel terrible because he really is trying his best now and I feel like I'm taking it all for granted, but I don't know how to stop feeling like this. I want to move out and never see him or this apartment again. I am very much jealous of my husband's ex-wife. I 40 female am very much jealous of my husband's 50 male ex. Our relationship started with an affair. I know it was wrong. Their marriage was on the rocks and my husband wanted to end it. When she, 48 female, learned about the affair, she didn't scream or shout at me. She was rather calm. She only asked me if I truly loved her husband. I said yes. She told me that if I am going to be a part of my husband's life I better treat her kids, 19 female, 16 male and 14 female, with respect and not push them to accept her. She didn't even create any hassle in the divorce. Things were tough. My husband's parents and friends really criticized us and his parents almost disowned him. If it wasn't for his ex they would have went with it, but his ex convinced them to not cut them off. Their parents did forgive my husband, but I still feel like an outsider to them, but they do love our kid, 4 male. My husband's ex is very different. She never held a grudge against me, always pushed her kids to have a relationship with their dad. His oldest doesn't talk to him because of the divorce and it always hurts my husband that his daughter wants nothing to do with them. The rest of them are good. They do not love me but they are very civil. She never badmouthed me or called me a homewrecker. She did her best for the kids. She still tries her best so that her oldest daughter has a good relationship with her dad. I used to think she is a silly woman for not holding a grudge. She was always nice to me. When I was pregnant she first congratulated me and even though she wasn't invited to my baby shower, she sent me a diaper genie as a gift. I always felt guilty that I hurt such a pious woman. To make it more complicated, she is in a relationship with my cousin, 45 male. My parents love her. Uncle and aunt love her. Even my cousin's kids love her. She never discriminated between her kids and mine. She always sends some cookies or extra food for my son with her kids whenever it is their visitation time. She even met my son and treats him like her own. For the longest of time I wondered why she is like this. Is she trying to win her husband back? I even asked her why she doesn't hate me when I was her husband's mistress. She told me she doesn't see the point because whether or not she hates me her marriage was over anyways. I am jealous of her. She is not just beautiful but also graceful. I know I was very much younger than her when my husband started the affair, but I can say she is much more better looking than I am, even if I took her place in her husband's life, but I can never be her. My ex-husband left me for another woman but wanted to come back to me after she was diagnosed with cancer. I'm 25 turning 26 tomorrow actually. Happy birthday to me I guess. We were high school sweethearts and married at 21. He's currently 27. I'm not sure where it went wrong honestly. We had our ups and downs sure, but I thought since we had been through so much already that our marriage could prevail. Boy was I mistaken. He started coming home late. 3 hours after his shifts would end, he'd come home smelling like strawberries and beer. I'd ask him and of course he'd deny. Nothing was confirmed until she messaged me on Facebook apologizing because she had a suspicion he was in a relationship but was too nervous to ask or pry. Everything blew up at that point. We filed for divorce and he left me to go start his new life with her. Why she stayed with him is beyond me, but it doesn't matter. I eventually came to terms with it. I didn't have any kids with him, so it's not like I had to keep thinking about him. I started a photography business and even started flirting with a cute guy at my work. Felt like life was great up until this point. This morning he called me 5 times at 1 a.m. from Snapchat. I honestly don't use it, so I forgot he even had me on there. I finally answer, ready to tear him new one, but he's just sobbing. I asked him what he wanted and he says that a while back his fiancée got a pretty serious diagnosis of cancer. He did not specify what kind. I apologized and said he had my condolences but that I was confused why he was calling me since we hadn't talked in forever. He says he just wanted to vent. I was super annoyed but I let him talk. For 20 minutes he goes on about their relationship problems, his alcohol abuse, etc. After that, he goes quiet for a minute and then says, I love you Sarah, my life is crap and I need you please. I hung up the phone. I was too tired to deal with that mess. But then he sends a long text basically saying that he wants to be there for Megan, but doesn't want to continue having a relationship with someone who is dying. I told him he was a piece of crap for even considering leaving her after her diagnosis, plus how would she feel if she knew he felt this way. He said I was twisting his words and that since she didn't know she'd never be hurt by it, he was just tired of pretending to be the loving and caring boyfriend everyone thought of him as for staying with her. She was driving him mental and had basically become a different person. He then proceeded to beg me over and over to get back together. I finally had enough of the drunk, screen recorded the entire convo, and blocked him. I've sent the screen recording to every account on Facebook that I could find that had her name and picture in hopes she will see it. She deleted the account she originally messaged me from. If you read this far, I'm sorry you did. This has been hurting my heart and head all day. I feel somewhat better getting this all out. I just feel like I'm getting caught up into something that I shouldn't, but also should do more for her.
Today I messed up by telling my entire college class what type of pee I watch. This didn't happen today, but actually a few months ago during my anthropology class. I was going to post the same day it happened but was still recovering from embarrassment. So, we get to the part of the semester where we're learning about human sexuality. At the beginning of the lecture the professor reminds us we're all adults and he doesn't want any immaturity or giggling during this lesson. For much of the lecture, the room is silent aside from students asking and answering questions. The professor talks about a lot of intimate stuff and it's met with complete maturity. At one point the professor explains how a lot of intimate desires are social taboos. For example, he pulls up recent statistics from a popular adult website. Top 100 searches in the US. Transgender-related searches were at the top of the list. At the same time, transphobic bills and hate crimes are at an all-time high in the US. Before moving on to the next slide, the professor takes a quick glance at the list and notices joy somewhere in the middle. The professor says, "I just noticed this. What the heck is joy?" And me, I love to answer questions first when I know them. So I immediately raise my hand and say J off instructions. Without thinking about how this would make me look. The silence finally breaks and the class busts out laughing. Thankfully the professor giggled a bit too and no one got into any trouble. Plus he's chill, but safe to say, I was very embarrassed. My wife thinks she is no longer bi, only gay, and wants to divorce. My wife and I have been together for 12 years, married for 2. Over the last 3 weeks she has kept me at a distance. Before coming home last week and dropping the bombshell that she caught feelings for a mutual, 27 female, friend of ours, she thinks she is no longer bi, but only gay, and wants a divorce. She says that the feeling of attraction was so much stronger and intense, that she questions if she was ever attracted to me in the first place. Up until this point, we had a pretty solid home life and lovemaking life. We had a few issues caused by my ADHD, and sometimes I would do something her autism did not like, but otherwise we did not have any major fights, financially trusting and stable, and made love a few times a week on average. Over the past few years, we've even developed a bit of a dom-sub relationship, as she enjoyed being submissive in the bedroom. She loved when I touched her hair, gave massages, when I wore a suit, called her baby girl, or when I leaned against the doorway in a certain way that got a look in her eye that she wanted me then and there. I am at a complete loss. Up until a few weeks ago, we had always told each other it was us against the world forever, no matter what. We've been through family deaths and job losses together, and we even started our life together when we finished high school and went through college. I don't know how to even begin processing this. I had to beg for even 2 weeks to try and confirm feelings, go to couples counseling, and look into options together as a couple. That 2-week period will be over on June 2nd. I don't think it is nearly enough time to even begin digging into this together, and I don't know how to begin to process this or what our options are. I don't want to throw away a 12-year relationship as hasty as she seems to want to. I also do not want to be dismissive and misogynistic by asking her if she is sure or not, wanting to immediately accept this drastic change in identity and the claim that potentially none of her feelings for me were real. Since up until now she was extremely confident that she was either bi or even pan, as she was attracted to not only men, but women, trans men, trans women, and non-binaries as well. Heck, even monsters like vampires and werewolves. But at the same time, it feels impossible to accept that over the course of a few weeks, we could go from a fully committed relationship, to her questioning if she ever loved me at all. Could limerence and the excitement of being with a woman be enough to question her love for me? Is there a possibility of those feelings for me returning? How do I ask for more time for us to explore these things together? I would like to believe that even if her attraction to me is not as intense as it was for the woman, that it's still real and doesn't mean she doesn't love me at all, or that our established relationship just isn't as exciting as the prospect of this new one. Has anyone ever been through this before? Most of our friend group we've built together since we moved to this city together. Her family is my family. She is pretty much my entire world since we've built our life together for the last 12 years. Heck, when we got married, she didn't want to change her name to mine since we are more connected to hers. So I was going to change my name this year for our anniversary. Now everything is in question. My entire life is in question, and I don't think I can live without her. I only ever wanted her and the life we built and shared together. I've started therapy in addition to the couples counseling she reluctantly agreed to, but my insurance is through her work since I lost my job last year and my new job doesn't have as good of insurance as my old one, so if this does happen, I won't even be able to afford the therapy to climb out of the hole. How do I even begin to process this information? Our entire life completely changed virtually overnight. Is there even a tiny chance we can find the happiness we shared again? My girlfriend is TikTok famous and I hate it. So for a bit of context, me and my girlfriend have been together almost 7 years. She was never super obsessed with social media or anything like that. Hardly posted, kept to herself and all that. Then she started to get hooked on TikTok. At first she didn't post. She would just watch it for hours and hours, but eventually ended up making an account and posted quite a lot. She never liked the idea of working for some corporate company making someone else richer. She always wanted to be self-employed and I applauded that. Anyway, one day she'd posted a video and it was blowing up, and this is truly when she became obsessed. She started to tell me, "This is it. This is what I'm gonna do." I supported her unconditionally and told her that if the bills are paid I couldn't give a dang what she did. At the time of writing this post her followers are sitting in the millions. I don't know how many people are gonna read this, but I don't want to say exactly because I don't want anyone to find out who she actually is. A few problems are starting to arise. She earns good money, I can't fault her for that. She actually earns more than me and I'm by no means an average earner in the UK. For one, her health is starting to take a hit. She never eats properly, doesn't sleep and all that. She is obsessed with numbers. If a TikTok or Instagram post performs badly, then she will be in a foul mood. It truly seems like the only hit of dopamine she can get is from her posts doing well. She's slowly turning into someone I do not know anymore and it's killing me. I'm lucky if I get half an hour a day where we have a normal conversation that doesn't regard her career. When we have arguments she also starts to call me working class scum and saying that I work for literal pennies. I just wish that she would be humble and more down to earth. This girl is not the person I fell in love with.
The school left my autistic daughter at Disney World, and she was found at a hotel with a random stranger. I'm still pissed off at the school for doing this. My daughter, who is 14, has autism. She has been talking about going to Disney for the field trip nonstop, and as a mom who wants nothing more for her to be happy, I let her go under the conditions that someone supervises her, which the school agreed there would be a teacher with her. I had to work that day and I couldn't get that time off to go with her, and I trusted the school to keep her safe. She was supposed to spend one day at Disney, no hotel stays. I dropped her off at the school at around 6 a.m. and sent her off and came back at around 10 or 11 p.m. I have waited in my car for her, and she has not shown up. I had to get out and ask around if anyone has seen her. None of the teachers knew where she was. I then received a phone call from the Orlando police saying that they found my daughter at a hotel with another stranger whom she thought was the chaperone for the field trip. I got their address and drove the 3 to 4 hours to get to where she was. First thing that happened when I went to pick her up at the police station was that she ran to hug me and cried, saying she's sorry. I asked if she was okay, but she never said anything outside of a nod. The stranger is already arrested. It was someone from the hotel that called the police after they noticed suspicious behavior from him. If they're reading this, I want to thank them. I let her stay home from school for the time being and went the following Monday to speak with the school. I can assure you, I was livid and I didn't hold back against the people at the school, who stated that they told each and every student to be at the bus stop before 7, and the buses leave at exactly 7, so they made no attempt to look for her. They have no idea who this person who took my daughter to a hotel, and he was not one of their chaperones. I told them that I didn't care what their policy is. I didn't sign a permission slip for them to leave a special needs child at a theme park all alone, and they're responsible for her as long as she's in their custody. I had to be escorted off the school after my 10-minute tirade. I can only speculate what the stranger did to her, since she did not come forward to tell me what happened. In fact, she hasn't spoken a word at all and she refuses to leave her room except to eat. She never got on her computer. I'm speaking with lawyers to see if a lawsuit is possible. I don't know what to do. I feel like I failed my daughter as a parent. I want to get her into therapy, but I'm concerned she won't be comfortable enough to speak to a therapist. My husband cheated on me with his co-worker. The reason? I have an IQ of 152. My husband always complimented me on being bright. I love that about him. He had such pride that his wife is smart and he would tell this to anyone, but everything changed about 6 months ago when he insisted that we would take IQ tests. I never done this before because I really don't care about these things. Anyway, I scored 152 and he scored 133. He was in shock and very subdued for several weeks afterwards. I honestly noticed his sudden moodiness and I knew why, but it was just too awkward to try and talk to him about it. I didn't want to embarrass him. What made it worse is that we did the test via his work, so his coworkers knew about it. Things went back to normal after a couple of months. He wasn't as affectionate anymore and he certainly never brought up my intelligence nor complimented me on it ever, but he was pleasant and happy again. It turned out he only went back to normal because he started getting with a coworker. I found out everything when I saw his friend's conversation with him, about how he felt turned off by me after the test. He brags about his affair and apparently his friends and brother and all their wives know about it. It's so odd because I'm still the same me. I didn't change and I never take these tests seriously, and he always knew that I was smart. What changed now? I haven't spoken to him yet about anything, not sure I will either. Clearly his affair made him feel good about this whole thing again because he's back to being pleasant to be around. I love my life and I don't want to change it, especially when our children are still too young and need us. I just needed to get this off my chest and get some perspective. Why this sudden turn off by me?
Today I messed up by getting with a married woman and getting feelings for her. For some context, I am 30 years old and she is 27. We met through Bumble, the dating side of Bumble. We match and start chatting. As we start talking to each other, she lets me know that she is married and I ask, "Why are you on the dating side of Bumble?" And she responds with something along the lines of, "Well, I am not that happy in my marriage and I just want friends." So we continue to chat. Mess up number 1. Last Friday I ask her if she would like to hang out at my place and just watch a movie. She agrees and during the movie we snuggle. I'm like, okay, if she is actively snuggling with me then I guess it's fine. After the movie, we talk a bit more about her marriage because I was curious. She says her husband doesn't put any effort into the marriage, never communicates, never does anything for her. She feels like he would leave her to go back to his country. So she is at a loss for what to do. Just she knows she doesn't want to end the marriage right now, which is good, right? Well, mess up number 2 is throughout the rest of the week, from Friday night to Wednesday, all I can think about is her. I get feelings fairly quickly, which is a ginormous flaw in my personality, which I can see as a bad thing. but throughout the week we are texting and flirting with one another and she isn't stopping the flirting. So it just goes on and on. Then Wednesday, I ask her, so if I was to cook for you, what would you like to try? It's a what if scenario. Obviously she responds and picks a dish I'm good at, and we set up another meeting at my place for Thursday. Yesterday rolls around and I finish cooking just as she arrives at my place. We eat while watching True Lies, and when we finish we start snuggling up to each other even more. Then she asks if we can drink some wine. Here is the big mess up. We start drinking. Both of us have 2 glasses of wine. Then out of nowhere I kissed her and she didn't pull back and we started going at it. Well, one thing led to another and we made love. And we finish. She showers and then I shower. I take her to the metro station and wish each other a good night. Last night and throughout today, I've been thinking about her and I have deep feelings for her. Yes, I know it was a jerk move on my part to make love with her knowing she was married. Just know I am between a rock and a hard place because I have feelings for her, but she is married and it is a situation that you don't want to ruin the marriage, but it is sorta ruined. I messed up because I know sleeping with someone who is married is wrong. My parents taught me that was wrong when I was growing up, so I feel so guilty. But I never thought she would let it go that far. So Reddit, that is how I messed up. I understand I am the jerk here. No need to bash me for that. Just sharing.
My boyfriend told me about the one that got away, and I don't know what to do. I've been with my boyfriend for 9 months. We've had a few rocky patches, mostly due to me being unable to communicate my feelings, which I'm working through with a psychologist. Otherwise we are very much in love, and I have never known a man to be so expressive about how he feels. Last night he had a few drinks with his friend while I was out for dinner. When I got home, he was a bit tipsy but not drunk. He gets very emotional when he drinks and tends to confess a lot of things during these moments. I have no idea why this even came up, but he decided to tell me about his one that got away. His girlfriend from a few years ago who moved overseas and who he lost touch with. He has never mentioned her before. I thought I knew about all his exes. He told me he thought they would be together forever and that she was as close to a soulmate as he'd ever had. Thank God it was pitch black so he couldn't see me holding back sobs. He said this is normal for guys and that most guys have one that got away. Honestly, I don't think that's true, and it made me feel so insecure. The worst part is apparently she has moved back to our city. He only knows this because he saw her while we were out on a date. This made me feel sick. Apparently she has a boyfriend, and the way he said it made it sound like that was the only thing stopping him from going after her. He quickly turned the conversation to something else before I could respond, and I didn't bring it up again. I have been extremely forgiving and understanding about major things in his past, but honestly this is something I don't know if I can get over. I know I can't change the past, but clearly it's not in the past if he's bringing her up completely out of the blue and she now lives in our city again. I love him so much and I know he loves me, but this has just completely shattered me. While I don't think it's worth breaking up over, I'm looking for advice about how I should handle it. Bring it up or forget about it?
Today I messed up by going home without my mom knowing. So for context, I 16 male currently live with my mom and my younger brother. My mom has been single for a while, so she got into a relationship about 3 weeks ago. I've met her boyfriend like 2 to 3 times. I'm not home too much. I spend most of the time in a completely different city, not even close to my mom's home. And at first I was surprised that my mom has a boyfriend 12 years younger than her, but he was nice and funny, so I talked to him for a while, and after that I went to my room and slept until the next day. Here comes the story. Today after school I decided I'm going to stop by my mom's just to say hi and stuff, because I had less lessons in school and had like 4 hours of spare time. So I got on a bus, and when I came to the street my mom's house was on. I started to pull out my keys. Also, it's really important to say that I really often walk or do anything very silently for whatever reason. So I got to the door and tried to open the door silently, because why not, and saw my mom's boyfriend's shoes. I was happy because we could talk and it would kill my spare time. After I closed the door after myself, I opened the door to the living room to see my mom and her boyfriend making love with these weird flower necklaces and bracelets on their bodies. I stood there for a second and slowly closed the door, and silently got out of there. Now I'm sitting on a bench in a nearby park waiting like 30 minutes and then hopefully coming back to my dressed up mom without flowers on her arms, neck or thighs. My wife offered to let me cheat if I called off the divorce. My wife and I have been separated for a month. No cheating. Nothing like that. We were just yelling and fighting every single day. And honestly for a few days I've been considering a permanent arrangement. She didn't want that. We talked about it and I said I love her, but honestly I'm happy being separated and I think for now this is what's best. She said okay, well, I just want you to know I'm absolutely heartbroken, but I know this is what you want. I'll give you your space. It was fine, but our son called me and said that mom was crying her eyes out for hours. I felt horrible, so I had her sister come check in on her and all was fine. She called me today and asked just to talk in person and figure things out. I came over while kids were at school and she gave me champagne and beer. We always had a strict no alcohol or substances rule. She said this is for you. You can drink it if you want. You can drink all you want if you come home. And I said I don't know if this is a good idea, and then she said oh in a nervous way. And then well, what if from now on I just do whatever you want? If you want lovemaking I'll give it to you no matter what. If you ever get mad you can whack me. I won't tell anyone. And I said that's just absurd, and then she made that nervous ooh again and said, alright, if you come home, you, oh. And then she gave me a face of defeat, and said if you come home, you can cheat on me. All I ask is that we pretend it never happened and I never have to hear about it. And then she said if that's what it takes and started crying. I didn't know what to do. She was crying. She asked if there's anything in this world she can do to keep me, and I said if she's this desperate, instead of these crazy offers, I'll come back home and give the marriage another chance, but we need to go to marriage counseling ASAP. She said of course, I'll get us the best marriage counselor I can. and then she called her therapist and asked for her recommendation on the best marriage counselor she knows. That was earlier today and I'm at my sister's packing some things to go home. We have our first appointment on Tuesday. My dad left money to his sugar baby in his will. It feels wrong to be writing this so early after my father's passing, but I'm confused on and upset on a lot of different levels, and I really need to talk about it. My dad passed away fairly early on. He was 66 and his funeral was last week. He planned his own funeral preemptively. With my oldest sister, it was prepaid for and I hadn't known much about it. I'm the middle child, 37 male. They deliberately hadn't told the rest of us much about it because an S-worker who my dad had been seeing consistently for years would be attending, and we hadn't even known my dad saw S-workers, or that he was attracted to men. That guy is a year older than me, and apparently he'd been seeing him since he was 18, so, I would have been 17, while my father was making love with a guy 1 year my senior. I'm really not sure how I'm supposed to feel about it. My dad had been paying his rent for that time, along with an allowance and a few investments into his career. He's now a kind of performer, but I think it would be too oddly specific to mention and people who know any of us would know exactly who I'm talking about. My mother knew. We spoke about it and I asked why she didn't tell me. They were divorced anyway. Apparently they'd agreed between them not to tell the rest of us besides my sister, but specifically not me because of my age. They said that my dad was insistent that he had to be at the funeral, and included in it, he looked genuinely upset too. I think it was a little inappropriate that all attention was on this glamorous P-word. More than my deceased father, but now I can't shake this feeling that I'm angry with my father either. Back to the will. He left him something like 2 million euros, which was more than anybody else in his life, more than me or any of my siblings, more than my aunts and uncles or their children, more than his grandchildren, more than anybody, and there's no case really to dispute it, because he was of sound mind and he didn't forget anybody. I'm just so unsure how to feel, that age gap. My family cut contact with me 5 years ago after a fight with my younger brother. Now they want me to come back but I'm having doubts about it. My family pretty much cut all ties with me 5 years ago. Things had been a bit turbulent for a while, but when I went over to my parents' house for Christmas 5 years ago, I got very drunk one night and got into an argument with my younger brother, which ended up turning physical. I was 19 at the time, he would have been 15, and he came out of it pretty badly. Without going into massive detail, he had said something which struck a nerve. I won't say what because it's quite personal, and not really relevant here, and I ended up injuring him quite badly. There was a question of potentially involving the police, but nothing ever happened in regards to that. In the end they all just told me they wanted nothing to do with me anymore, which is fair enough. I was completely in the wrong and they were absolutely right to want to cut me off. I'm not complaining about that in the slightest. I had already moved out by that stage so it wasn't a case of kicking me out, it was more just telling me to never come back. Again, I can't blame them for this at all, and would be surprised if you could either. This post isn't about me complaining about being cut off or pretending that I didn't deserve it, because I did, and I'm not trying to play the victim here. I genuinely regret what I did and have spent time trying to self-improve in the wake of it. It was quite difficult for me to come to terms with this for the first year or so afterwards. The only person in my family I had any contact with was my mum. We never really spoke in depth, just small updates, wishing each other happy birthday and things like that. Honestly though, after that first year, things have gotten so much better for me. I stopped drinking, which was the root of a lot of my problems. I got my head down and ended up doing very well at uni. I've now got a job that I love, and I've been with my girlfriend for the best part of 4 years, and things are absolutely great. To be brutally honest, I don't miss my family. My relationship with them hadn't been great for a while before the fight, and as far as I was concerned I didn't miss them and they didn't miss me, and being on a non-contact basis with all of them apart from occasional contact with my mum was for the better. However, over the last few months, my mum began messaging me much more frequently, and asking more personal questions about my life, my work, my relationship etc. I thought it was just boredom on her part, but she maintained it for a while, and began to introduce the idea of me coming back to visit her at some point, which I always shrugged. She started to persist with it, and then yesterday it all came to a head when she added me to a WhatsApp group chat with the rest of the family. I was then told how they had all come to a family decision that 5 years was enough, that my brother had found it in his heart to forgive me for what happened and that they wanted me to come over at some point to catch up on lost time. These are all quotes from what they sent me. I didn't say much, I just said I wanted time to think. I'm quite torn on this now. Part of me feels like I am obliged to go along with it. They cut contact with me because of my own actions, and if my brother's forgiven me and wants to re-establish contact with me then it's my duty to do so. On the other hand, I feel like since contact was cut my life improved a lot. My relationship with them had been on a downward slope for a fair bit of time beforehand, and I just haven't found myself missing any of it. That's why I'm asking for advice. Would you say that I'm obliged to go and re-establish contact because it was my fault that contact was cut, or do you think it would be acceptable for me not to do so? Today I messed up by wearing my wife's nightgown and getting CPS called on me. For context, my wife and I have 3 children, 17 female, 14 male, 6 female. When it comes to sleepwear my wife and I are complete opposites. I prefer nothing. She prefers her long flowing nightgowns. Nothing wrong with that, and she looks amazing in them, so win-win. The night a couple weeks ago was a different story however. I was feeling a bit chilly for some reason and my wife suggested half as a joke that I should wear one of her gowns. We're almost the same size. I'm a small man, so I said screw it, and threw one of them on. It was actually pretty comfy, and when I woke up early I kept it on while I made coffee. My son happened to be up and saw me, and naturally thought it was hilarious. Keep in mind this wasn't anything skimpy. It was the kind of thing a 50s housewife wears in a commercial. All you could see were my hands, feet and head. 2 days later I get a call from child services, informing me they got a tip, and are going to be talking to me and my wife. I should probably mention we live in North Florida. We've been trying to save up to leave since our oldest came out, but moving is expensive these days. I guess my son told his friends what he saw, and someone overheard that. Through some horrible game of telephone I'm now probably a drag queen who's trying to convert my children. Anyway, I talked to my lawyer, and he said I'm probably fine. They don't even take kids from heads as much as they should, so they'll probably leave after one visit where they see I'm not RuPaul. Either way, the whole thing has erased any doubts on our decision to move. My parents will divorce if I don't break up with my girlfriend. I have a girlfriend at college and my parents don't approve of our relationship at all. Last few weeks they've been furious about it, and threatening to divorce. They told me not to date until I get my bachelor's, which is at least 1 semester from now, and to date only Asian, preferably Chinese American, girls. I'm Asian, and she's white. We didn't even do anything inappropriate. We're just close friends, often hang out together on campus, and we're in a swing dance club. I didn't even tell my parents about my relationship. How did they find out? My sister, 18 female, also goes to same college as me, and she always saw me walking around holding hands and eating in the cafeteria with the same girl. Instead of asking me about it, she told my parents. She took pictures of us from afar and used it as evidence against me. When I told my parents that both my girlfriend and I are legal adults, and that her parents approve of the relationship, they said, "You'll always be a child in our eyes, and her parents don't influence us." They're primarily mad because I kept my relationship a secret for so long, and secondary reason is that I'm breaking their expectations about dating. My grades are fine. I have a 3.8 GPA and got a summer internship, and I've never gotten in trouble at school. What's worse is that my sister was allowed to date as early as her freshman year in high school. She's even invited her boyfriends home and slept in the same bed as them, and went on vacations with their families. She's had like 3 boyfriends already, as she gets into dating drama frequently. When I, 3 years older than her, asked my parents if I could date, they said no, because they don't want me getting in trouble. She did mediocre in high school and barely squeaked out a 3.0 her first semester in college. When I told my parents that I love my girlfriend and I'm not breaking up with her, they said that they will divorce each other if I don't break up with her ASAP. They were forcing me to pull out my phone and text her, saying that I want to break up. I refused, arguing that they let my irresponsible, academically struggling younger sister date, but not me. My parents said that I value white trash over family, and that they spent 21 years raising a failure. I'm not a failure, my sister is. My dad hit me several times, giving me a black eye, while my mom lied on the floor crying, saying that she wishes she aborted me. Then he argued with my mom and screamed at each other. Meanwhile, I grabbed my backpack with my stuff in it and drove off to my girlfriend's house about 90 minutes away. My parents fortunately don't know where she lives. When he noticed my car was missing, he called me but I didn't pick up. Then he texted me asking where I am and said that he would come get me. I told my girlfriend's family what happened, and they offered to let me stay with them until we go back to campus. My mom later texted me to inform me that my parents have filed a missing person report against me. I texted back, saying that I'm at my girlfriend's place, and that they can't stop me. I got my girlfriend's dad to call my parents, and he told them to F off, and that if they keep treating me like this they will take legal action themselves. I know it's only because she and I are very committed in our relationship, and her parents are supportive of it.
I just walked in on my boyfriend and my best friend. I don't know what to do. I'm 19 and my boyfriend is 21. We've been together for 2 years. My boyfriend is a big gamer and his games usually take up a lot of his time, so much so that I can never get a hold of him for hours at a time, but when I do, it's because he's playing games with his friends. Last year, days would go by without my boyfriend contacting me due to him playing his games, so I picked up Genshin Impact to kill time and fell in love. I asked my best friend Jessica, 20, to play Genshin with me, but she said she'd rather play Warzone with my boyfriend and his friends. I said okay because she was always into those type of games. So, Genshin has an update tonight which takes roughly 5 hours, so I thought I would head over to my boyfriend's apartment with his favorite food and watch him play games, maybe keep his company. He lives a couple streets down from me, so I usually take a taxi to his place every weekend or he drives to see me, but our time together is usually on weekends. I called him a couple times and didn't get an answer. I texted him asking if he's okay and if he needs anything, but I still didn't get a response, so I just went over. When I got there, the door was unlocked and I heard some sounds. I didn't know what to do, so I stood there frozen for a few minutes until I mustered up the courage to walk down the hallway. I get to his room. I open the door and he was on top. They were both exposed. He was kissing her. They were smiling and laughing. I started screaming and crying and they both got so flustered looking for something to cover up with. I ran out the house and my best friend, or I guess ex-best friend now, was begging me to stop and to listen to her, but I just ran out the street. I ended up walking home by myself just crying, and now, I'm back home writing this. It's still fresh. I don't know what to do. I blocked both of them, but I know eventually they're going to want to talk and I don't know if I can handle that.
Today I messed up by doing what my ex-wife says and ignoring the accident, and 2 people passed away. So this happened, I don't know, 2008-ish, and it's a memory that unfortunately won't go away in my life. It popped up again unintentionally and unprovoked the other night, and it just doesn't sit right with me, and I'm always left with regret and remorse. So the year was 2008 or so. I tried Googling the news headlines to corroborate my claim, but I'm not very good with that sort of advanced search. My then wife at the time is not a good person at heart. She was a Karen in training and very self-centered. We were heading up the 101 in Cali for her cousin's wedding one weekend. I want to say it was around Salinas, before the exit to head west to Monterey. When the accident happened, I saw a spray helicopter about 100 yards on our right take off from the fields and watched it get about 50 feet in the air. Not too high for a helicopter but enough to be low for a helicopter. I saw it hovering there and then saw the propellers for a second, quite visibly, which caught my attention because you should honestly never see them rotating that fast when airborne. So now I'm paying complete attention to the helicopter and I watch smoke come out its engines and then just stop and plummet to the ground like a rock. I saw it happen and pointed it out and I started to pull over to the shoulder to help and she yells at me. "What are you doing?" "I'm pulling over to go help." "What are you going to do?" "I've got a fire extinguisher in the car. I can go put out the flames and try and pull them out." "You're not a Marine anymore. You can't just go running off and saving people anytime anymore." "But they could be hurt and I see smoke everywhere." "No, we're going to be late to the wedding. Let someone else deal with it." So away we went. I found out later on during the week in the news that the 2 people died inside from the fire before emergency services got there. The worst part is that when we finally arrived to her cousin's wedding, we found out that they deemed us unimportant enough for the actual ceremony and it was the reception we were hurrying to. I feel like those deaths are on me and I should have done something. Update. Today I messed up being willing to do anything to make my girlfriend get off. My girlfriend and I decided to end our relationship. This happened on Sunday. The plan was to unpack the hoodie situation. The deceased ex-boyfriend, my girlfriend struggling to finish, her feelings towards me, my feelings towards her, our feelings towards getting therapy, etc. However, when I showed up at the flat to have that discussion, my girlfriend was no longer sober. I could see it in her eyes, hear it in her voice, smell it on her breath. She was drunk. It was out of character. My girlfriend usually avoids drinking too much. I asked if she was in the mood to talk about what happened with the hoodie. My girlfriend said she never wanted to use the hoodie to hurt my feelings, but she got sick of hearing me talk about getting her off like it's become my life's work. I apologized for becoming obsessed with this and promised to tone it down. My girlfriend didn't seem to believe my promise and asked if I would ever enjoy lovemaking with her if she never finished. I was honest and said with or without and finishing, lovemaking would always be enjoyable with her because I loved her, but deep down I would probably feel like she's not getting the full experience if there was no satisfying payoff for her at the end. My girlfriend said if I wanted a satisfying payoff, all I had to do was wear the hoodie again and again and again. I asked if that was really her talking or the alcohol. My girlfriend shrugged. I asked if she thought it was normal to ask her boyfriend to wear something that belonged to her dead boyfriend, especially during lovemaking. My girlfriend struggled to stop the tears and said the hoodie actually belonged to the guy who was best friends with her dead boyfriend. She confessed to cheating on him before he passed away. I was speechless. My girlfriend clarified that the hoodie belonged to someone who was still alive. She taunted me to ask her why she had the hoodie of the guy who never loved her, why the hoodie made her go wild when I had it on, why she cheated on the guy she loved more than anyone, etc. I hugged her out of the blue until she managed to calm down. The 2 of us eventually ended up on the couch. We were too emotionally exhausted to continue talking. She fell asleep. When she woke up, she asked me to leave, for good. She said our relationship kind of tested her to see if she really was ready for another relationship since the death of her boyfriend. What happened with the hoodie made her realize something she apparently knew for a long time now. She was not ready for me, for us, for anyone. I did my best to fight for our relationship, but her mind was made up. She was done. We were done. I've been unable to sleep, hence me typing this post while most people on my side of the planet are sleeping or almost getting up for work. I hope my ex-girlfriend will be okay. I hope I'll be okay. Today I messed up being willing to do anything to make my girlfriend get off. Last night my girlfriend asked me to stop trying to pleasure her because she was not gonna finish and it was getting late. I said I was willing to keep going, but she said we both knew she never got off with anyone and nothing was gonna change that. I asked if she wanted to use one of her toys. She said she was not in the mood for toys. I said there must be something I could do to get the job done. She said it is what it is and encouraged me to focus on the fact that she enjoyed getting me off. At that moment she got dressed and prepared for bed. I was still exposed and still struggling to accept the idea that my girlfriend was doomed to always depend on accessories. I have nothing against anyone using accessories, but I could tell that deep down my girlfriend would really like it if she could get off through human contact. My girlfriend eventually got tired of hearing me go on and on about trying new things and figuring out ways to get her off that she finally interrupted me and said there was something we could do that might work. She said I was not gonna like it though. I said I was willing to do anything if it meant getting her across the finish line. My girlfriend said okay and opened her closet. She pulled out a hoodie and said her first boyfriend had that on when he took her card. I asked why did she still have it. She shrugged and said she didn't know. I asked what did she want us to do with her ex's hoodie. She said I should put it on and let her have top. As soon as I put it on, my girlfriend became really dominant. The animal inside of her came out. An animal I didn't even know existed. My girlfriend didn't get off, but she milked every minute I had that hoodie on. My girlfriend put the hoodie back in the closet when we were done and said she was willing to let me wear it again if I was still feeling passionate about trying anything to get her off. Not gonna lie, it was not the biggest confidence boost to realize that my girlfriend was not only attached to her ex in some way, but also needed his personal belongings to bring out her wild side and potentially get her to cross the finish line, which I've been unable to do since the beginning of our relationship. All I wanted to do was make my girlfriend feel good and now it seems like I'm competing with her ex to do that. I hate hoodies now. Edit. The ex-boyfriend is dead. I should have included that information in my post. Sorry. My girlfriend and I took graduation pictures but I found out she cheated on me. My girlfriend 22 female and I 21 male took graduation pictures last Wednesday and they arrived on Saturday. We were excited to see them and she posted them on Instagram and made another post of the photos we took. I was going to post them in 2 weeks after our graduation ceremony, but she made a post for us. She posted them on Instagram at 6 p.m. yesterday, and an hour later I received a DM from a random account that said my girlfriend was cheating on me. They sent 5 pictures of her kissing a guy at a party we went to back in January. I looked closer and the woman was my girlfriend. She had a pink streak of hair at the time and the woman had the same hair streak as her. I was confused, so I went to her apartment and showed her the pictures, and she confessed that the girl was her. She said they were grouped together for a final for one of her classes back in December and they made out one day after the other group members left. She then told me she slept with the guy every Wednesday while I was at work from December until March, when she broke it off because the guilt was too much for her to handle. She said the pictures were when I was in another room talking to a couple of friends and she ran into the guy and they went to the patio to make out. I didn't say anything other than we were finished and I was breaking up with her. I went to her room to collect my things and she started crying and begging me to forgive her. She kept apologizing and pleaded with me to give her a second chance, but I couldn't hear anything at that point. She grabbed my arm when I walked out the door and told me to stay, but I pulled my arm out and left. She was blowing up my phone when I got back to my room, but I blocked her an hour later. I feel completely numb. I haven't left my desk since last night and I don't feel like moving. We were together since our first semester of college and now it's over like that. She was my best friend for the past 4 years. We went everywhere and did everything together. I know everything about her and she knows everything about me. She was with me when I found out my mother passed away. I supported her through her eating disorder recovery. I did my best to be a good partner for her. I'm never going to see her father or her little brother again. We were going to graduate and get an apartment together and we're planning to go to Germany and Italy next year, and now those plans are all gone. How am I going to tell my sister about this? She loves my ex-girlfriend and now I have to tell her she cheated on me. She still has the post of our graduation pictures on her profile and all the comments saying y'all are the cutest. I have a folder of our pictures on my nightstand and it feels like the folder is mocking me. I hate this feeling. I hate everything so much right now. Why would she do this to me? All I want to do is cry, but I can't do it. How could I not pick up the signs? She never responded to my messages on Wednesday and I never thought anything of it. Why am I so oblivious to things? I hate myself so much right now. Update. She sent me a text through her best friend's phone saying she also got together with one of her friends from high school when our college sent us home to quarantine in spring 2020 and felt like I needed to know. I knew it. I am so mad.
My dad kept his no questions asked, just call me for help promise. My 13 female. Dad is a good dude. He's not perfect. He'll get pissed over smaller things sometimes that I think aren't worth the trouble. He gets a bit too drunk with his coworkers occasionally and gets banished from my parents' bedroom. All in all though, good dad. One thing that I've been told again and again since I was in elementary school is that if I'm ever in real trouble, he will always be there to help. I've never had to take him up on his promise until I was invited to a party a few weeks ago. Told my parents I was sleeping over at a friend's place. There were some older guys at the party and hard liquor. My friends and I will sneak the occasional beer, but it was our first time trying things like vodka and whiskey. We got really drunk and the high schoolers were being creepy. My friends really didn't want to call their parents, kinda understandable because we were wasted at a party with boys we didn't know that well. I ended up calling my dad at like 3 a.m. He just asked for the address and immediately drove over, dropped off my 2 friends, and then we drove home. Honestly, I thought I was in for the shout session of a lifetime. Low-key I knew I deserved it. All he did, though, was hold my hand and tell me that the world can be a dangerous place and to please make safe, smart decisions. Next morning, he acts as if nothing has happened. Apparently my dad just told my mom that I was feeling a bit sick and came home during the night, which was true because my hangover was horrible. My dad, this guy.
I've been reverse pickpocketing my parents for years, and I think I'm addicted to it. When I was younger, I noticed how excited my mother would get over finding money on the ground or in the wash, even if it was only $1. Once I was a bit older and had a job, I realized that I had money I could spend however I wanted. My parents didn't really like receiving random gifts when it wasn't a holiday or birthday, so I started sneaking 1s and 5s into their wallets, bags, and even coat pockets. It made me so happy to see how excited my mom would get even though it wasn't much money, and sometimes my dad would bring home candy with the surprise, extra money. I'm an adult now and still live with my parents. They let me live with them super cheap even though money has been a little tight the last few years. They don't like it when I just give them money to help, even if they pay me back. I've started reverse pickpocketing 10s and 20s. My mom gets especially excited and tells me all about the money she found. My dad doesn't vocalize that he found it. He just brings home ice cream or fast food for the family. The problem is, I can't stop. It's not putting me at a detriment because they don't charge much for rent, but I'm worried I'll get caught soon. I'll probably stop once our financial situation is a bit better in a year or so. I just absolutely love the smile it brings to my mother's face, and the smile my dad has when he surprises us with a special treat. It's worth the $20 to $30 every paycheck. I don't do it too often, but it's been going on for so long I think I'm addicted to it. Today I messed up by wearing noise-canceling headphones while self-pleasuring. I 19 male am staying at my college dorms for the coming summer as I signed up for some summer classes. My college opened up my building for summer students so I got lucky and got to stay in mine. All semester long I had a roommate, but now that he was gone for the summer I could use the place to myself. I had also just got some noise-canceling headphones so I was excited to fire up some Shakira videos and have a nice long wank session. I got 3 monitors so I can really get into the zone. No, before the dorms are given to the students for the summer there was supposed to be a room inspection. This was supposed to take place yesterday. They have been reminding us about it for about a month, but I forgot. As I was self-pleasuring yesterday, I was sat in my computer chair, headphones on with the door towards the back side on my left. Towards me getting really into it, I felt a gust of wind and a slight change in light in my room for a couple of seconds, but I didn't pay much attention to it. This morning I woke up and met up with some friends who are also staying for the summer. They asked about my room inspection, and I said no one came to my room. They found that strange and said theirs happened at 3 p.m., which was right around the time I was doing my thing. Reddit, do you think I didn't have the inspection, or do you think someone opened my door and saw me doing the deed? The inspection is run by my RA, this cute blonde, and I am honestly desperately hoping she did not open my door. She didn't come right, just need some peace of mind. Final update, my girlfriend dated me because of a dare. Man, sorry it took so long. I got busy with graduation and was waiting for things to be finished up. Now that I think it is, this may be the final update to conclude this mess. My ex got grounded, of course. All technology has been stripped away and she was forced to delete all her socials in front of her dad, besides Facebook cause of family connections. She isn't allowed out of the house and he's hoping to get her a job over the summer. All that money will be directly funded to her college savings and none for spending. So laughing my butt off. Her dad also messaged me that she ended up ratting out her friends' addresses and he went to each house to talk to the parents. I don't know what happened to them, but some were furious at graduation. I know they had a huge fight with my ex and everyone dropped her as a friend. They dropped each other as well. The whole friend group basically crumbled except like 2 of them. I'm pretty sure my ex probably has 1 or 2 friends left, if any at all. She was well popular then dropped to the bottom of the food chain. It's hilarious. None of the girls confronted me, except my ex. She met her after graduation where I was heading back to the car with my parents. She stopped me midway. She apologized profusely and admitted she never actually saw me as a lover, but as a best male friend. She realized how much we had in common when she took me on that date and wanted to get to know me more. She's a lesbian, but wanted to keep the charade of us pretending to be lovebirds so her friends wouldn't think she's a freak for liking girls. They're quite homophobic and would have dropped her. They did anyway, so. She also used the whole prank card as an excuse to not break up since I could have told people and word would have been spread around and it could have ruined her reputation too. Which is why they did the whole getting me framed for cheating thing. I'm surprised she suspended it for several months and got that far. It's impressive actually. If I hadn't caught her in time, she probably would have gotten through with it due to pressure. So basically she used me so people think she's straight and also not ruin her reputation if she came out that it was a prank to date me. The only thing I forgave her for was her being a lesbian. I'm a straight cis male, but I can't imagine how scary it might be to be in a circle full of homophobics, whom you knew since you were kids. If I was gay, she didn't want to be discarded as a social outcast. I'm sure she would have found plenty of friends who would have accepted her for who she is. We don't live in the 1900s, lol. Still, I understand why. I honestly would have rather her come out as a lesbian than using our relationship as a prank. It would have been so much easier to handle. In the end, I told her to leave me alone and that I blocked her. She understood and left. She was sobbing so much and was having a panic attack in the parking lot. I had to drag her away from my parents at one point since I didn't want them finding out what's been going on. I only told them we broke up and this is a final conversation to clear things up. I do feel bad for her, but I can't help her. I do hope she finds better friends honestly. Anyways, that's all for the update. I told her dad that I made a Reddit post about this situation. I didn't want to out her, so I asked him to ask her if it would be okay. She said yes. I don't know if she read my posts or not, but she definitely now knows I wrote about her to Reddit. Oops.
I didn't listen to Reddit and came to Egypt. I hate it so much. As the title says, I came to Egypt on holiday and was so dang excited. As a well-traveled person I thought people were exaggerating how crap it is. So I've been here 3 days and have 5 more to go and I'm ready to go home. I hate it. The people are awful. I feel like an ATM machine to them. It's so draining doing anything because everybody is trying to extort you. I came with 2 friends on the same day and another flew in from another place so arrived at the hotel after us and got a whole different price for the same room. I'm so drained. Today a taxi driver locked the doors and wouldn't let me out after paying him the agreed hotel taxi price. He wanted dollars for the grace of God to be with me. I'm so done. I have 5 more days to go. I will stay inside the hotel and not go anywhere. Also the hotel is filthy. I cleaned my room myself today. Buying toilet brushes is really not hard. I hate it here. I'm sorry Reddit. I didn't listen. Edit. The worst part was the incredible moment I saw the pyramids was ruined by extortionists everywhere. They lied you can't walk in or drive. You have to go on a horse cart. I didn't want to because I don't like using animals in tourist places. I feel most of them are used. I reluctantly agreed only to get in and realize we have been duped. Also they told us it was $30 each to see the pyramids, only to look at a sign and calculate on the way out that it was $8. Another edit. I am not from a developed country or anything and am not looking down on any culture. I am black, I am female and I am African. I am from a developing country. I have long braids and am not sure if that is contributing. I assumed it's just because I am a foreigner. I am not African American. I am a literal African who wanted to visit another African country with a rich history that I fell in love with decades ago. I am currently in Sharm el-Sheikh. I took a guided boat tour today which I had pre-scheduled which was nice but still, you have to stop at these places before where they're trying to sell you all this stuff. I'm just drained. I don't have Egyptian friends unfortunately. We are 3 black Africans, 1 female who is me and 2 males. We are all just friends and thought it would be awesome. Lady gynecologist shamed me. I 24 female found a lump/cyst in my you know what. I got super concerned and fixed an appointment. I specifically went to see a lady doctor cause I knew I'd be physically examined. When I went to her chamber, she asked me about my sexual history and all the nitty-gritty details, which I thought was pretty normal. I think it's common for health practitioners to gather an intimate health history from patients. I told her I've made love before, but I'm definitely not intimately active. Had 4 partners in the past, and I'm always safe. Then she stresses, "So you don't have your card?" The question was unsettling. Now I live in a small town where lovemaking is a hush-hush subject. She was pretty pushy and adamant and kept asking about my intimate adventures. Her words, which I thought was completely unnecessary. When I asked for the diagnosis, rudely with a little smirk on her face she said, "You should know better since you're the one screwing around." I was told quite rudely to relax if I wanted to be helped. Then she asked me to run some blood test and get back to her. I was in disbelief. Shocked to say the least. I legit walked out of her office, made an immediate appointment with a senior male OBGYN. I was so mad at this lady that exposing my lady bits to a male was least of my concerns now. Shame went out the window. My experience with the male was smoother and simply no nonsense. He was professional and articulate. I was told it's a Bartholin cyst and not cancer that I thought it was. He was nice enough to even draw me a diagram to show how the gland gets obstructed and the cyst forms. Anyway, my point being, why are some doctors so desensitized about people's problems? I chose to go to a lady expecting her to understand my problems, but rather I feel like I was shamed and subjected to slew and snide remarks. Silence, shame and abuse are real in healthcare now. I worry about people, especially underage girls who will be subjected to treatment like this. I wonder how common are practices like these. I can only imagine how hard it must be for women who go for abortions. Please, if you have a girlfriend, sister or any women in your family, make sure that they feel safe and comfortable with their doctor. From a health perspective, what I went through is dangerous for patients who are vulnerable. You want to be as clear with your clinicians as you possibly can. Doctors should provide competent medical care with compassion and respect for human dignity and rights. They shouldn't be making assumptions and judgments. Today's experience shook me to the core. Stay safe, you all. My boyfriend took his shirt off in front of me for the first time. My boyfriend and I have been together for 8 months and he has been hesitant to take his shirt off around me. He was essayed by one of his uncles from the age of 9 until he was 13 years old, and the trauma he has is still there. He never took his shirt off as a kid and gets really uncomfortable when people touch him. He didn't let me hug him or hold his hand the first month we were together, and the first time he asked for a hug I nearly cried. He is the most handsome man in the world and has the biggest heart imaginable. I'm happy to be his girlfriend. He is really into fitness and goes to the gym almost every day. He started working out when he was 15 as a way for him to take back control of his body, and he really enjoys it. He struggles with anxiety and considers me and the gym his safe spaces. He has really nice body and works hard to maintain his physique. Last night he came to my apartment and was complaining about being sore. We were laying on my bed watching TV and he kept moving around and trying to get comfortable. He fell down some stairs 2 months ago and sprained his AC joint, and yesterday was the first time he has been able to work out that shoulder. He was really uncomfortable, so I asked him if I could rub and massage it for him. He shut the idea down, but I assured him that he was safe with me and I would not do anything to him he didn't want. He was still unsure but said he wanted to take this step with me. I offered to take my shirt off with him, and after a minute of reassurance he agreed. We took off our shirts and he looked so beautiful. He moved up in front of me and I began rubbing his shoulders. He flinched at first but relaxed and said it was helping. He asked me not to touch his lower back, so I stayed around his shoulders and neck. I massaged his shoulders for about a half hour and told him all the things I love about him, and he was so calm and relaxed. He spent the night, and when I woke up this morning he was in between my arms. We didn't go to sleep like that, so he must have moved next to me in the middle of the night. I started rubbing his back and he woke up and moved closer. It was our first time sharing a moment of intimacy and it was so beautiful. He left an hour later and sent me a text thanking me for treating him with love and respect. I did it. He trusts me with his body. I will love and respect him for as long as I live.
Anyone have stories of confronting your bullies years later? I was 15 and moved to Philly from Texas. I had a pretty strong accent and had never been out of the state before, so I didn't know what to expect socially. On my first day of school I had the bad judgment to wear a Dallas Cowboys jersey thinking people will just laugh. Throughout the day, I got a few dirty looks and a few "you've got balls" comments. Last period goes by and I'm waiting for my bus out front when this huge Guido comes up and starts talking crap. I tell him to piss up a rope, and next thing I know, I'm on the ground. He gets suspended and I'm told not to antagonize things. Time goes by and he's a constant pain in my life, bullying me around on a weekly basis. He outweighed me by about 75 pounds thanks to his steroid use and had a temper to match. I got my butt handed to me many times thanks to him and his manipulations. We graduate and I don't see him for a few years. I had always been into cooking and decided that's what I wanted to do with my life, so I went to culinary school and started working in the industry. I worked my way up the ladder quickly thanks to focus, a willingness to sacrifice a social life, and hard work. A few years later I was the executive chef of a small bistro, and we had a policy of taking a prisoner on work release from the county jail as part of a rehabilitation program. The owner was a great guy who grew up without guidance and made some bad decisions early in life that got him thrown in jail for a few years. He got out, got a job as a dishwasher where the owner of that place saw some promise and took him under his wing, giving him the life lessons he never got from his family and so on. This was his way of paying forward what he got. We had gone through a few guys that seemed to do well, and so far the program was working out well. One day we were slated to get a new guy and guess who walks in the door? He doesn't notice me at first but then is introduced to me as his direct boss. The owner starts to introduce me but I interrupt saying that we already know each other quite well and need no introductions. I told the owner about our history, not leaving any details out, and he asks me what I want to do. I tell him give me a few minutes in the walk-in. Large walk-in refrigerator that is soundproof. With him and it's all good. I take him in there and ask him why he was in jail and where he was in his head. I also told him how I would treat him was up to him and that this could go well or he could turn right around and go right back to jail. He ended up breaking down and spilling his heart out to me, between substances, an awful household and having no real friends in school due to a total lack of social skills. He had no idea how to have a real relationship. He told me that the days he would be awful to me were the days after his old man would lay his hands on him when he got wasted. His life just went downhill after school and he ended up getting busted for dealing. I told him to clean himself up and I'd do my best to show him how to get himself together. He ended up being one of the hardest workers I have ever seen. 5 years later he ended up being my sous chef. He has his own restaurant now and we guest chef at each other's place all the time. I wouldn't trade his friendship for the world.
I delivered my friend's fetus. My friend took a pill to terminate her pregnancy that she thought was 3 months along. She started getting sick and having contractions that we didn't know were actually contractions. After hours of her being sick in and out of excruciating pain, she wobbles to the toilet and screams, "My baby, my baby." We rush into the room and there it is, a small fetus attached to her. Nobody could do it. I stepped up and did it. I first reached in and coddled the fetus with my hand and cut its navel and removed it from the umbilical cord. I removed it out of the toilet. I wrapped it in a towel. I cut my friend's umbilical cord and cleaned her off and she seems to be okay now. I don't know how to feel. I'm glad I knew what to do, by the power of whatever is vested inside of me. They all looked at me asking me how I did it and how I was able to be so calm. I just did it. She gave birth to a miscarried fetus, but her body contracted it and she had stimulated contractions due to the medication, but the fetus had distinguished private area, arms, legs, a head, small bones, a rib cage, eyes, fingers. It was all there. It fit in my hand. It was like a small doll. The fetus was male. This was the mother's last option. We live in Louisiana. How can I help my friend? How do we all move forward? Please guide me.
Update. My wife is not the woman I used to know. She let the fame get to her. Well, after that business party my wife didn't come back home. I tried contacting her since I was very worried but she didn't pick up the phone, not even once. She came back home in the morning exactly when I was about to leave for her workplace to ask about her. I asked her what happened, and she said she stayed at this female coworker's house since she drank a lot and she was in no condition to drive. Fair enough. I told her that she could have sent a text to warn me, and that I would have gone to get her. Her response was, "With what, the Clio?" I stood there in silence, and she later said that she forgot about warning me. I asked how she was feeling, only to be answered in monosyllables. We minded our own business for a while, then she comes to me and she says she has something to discuss about. I tell her that I have something to discuss with her too, and well, would you look at that, she asked for divorce. I wasn't expecting that at all. I asked her why, and her reply was that after talking to her friends she understood that I wasn't fit to be her husband, that we have different values and different lifestyles, and that she deserves a man of a similar worth compared to her. She was just waiting for the right time to brought it up, and after the party she made up her mind. I'm going to be completely honest, that was a low blow, but I just smiled at her. I tried talking to her, proposing to separate for a while to see how things go. I even proposed couple therapy like someone suggested, but she was dead set on it, so I calmly told her everything I needed to say, from the fact that I was thinking about divorce to the fact that I felt like she changed, concluding saying that I'm sure she will find an awesome man since I know her worth, having been her husband for more than 9 years, but that I know what I'm worth too. We decided to separate for the moment, and we will arrange the divorce later on, since she has no time now, but we have a verbal agreement on some things. I decided to go back to my hometown to relax and to decide what's next for me. I should be able to regain my previous position in the hospital, but it's all to see. Also, one of my friends there offered to host me until I found an housing. I'm really grateful to him. But well, I understood that my wife couldn't care less about me when the lengthiest discussion we had concerned who was taking the dog. For context, we got him a month after moving since she always wanted one and to keep me some company. But in 2 years, she probably spent the equivalent of 2 hours with him. I always took care of him and well, he's been a more than loyal companion in those 2 years. So, she literally made a fuss about the fact that I couldn't take the dog with me, for maybe half an hour or so. I told her that I didn't care at all. I was taking him with me since she doesn't have time to care for him. And it was very strange for her to say those things when she didn't care not even a bit about him for 2 years. So I packed the necessities and before leaving, I asked her if she was cheating on me and she denied, and I will trust her on that. I read a lot of people in the previous post talking about hiring a private investigator, but I'm not going to do that. I trust what she said, and even if it wasn't the truth, I honestly don't want to hear anything about it. It would only make me feel worse. I feel calm, but inside I feel like I've lost an important piece of myself. The things she said didn't hurt me initially, however the more I think about them, the more heartbroken I feel, but I'm trying to focus on nicer thoughts, like meeting one of my old friends which I haven't seen in a long time. I'm still trying to process everything. It all happened so fast, though I must say that seeing my dog so happy inside the Clio brightened up my mood a lot. He loves car rides. Even if things went down this road, I still wish her all the best. I could never forget what she did back then for me and in general in those 16 years spent together as a couple. I may do another update in the future about how things went, but for now, goodbye. I will take some time to focus on myself and on the upcoming divorce. Again, thanks to everyone. Take care. What's that story you've never been able to tell? When I was 17, I worked at a grocery store with a guy named Brian, normal guy, mid-20s, lil chub, didn't really think much of him. One day he tells me about how he lives in an apartment by himself and that his neighbors are absolutely crazy, like they would yell at him to be quiet, pound against the wall to get him to shut up, even though he wouldn't be doing anything. He would sneeze, and his neighbors would scream at the top of their lungs from next door. It was that bad. To be honest, I didn't really care much when he was telling me this. I just wanted to go home and not work anymore. Couple days go by and I noticed that Brian wasn't showing up anymore. Whatever, didn't think much of that either. A month or two goes by and he finally shows back up to work. So, being the nice friend I am, I asked him where he's been. He tells me he was actually fired because he was in the hospital. I didn't think that was a valid reason to fire someone. But what do I know? I didn't comment on that. I asked him why he was in the hospital and he told me it was for personal reasons. I tell him it was good having him back, and carried on with my day. Fast forward a couple days to me talking to another coworker who was good friends with Brian. He says, "Did you hear what happened to Brian?" "Yeah, he was in the hospital and was fired or something." "Do you know why though?" "No, he said it was personal." So this is what happened a couple months ago before Brian disappeared. He was at home by himself, when his neighbors, surprise, start yelling at him through the walls for being too loud. Brian, telling himself I've had enough, decides to call the police and have them deal with it. The police arrived and started talking to the neighbors for quite some time. Hours go by with the police and neighbors, so he calls the police again to ask what's taking so long. The police respond with, "We left like an hour and a half ago." Turns out that the neighbors were never yelling at him. In fact, they were never there. Brian was schizophrenic and was hearing voices in his head. He had to go to a mental hospital for a month. My wife just told me she made an OF about 3 months ago and I don't know how to react. My wife and I have been together for a little over 9 years, married for 7, no kids yet. We are in good jobs, both making over 100K a year, active social and intimate life, not at the same time. Yesterday she told me the dreaded 11 words no one in a relationship wants to hear. "OP, I need to be honest about something. Please don't be mad." Naturally, that put me on edge and I started thinking the worst. She then explained how one of her friends from college reached out and invited her to lunch. This I knew about, and she explained how she was doing well but recently got into OF and explained how much she was making off of it. She was thinking of making it her full-time job. Then she suggested that my wife should think about it. My wife is beautiful and is in good shape, more on the curvy side, tattooed, goth type, and just overall a beautiful person. She then said she looked into it more and was amazed at how many people had OF and were making good money off of it. She wanted to see if it was something she would be successful with. Just as a way to make more money, she made an account and posted 9 photos over the 3 months, or about every other week. 3 of the pics were of her in dresses she had tried on for an event we went to. Nice for the event, but not one you would bring to church or to grandma's house. 3 were of her when we went on a trip of her in a bikini. 3 were of just her feet when she got her nails done. I don't get the whole foot thing. All of the pics I had seen or had taken myself, all also posted on her private Snapchat, so nothing too provocative or inappropriate in my eyes. She disclosed how much she made, her thoughts behind it, but then she showed me some messages. People want more, requesting content, and just some nasty comments. She asked my thoughts. I told her I didn't care about the photos, but what hurts the most is the fact she hid this for 3 months. That I asked her 2 months ago why she was acting weird, like she wanted to tell me something, then gaslit me for weeks. She said she was afraid of how I would react. I said then, hiding it for an additional 2 months while still actively posting on it was any better. I don't know what to say anymore. I needed time to think. That is where I am now. Like I said, I don't care about the pics. She did say she wanted to post more content that is more on the adult side, which I'm conflicted about, but I cared more about the fact she did this, hid it from me, continued doing it while gaslighting me to the point I thought I was doing something wrong in our relationship, and was being paranoid. I don't know what to think. I need all the opinions I can get, but please be respectful. I left, ghosted, my fiancé because I found out I was just an option early on in our relationship. We did distance early in our relationship for reference. I was away a decent amount for work but eventually got to be home more. I never even considered breaking my commitment to her. We got engaged a little over a month ago, dated for about a year prior. About 2 weeks ago I was borrowing her MacBook for some studying. She's working on her master's and was in class at the time. I saw a text pop up from her best friend whom I don't really like. She's a bad influence in my opinion. Enough said. Regardless, my nosy self goes through their messages backdating to when we first started dating. So anyway, to keep this fairly short, there were 2 other guys I know of for sure she entertained enough to go out with, kiss, made out all night in her words, send pictures to, and brag about it to her best friend I don't care for. Oh, and let's not forget she spent the night with one too. She never sent nudes or anything over text even to me, but a lot of the pictures she sent me, they also got. I confronted her when she got back from class and she made excuses for everything and shamed me for going through her messages. I know I shouldn't have, but either curiosity or instincts from back then got to me. She admitted she kissed one of the guys one night she got too drunk and fell asleep in the same bed, but fully clothed in her words. Who knows? I slept on the couch that night. I was so pissed. My mind was made up right then and there I was going to leave. If she's going to do that early on in our relationship, I can't honestly trust her ever again. A few days go by and I make it seem like I'm good and over it just to buy time to collect myself. I got myself situated, and made up some null crap story that I wanted to get her engagement ring engraved while she was in class. She agreed. The next day while she was in class I packed myself up and drove to a close friend's place to crash. Blocked her on everything. It's been over a week of no communication. I don't plan to communicate further at all to be honest, and I honestly just need to get it out there. I feel like I'm getting in my head. I felt so betrayed as I was always so loyal and committed. Enough to put a ring on her finger. Now I'm just chilling, not sure where I'm at emotionally, trying to stay productive and keep my mind off it, coming to Reddit for validation or something I guess lol. I'm divorcing my wife because she has been late for 90% of everything we have ever done together. Everyone we know is shocked and confused, but I don't care. No, I'm not having an affair. No, I'm not having a midlife crisis. No, I'm not looking for a younger woman. No, I'm not hiding anything. My wife and I have been together for 12 years. During this time she has not made even the slightest amount of effort to be on time for anything we did. When we were dating, average wait times were 15 minutes to an hour for her to finally effing show up. I waited because I loved her. After marriage she somehow got worse, and after childbirth, she got even worse. She used to blame circumstances for being late every time, but now she just blames our son. I put up with it because I loved her. Example 1. We're currently looking at preschools. We're 15 to 30 minutes late for each meeting because the thing we need most in our lives is for the teachers to believe our son is chronically going to be late for school. It's always something with her. Example 2. I wanted to see a movie in theaters a while ago. She wanted to come too. I had to leave her in a clothing shop because I was going to miss the start of the movie. Of course she was livid. Example 3. A few months ago, we went to see a concert of a group she likes. We were an hour early because of course we were an hour early. It was something that she wanted to do. I'm so sick and tired of it. Dinner reservations are always a toss-up because restaurants in our area have no chill and will cancel your reservation if you're a minute late. Growing increasingly anxious as she stares at her effing phone and trying to ask her in the nicest way possible to hurry up is a horrible feeling. Especially since she will flip her lid the second that I try to tell her we're going to be late. Meeting up with friends, going to a children's event with our son. Even trying to take a walk is always an ordeal of trying to get her to put the goddamn phone down and get ready so I don't have to stand there like a dummy. I think my boiling point was last week when I stood at the entrance of our house for 20 minutes with our son, as he grew increasingly impatient, and then seeing she had abruptly decided to start vacuuming the house. I'm getting spammed with calls from mutual friends and family. She went and told everyone that we're getting divorced. Everyone wants to talk me out of it. I just broke after years of patience. I have no regrets.
My trans sister changed her name to my current name. My sister came out as trans about 2 years ago. We are not close at all. The last time I saw her was at my college graduation 3 years ago. However, when I heard the news, I sent her a text congratulating her and wishing her well. She's always been the black sheep of the family, interested in different things than me and my family. Kind of the look who came out their cave energy. She's since left our small town in western Massachusetts and moved to Seattle. I currently live in Boston and heard she changed her name. She had a fairly gender-neutral name to begin with and didn't change it initially when she came out. However, 2 months ago I heard from someone who follows her on Instagram that she changed just her first name to my current first name, thus giving her the exact name as me, minus the middle. I immediately called her and asked why she'd do such a thing. She said she'd always liked that name and couldn't find a better one. She went on to say, "We don't really talk. I don't live on the East Coast and never visit. I don't know why this even matters." I explained that I'm kind of embarrassed and feel awkward about this and asked to help her choose a different name that literally isn't mine. I do go back to my hometown somewhat frequently and so I'll have to deal with this socially with friends and other people we both know when I do end up going back. Anyone from a small town will tell you, word spreads fast. She said she's made up her mind and she intends on sending in the paperwork to change it legally this month. I called my mom and she said she had the same exact conversation with her, but my mom lost her patience and had kind of an argument and said something transphobic in the moment and they haven't spoken since. My dad hasn't touched this at all lol. I'm just not sure what to do here because while it would be nice to be closer to my only sibling, I can't shake that we have the same name. It's weird and annoying to be honest. How do I go about getting her to change her mind? Or do you think I can't change her mind? My ex-boyfriend broke up with me because of my number of bodies. We've only met in December, but I became really attached to him. He found out about my number of bodies in the beginning of January. His is low, 3 including myself. Mine is in double digits and higher than most people's. We are both 24 years old. He initially broke up with me after he found out and I was more or less okay with that. People have preferences and it's okay. He then came back a day later and we got back together. Even though he came back, it was always on his mind. I tried my best to reassure him. The worst thing is I do really regret my past. I hate myself for being so hedonistic. If I had a time machine, I would have saved myself for him. We had our ups and downs. I was trying to be as transparent and genuine and it seemed like we were working through it. A week ago he said that he doesn't see me as worthy of marriage. That broke me because he knew that I don't see the point in having a committed relationship if building a family is not the final destination. He then said that the past couple of months he decided to emotionally check out and that he was only with me for the lovemaking. I was so heartbroken. I was literally screaming because of the pain, but the worst has yet to come. I asked to see him one last time. I've never seen him so cruel. He called me a slut, and he made fun of me with extremely cruel jokes. I feel so conflicted because I feel like I deserve that. I totally changed my mind about casual intimacy and at this point I became totally disgusted by lovemaking overall. I am an extremely loyal person. I love this guy so much that I feel like I just can't be with anybody else. I hate myself so much because I messed up. If only I could keep my legs closed, I would have been happy with him. I lost the chance to be with the love of my life over some meaningless intimacy in the past.
Today I messed up by being a life art model for my best friend and losing a best friend. So, I'm sure from the title you are all thinking this is just another explicit story or whatever. If you think this is that, I don't blame you, but it definitely wasn't a good experience in my eyes. This didn't happen today but rather last week. But some context first. I go to a university with around 80% women. I'm a man. I'm turning 20 soon and I'm around the same age as the other students in my year. The university has a campus where all the students live on site and go to lessons in the same building. All the students on campus do the same history course. While everyone does history, there's a thriving art community in the form of clubs, or groups. It's my first year in university when this all went down. There's this super cool girl who lives 2 doors down from me who I've made friends with. She's also my project partner for one of my semester-long research courses and she helps organize the art club in her spare time. Let's call her Beth for now. Apparently, the art club has occasional life model drawing sessions, where they get one of the members of the art club, usually a woman, to model for the group so they can practice their drawing. I've never been super into art, so this was a surprise to hear when Beth told me about this. I assumed that having a model could become awkward, but I supposed as long as they were all women and it's for art it's not that bad. So, the day of the mess up, I'm working on my part of the project with Beth in the library when she gets a text. Apparently the student who was gonna model got some sort of a virus and was too sick to join. Beth gets really upset. These sessions happen once a month and she doesn't want to miss it. She asks me if I want to model. After all, the girl who was gonna model was also a student, so how bad can it be? When Beth asked me this, it was as if she expected me to say no. I should have. Unfortunately, I panicked under my need to please and the unexpected request and I said yes. After all, why shouldn't I do something different? There's 3 things I messed up here on out. Firstly, for some reason, I don't know why, I assumed the students drawing me would be random students I had never met before. I didn't consider Beth would be among them. Secondly, as I came out of the dressing room, I realized that I knew many of these students since we all live on campus. These were girls, and they were all girls, believe it or not, which isn't super unusual for the art club. I knew and walked with to class every day. My main mess up was this. As I removed my dressing gown, trembling with fear like a wet puppy, I got incredibly self-conscious. I was holding a standing pose with my hands on my hips and I'm aware I don't exactly have washboard abs. I don't know why, but being so in my head about this all made my body react in a weird way and things began to stir below deck. I never got fully stiff. Thank God. Unfortunately, for the rest of the hour session, I kept alternating between soft and half-mast due to being caught up in my head. This was incredibly awkward as I had to keep perfectly still, the only thing moving being my meat sausage. Long story short, I've had a few more classes with Beth, but she's refused to meet my eye even once. Her, and a few of the other drawers, treat me nicely enough, but there's this heavy awkward tension every time we interact. It's hard to just find new friends since Beth lives so close to me, so I see her daily. I don't know what to do now and I'm worried I've lost a friend.